Of course, that was assuming Westeros could even get its hands on a kotatsu. Whether that happened depended on one thing: how hard the merchants pushed sales. Honestly, Jason was most hopeful about Odover, the trader from the western regions he'd dealt with before. If that guy could sell the pens and paper quickly and come back for more, Jason could squeeze a decent profit out of the second round. Back in his Westeros room, the place was already stacked, food supplies piled high, and 40 sets of work gear neatly arranged. He had warned the staff long ago. No one entered without his permission. After dropping his things, Jason stepped out and called Martha, Lena, and Susan from the shop downstairs to help carry the food and equipment. When he heard Jon had been training the 5 McCanns, Jason asked Bella to bring them over. It was time to hand out the black work uniforms. Not long after, Bella returned with Jon and the others. "Sir." McCann and the 5 greeted him with a salute. Jon hesitated for half a beat, then bowed properly. "Master Jason." Jason waved them in. "Jon, didn't you train with Ser Roderick today?" Jon sat down, accepted the tea Vanessa handed him, and nodded gratefully before answering. Ser Roderick took the guards to a village outside the Wolfswood. They said wild wolves attacked last night. "Makes sense," Jason said, nodding. Villages around Winterfell were under Stark protection. If wolves hit a settlement, Winterfell would send men to deal with it. That was normal. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, Jason took out the 40 sets of black protective work clothes and put them on the table. 2 sets each. Pick your size. The girls' eyes lit up immediately. The style was close to what Jason wore, and to them it looked strange, neat, and almost noble in its own way. They rushed upstairs to change. The McCanns, drenched from training, went to wash first. Jon got dragged along too. A little later, they came back in matching black overalls. Jason looked them over and, for the first time in a while, felt like a real boss with a real team. The room filled with excited chatter. "This is so comfortable. What fabric is this? The stitching is so tight. Whoever made this must be paid well. It feels tough. It won't tear easily. And it's light, not like those heavy wool layers. Warm too. Not worse than a sweater." Even the Barlow brothers, McCann and Dick, couldn't hide their grins. Jon kept running his fingers along the sleeve seams, clearly curious. The cloth felt denser than anything he'd worn before. If this was sold in Winterfell, it wouldn't be cheap. "Master Jason," Jon said, embarrassed. "This must cost a lot. I haven't done anything to deserve such a gift." Jason laughed, then patted his shoulder. "Don't overthink it. To me it's nothing. You trained the McCanns for free. A set of clothes is the least I can do." Jon's throat tightened a little. He didn't receive gifts often. Not like this. Modern textiles might not look like much to Jason, but compared to Westerosi linen and wool, it was a different world. Lighter, warmer, stronger, and easier to move in. Even the best silk in Westeros couldn't compete with gear made for work and weather. Industry crushed the old age without even trying. At noon, Jason kept Jon for lunch again. Then he made a new offer. Jon could eat here every day from now on. They could talk, swap sword tips, and train together whenever time allowed. Jon still refused any pay for being a sword instructor, so Jason handled it the only way he could, taking care of him in small, practical ways that Jon couldn't easily reject. And Jason understood Jon better than most. Jon wanted out of Winterfell. Here, nobody looked down on him. Here, people treated him like a friend, like someone who mattered. That respect meant more than food. Later, Lena quietly mentioned something else. Rumors were spreading inside Winterfell. People were saying that when Jon came of age next year, Lord Eddard might grant him land. Jason sighed when he heard it. He couldn't fix Jon's whole life. Not with gifts, not with meals. Maybe the best thing would be helping Jon leave the castle entirely. For a moment, Jason wondered if Jon would be willing to move in with him. When he brought it up, Jon rejected him right away. He didn't want to burden Jason, the one person he truly considered a friend. But under Jason's insistence, Jon finally agreed to one thing. He'd come every day, eat with them, and stop pushing everyone away. That evening, after dinner, Jon walked back toward Winterfell in neat black overalls. Everyone they passed stared. By then, the story had already spread through the castle. Jon Snow, Lord Eddard's bastard, had been hired by the kind Lord East as a sword instructor to train his guards. It caused a stir. People whispered in corners, trying to make sense of it. Why would a foreign lord favor an illegitimate child? Some decided it must be pity. And yes, Jon's situation was getting worse. Robb was nearing adulthood. Jon was too. That meant old tensions inside Winterfell were sharpening into something dangerous. People feared Eddard might legitimize Jon, grant him status, maybe even land. And if that happened, would it take anything away from Robb, the heir? Lady Catelyn feared it most. Her resentment, already deep, grew sharper day by day. In her eyes, Jon was a threat that refused to disappear, a shadow hanging over her children's future. Because of that, the castle's attitude toward Jon became colder, harsher, and more open. Even Eddard Stark seemed to sense the change in the air. He reassured his wife privately that Jon would never receive any inheritance, but rumors, once born, didn't die easily. And until they did, Jon Snow would keep paying the price. Those promises would never truly ease Catelyn's vigilance. Not unless she saw Eddard drive Jon out of Winterfell for good, never letting the boy appear in front of her again, or unless Jon simply died somewhere outside one day. The idea of wishing death on a child made Catelyn feel guilty. But every time she saw Jon, the old wound reopened. The pain, the humiliation, the anger she swallowed for years. She was exhausted by it. And when the lady of the castle behaved like that, the servants followed her lead. They were observant, careful. They knew exactly whose mood mattered. So Jon's treatment only grew colder, sharper, more insulting by the day. Even Eddard couldn't truly stop it. He could scold them, warn them, glare at them, but he couldn't control every look, every whisper, every small cruelty delivered when no one important was watching. All he could do was sigh in silence. And the more he watched it happen, the more one question pressed into his mind. What future could he possibly give Jon? That evening, Eddard sat alone behind his large desk, lost in thought. His eyes drifted to the pen lying near his documents. A gel pen. Wyman Poole had bought it from Jason East, the young lord who claimed to come from the Far East. Eddard had to admit, the thing was excellent. No ink, no dipping, no mess. The words flowed quickly, and paperwork that used to take hours now moved twice as fast. The paper was just as strange, smooth and white, almost too clean, and far easier to write on than the rough sheets they usually used. Even the soap Jason brought had become popular in the castle. It cleaned better, smelled faintly pleasant, and the servants swore it worked wonders on laundry. Eddard had dismissed it at first as foreign novelty. But now it was everywhere. And then he remembered something Robb had mentioned earlier that day. Jon had apparently become close with that Eastern lord. Close enough that, at the man's request, Jon was helping train his guards in swordsmanship. At the time, Eddard had only laughed. Jon was young. Talented, yes, but not exactly some seasoned master who could teach veterans. But thinking about it now, the detail that mattered wasn't the training. It was the relationship. Robb had said Jason valued Jon highly. Eddard leaned back in his chair and clasped his hands together, the weight of the thought settling in. Could this be an answer? Could this be a path that kept Jon safe, without tearing Winterfell apart? In the bedchamber, Catelyn had just finished bathing with a new soap. Her long auburn hair fell loosely over her shoulders, still damp, and despite being in her 30s, her face remained smooth, composed, and undeniably beautiful. She, too, was thinking about Jon. Eddard had promised her again and again that Jon would never receive land, never receive inheritance, never become a threat to her children. But promises didn't silence fear. And now there was this new piece of news. The foreign lord valued Jon, trusted him, gave him responsibility. It made Catelyn's chest tighten with discomfort at first. Then, slowly, a different thought took shape. What if this wasn't a problem but an opportunity? If Jason East took Jon into his service, Jon would leave Winterfell. Not tomorrow, perhaps, but soon enough. Far enough that Caitlin would never have to see him again. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it sounded. And more importantly, the more likely Eddard would accept it. Jason Liu didn't know any of this. He had no idea that his open respect for Jon had drawn the attention of both Lord Stark and Lady Stark. At that moment, he was downstairs with his people, discussing something else entirely. He wanted to spread a message through the winter town markets. He would buy natural gold nuggets at the same price as equal weight pure gold. The room went silent the moment he said it. Lena, Martha, Susan, the Barlow brothers, McKen, all of them stared as if he'd lost his mind. Even if they didn't understand minting, refining, or trade, they understood one basic truth. A natural nugget wasn't pure. It had stone and other metals mixed inside. So weight for weight, it was worth less than refined gold. And Jason was offering to pay full pure gold price. It sounded like throwing money into a fire. If they didn't respect him as much as they did, they might have called him an idiot to his face. Still, they'd seen him do strange things before. Feeding workers 3 proper meals a day. Hiring more people than necessary. Paying wages that made other employers look cruel. Publicly, people praised him as generous and kind. Privately, plenty whispered that he was a fool with too much money. Bud, the sharpest of the Barlow brothers, blinked hard and spoke first. Lord, if I understand correctly, you mean you'll pay the price of pure gold by weight for nuggets that aren't pure at all? Lena quickly added, careful but firm. My lord, are you sure about this? The others nodded, watching him like they were praying he would change his mind. Jason scratched his head, half amused, half helpless. You think I'm just burning money, huh? He raised a hand before anyone could answer. Relax. I'm not doing this to lose. In my homeland, natural gold nuggets are popular with nobles. They like them as ornaments, as trophies, as symbols. And they pay a very high price for them. So, yes, it looks like I'm taking a loss here. But if I bring the nuggets back and sell them there, I won't just recover the cost. I'll make a fortune. The room finally loosened. People exchanged looks, still unsure, but no longer horrified. Jason nodded toward the door. Now spread the news. Quietly, but everywhere. Let the merchants know. Then, after a pause, he asked something more practical. Be honest. Will merchants actually bring nuggets to sell me? And how many gold nuggets are even out there in Westeros? Bud grinned, confidence returning. They'll come, my lord. If you're paying like that, they'll come.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Lena clapped her hands, stared at her big beautiful eyes, and said affirmatively, natural gold nuggets have to be refined into gold before they can be sold, and you directly purchase natural gold nuggets at such a high price, saving them the need to refine gold. There will be a merchant who will sell you a natural gold nugget. How many natural gold nuggets are there in Westeros? I don't know. Martha held little Lillian in her arms, frowned slightly, shook her head and said, maybe there will be many in the west, because everyone knows there are gold mines all over the land in the western region, and I heard that you can dig gold or just by digging it. Can you dig up gold, or just by digging down? Jason Liu certainly doesn't believe such hyperbole. The Western Territory is indeed rich in gold, but it is not as outrageous as rumored. The toilets of Duke Tywin, the guardian of the western border, are all golden. When Lord Tywin goes to the toilet, doesn't he think the golden toilet is ice cold? Just thinking about it here is of no use. So, Jason Liu asked the 3 Barlow brothers, who were not trained today, McCann and D***K, to go to the winter market town. The pub, the women's branch, and the market spread the news that he bought natural gold bullion at a high price with pure gold. Purchasing natural gold at the price of pure gold? Is it true or false? The first reaction of the businessman who heard the news was disbelief. F***K, who would do such a stupid thing? Buying natural gold nuggets at pure gold price is too much of a loss. That's not how you do business. This is what the Lord Jason Easter wants to buy. It should be true. Oh, So, it's that lord. And it seems that this is true. That lord is not from Westeros, and may be different from us. What's the difference? Is there more JB below? Ha ha. The vulgar joke made the tavern burst into laughter. Those small businessmen from the western region are very excited. After all, there are many gold mines in the western region, and although there are not many natural gold nuggets, there are still some. It's just that these little merchants don't have that much capital. Otherwise, they would definitely sell them to the lord with natural gold nuggets, and then buy some gel pens and white paper from a shop. I heard that Eddard, Duke of Winterfell, likes it very much. Use it. After so long, the first batch of businessmen who bought paper and pens from Jason Liu have rushed back to their hometown. The twin city in the Riverland, the patriarch of the Fry family, who is 90 years old this year, Marquis Walder Fry, who has given birth to many children, made an exception to summon the twin city businessman who presented him with a magical gel pen. Your name is Carlo, isn't it? Marquis Ward sat high on the seat in the hall, with his old and dry arms on the table in front of him, holding a gel pen in his right hand, his wrinkled face. Squinting slightly, he stared at the businessman who knelt down and saluted. The Marquis of Ward, also dubbed Late Fry by his monarch Horsetully, Duke of the Riverlands, to mock him for sitting on the sidelines of the usurpers' battle until the two sides parted ways. The outcome was decided, and he brought the army to join the victor's side. This kind of shameless behavior was very much watched by the nobles of the Riverland, but the Marquis of Walder Fry was thick-skinned, and his family's castle, the Twin Rivers, was built on the Sanchow River, and he had to pay taxes for crossing the river. Therefore, the Fry family of the Twin City is among the lords of the Riverland, and the wealth level is not inferior to the Tully family, the master of the Riverland. Because of the money, the area of the fief is not small, and the military strength is also strong, and the strength is naturally strong. Now that his own strength is strong, the Fry family has gradually expanded, and some people don't pay much attention to the Fongjun Tully family. They have always violated the orders of the Emperor, which made Duke Horst very angry, but nothing special. Good way. Therefore, now that the Fry family is in the Riverland, it is already a little too big. In the Hall of the Twin Rivers, after the merchant Carlo finished a salute, he slowly got up, raised his head slightly, looked at Marquis Wade sitting high above with awe in his eyes, bowed his body, and replied respectfully, "Sir, little one. Rin Carlo, it is the people under your rule." Marquis Ward raised his left hand slightly and was serving the eighth wife he just married. Seeing her husband stretch out his hand, the 16-year-old wife immediately handed over the wine glass. After taking a sip of the summer red wine from Qingting Island and moistening his throat, Marquis Ward said again, "Carlo, you did a good job. This gel pen has helped a lot. The quill is too thin. Constantly dipping in ink also makes me an old man tired. With this pen and white paper, it is more convenient to handle government affairs." Saying that, Old Walder complimented generously. "You did a great job. It is a villain's supreme honor to serve you, my lord." Being praised by Marquis Walder, Carlo was shaking slightly with excitement, and quickly bowed to thank him. Having been used to seeing dozens of children and grandchildren flattering in front of him and wanting to gain his favor, Marquis Ward has no feeling for the compliment of this little businessman. "Okay, the kind of paper and pen you brought this time. I bought them all. Although some are too small, it is enough for me for the time being." After speaking, he instructed the chief of the Twin Rivers city to leave with the merchant. Businessman Carlo previously bought 10 gel pens, 30 refills, and 50 sheets of white paper from Bidong Market Town. Each gel pen has 1 silver deer, 50 copper stars for the refill, and 10 copper stars for a piece of white paper. Sold it to the Fry family. He boldly sold a gel pen for 10 silver deer, a refill of 5 silver deer, and a blank sheet of paper for 50 bronze stars. When he took over 2 golden dragons and 75 silver deer from the chief of the Twin City, he could hardly hide the excited smile on his face. On this trip, he made a full profit of 2 golden dragons and 45 silver deers, more than 8 times the profit. If you have this kind of paper and pens in the future, come to me directly. The Twin City needs more of this kind of paper and pens. The head of the Twin City manager raised his head and said proudly, The Foyle family will not be short of yours. Some money. Carlo nodded and said yes, and sent off the chief of the Twin City. Then, he immediately flew back to the inn in the city, got on the carriage, urged his subordinates to drive the carriage, and immediately headed to Bidong Market Town. This time he must buy more of this kind of paper and pens. Anthony Guyton, a businessman from King's Landing who proudly contracted Jason Liu's first batch of 100 bars of soap, took a boat from White Harbor in the north, sailed at sea for more than 10 days, and finally returned to King's Landing. First, I went home and had a good rest for a day. After all, the long-distance boat ride was really uncomfortable. Then, the merchant brought gel pens, refills, white paper, and soap, and led his servants to the Lord of Stormland, the former high-ranking minister of the royal court, the third brother of His Majesty King Robert, and the Duke of Storms and Renly, Baratheon's luxurious mansion in King's Landing. With a noble status, handsome and romantic, young and rich, Duke Renly, who likes to communicate, is not only loved by his eldest brother King Robert, but also very good at life. During his tenure as Minister of Justice, he held several grand banquets almost every month and invited all the important officials in the court, the dignitaries who stayed in King's Landing, and the nobles directly under the king's territory. Handsome, rich, generous, long-sleeved, good at dancing, and good at sociability. These make Duke Renly popular in King's Landing. Not only the rich and powerful like to associate with him, but even the common people of King's Landing love this duke. As a businessman from King's Landing, Anthony was once fortunate enough to be invited to Duke Renly's lavish banquet, although his status was low and he was unable to speak to such a noble and important person as Duke Renly. However, under his deliberate friendship, he had a good friendship with one of Lord Renly's bodyguards. When Anthony came to Duke Renly's mansion, found the well-connected guard, and stated his purpose for coming here, the guard hesitated, thinking that his own adults like novel things very much. Maybe he really likes his old friend Anthony. Brought something. So he took the gel pen and white paper that Anthony gave him, and found Lord Renly, who was drinking and having fun with a few guards in the garden. "My lord, King's Landing merchant Anthony wants to ask to see you. He said that he brought some very good products from the north and wants to present them to you," the guard said, handing over a gel pen and white paper. Originally, Renly was a little upset when he was interrupted to play with Loras Tyrell. Loras Tyrell, the famous Knight of Flowers in Westeros, was born in the Tyrell family, Lord of the River Bend, and was the second son of the Duke of Highgarden. A bodyguard and lover, Renly's favorite. However, when he saw two items he had never seen before handed over by his guards, Renly swallowed the words he was about to reprimand, but asked curiously, "What is this?" Loras, who was sitting next to him with a wine glass in his hand, also came over to look at it and couldn't help but wonder, "What is this for? This white one looks a bit like cloth and parchment." The guard actually didn't know much about it, so he could only briefly describe the functions of the gel pen and white paper according to what Anthony taught him. After explaining the gel pen and white paper, the guard finally said, "If you want to know more, sir, Anthony will be waiting outside. You can summon him to ask in person." After hearing what the guard said, Renly also knew that this was a pen used for writing like a quill pen and white paper like parchment. With a wave of his hand, he sent the guards to call the businessman named Anthony. Renly and Loras took a gel pen with great interest and tried to write on the white paper. Soon, Anthony couldn't hide the joy in his face and followed the guards into the garden. When he saw Duke Renly sitting in the garden, he immediately stepped forward and knelt down to salute. "It's really a villain to be summoned by you. Honored Lord Renly, may the seven gods bless you." Renly, who has written a long line on white paper and can use a gel pen proficiently, is full of interest in this kind of dipping ink back and forth without the hassle and the gorgeous clothes on his body that are stained with ink that he hates. Waving his hand to get Anthony to stand up, Renly asked with interest, "This gel pen and white paper, how much do you have in your hand?" "I like it very much. I bought them all." "It's an honor for the villain to be liked by you." With a humble compliment, Anthony immediately said, "The villain has a total of 100 gel pens, 500 refills, and 1,000 pieces of white paper like that. Gel pen 5 silver deer, a replaceable refill 2 silver deer, a piece of white paper 50 bronze stars. So, don't mention the price, I'll buy it all, and let the steward give you the money later. Duke Renly interrupted the merchant impatiently, his handsome face a little impatient. He didn't have time to pay attention to such a trivial matter. Anthony's asking price is definitely a conscience. It's not that he doesn't want to make a lot of money, but that he wants to use this transaction to gain a relationship with Duke Renly. If he can have a relationship with Duke Renly, he will get what he can get after King's Landing. The benefits are simply not too much compared to this little money that is the real gain. However, seeing that Duke Renly was no longer interested in paying attention to himself, Anthony couldn't help but feel anxious, so he stopped hiding and took out the soap. "My lord, in addition to paper and pen, I brought you this time, from far away the Eastern Empire, a soap that only the top dignitaries can use." Soap. Such a strange word. Renly was sure he had never heard of it before, so he frowned slightly and looked curiously at the white thing held by the businessman. Vaguely, he seemed to smell a very nice rose scent. "It smells good dash." Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers next to him, sniffed, took the soap from Anthony's hand with a face full of surprise, put it under his nose, and smelled it carefully. This scent is a bit like High Court. The elegant white orchids in the garden. This is my favorite flower. Prince? Why do I think it's the scent of roses? Renly looked puzzled, wanting to take it from Loras and smell it carefully. Upon seeing this, Anthony cleverly handed another piece, tore open the carton, and respectfully handed it to Renly. Renly was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Anthony, the smart and sensible businessman, gave him a look of approval, and then put this piece of white soap under his nose and sniffed. Smelling the rich rose scent on the soap, Renly couldn't help showing a look of intoxication on his face. "It's the scent of roses. I can be sure that the scent is exactly the same as the roses planted in my garden. This kind of soap from the distant Eastern Empire and sought after by nobles can wash hands, face, and bathe. It is not only cleaner than soap horns, but also leaves the body extremely refreshed after washing and has a rich and intoxicating aroma." Anthony boasted of the beauty of soap at the side. "To be honest, when I used it for the first time, I was really conquered by this wonderful thing. This is a real good thing that only nobles can enjoy. So, the villain immediately thought of you, Lord Renly, who is respected and loved by the people of King's Landing, being touted by Anthony as very comfortable, and good things like soap really made Renly like it. In order to verify that what Anthony said was true, Renly decided to take a bath and try it himself. "I washed too, just happened to be sweating just now." Ser Loras held the soap in his hand and instructed the servant beside him to put water in the bath. Anthony watched Lord Renly and Ser Loras leave, and could only sit and wait in the garden. Renly and Loras entered the bath together and washed with soap. After coming out of the shower and getting dressed again under Loras' service, Renly felt dry as never before. Loras stood behind Renly and helped him organize his clothes. He sniffed his nose close to Renly's neck and couldn't help laughing. "Sir, you really smell so good." Renly grabbed Loras's hand with a smile, sniffed it, and said with a smile, "Yours too." It seems that what the merchant said is true. This soap is really good, better than saponin. Much better. I have decided that I will use this soap in the future when I absorb, wash my face, and bathe. Of course, as long as you want. Loras smiled and put on his clothes. The two walked into the garden again with smiles on their faces, and the businessman Anthony immediately got up and bowed. "Your name is Anthony, right?" Renly looked at Anthony with a smile on his face this time, and he walked straight over to go back to the chair, with Loras sitting next to him. "Yes, my lord," Anthony replied respectfully, and from the gentle, joyful tone of Lord Renly, he felt that he was going to be lucky today. Sure enough, Renly smiled and let him sit down, then asked the servant beside him to pour him a glass of wine. Anthony took it with a look of flattery and thanked Renly again and again. "The pens, paper, and soap you brought are all very good, especially the soap." Renly smiled and sipped the wine in his glass, looking at him expectantly. how much of this soap do you have? I'm going to hold a grand banquet recently, and even His Majesty the King will be there. Soap for the nobles present. I'm sure they will like it as much as I do. So, tell me, how much do you have in your hands? Renly raised his smooth chin slightly, inadvertently exuding the noble temperament of a top noble. My lord, in addition to the one used by the villain, and the 2 used by you and Sir Loras, there are still 97 pieces left. The villain will immediately deliver all the soaps to your house. Anthony was extremely excited. It is definitely good news that Lord Renly is going to give soap as a gift to the dignitaries of King's Landing at the banquet attended by His Majesty the King. If His Majesty the King and the dignitaries in King's Landing use soap, it is conceivable that this wonderful thing, soap, would definitely be popular in Westeros in the first place. What a huge market this must be. No, before the other merchants in King's Landing can react, I have to go to the north again and buy a lot of soap from the Lord Jason Easter from the Far East. Is it only $97? Renly couldn't help frowning. It was too little. Even if it was a piece for one person, it wouldn't be enough for so many people, not to mention his brother King Robert and the Queen, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. This family must want a lot. The villain will immediately go to the north again and find the Lord Jason Easter from the Far East to buy more, but it will take a month at the earliest. Anthony said at the end, the voice could not help lowering. Renly thought about it for a while and finally patted the armrest of the chair and decided, send all the 97 yuan you have in your hand first. This time the banquet is open as usual, but there is only so much soap, so I can't give it to everyone. Since it can't be given to everyone, it can only be given to those with the highest status. In addition to the king's family, there are also the Prime Minister, Lord John Arryn, the Captain of the King's Guard, Sir Barristan Selmy, and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Littlefinger. Peter Baelish, the Intelligence Chief, Octopus, Varys, the Grand Master Pycelle, and the noble lords in King's Landing. The second brother of the Sea Minister, Stannis, is on Dragonstone Island, and he will definitely not come back to his banquet, so he will not be sent. After thinking about it a few times, this is almost enough to send. Thinking it was good, Renly asked the butler to follow Anthony directly to get it and finally added, "Go and buy more soap as soon as possible." Anthony and the butler of Lord Renly's house returned to his house together, and then loaded all the gel pens, refills, white paper, and soap that Lord Renly wanted on the carriage brought by the butler. Anthony didn't make much money from the paper and pen just now, but he didn't dare to sell soap, which he boasted as a luxury item for the top aristocrats. After all, Lord Renly will soon give the soap to the king and important officials in the court. The low price is not worthy of the noble status of these great people. 50 silver deer for a bar of soap. Anthony carefully offered a price, while paying attention to Lord Renly's butler's expression. It's so cheap. Lord Renly's butler was worthy of being from a top noble's mansion, a bar of soap the size of a palm, 50 silver deer, and he still said it was cheap. Anthony hesitated for a moment, scolding himself for being timid, and should bid 100 silver deer, which is 1 gold dragon piece. In this case, it is 100 times the benefit. However, since the words have been said, he does not dare to reset the price greedily, or else do he really think that these people from the great nobles are fools? If you buy a piece of soap for 1 silver deer and sell it for 50 silver deer, 50 times the profit is enough. Don't be too greedy. Finally, after calculating the price of everything, a total of 69 gold dragons and 50 silver deers. Lord Renly's butler counted out 70 golden dragons from the purse without blinking, and the 50 silver deer that were more than 50 were given to him by Lord Renly. Anthony directly gave a golden dragon to the housekeeper, thanking the other party for his hard work with him, hoping that everyone will become friends in the future. Pulled a relationship. Being stuffed with a golden dragon, the butler who used to be arrogant, was short-handed and his attitude became better. He told Anthony that next time he had good things like soap, he could go directly to Lord Renly's mansion. Find yourself. He politely sent away the butler of Lord Renly's house, and Anthony was very excited with a purse full of golden dragons in his hand. It's not that he is excited about the 69 golden dragons in his wallet. Although there are a lot of 69 golden dragons, Anthony also has thousands of golden dragons. Potential. Asterisk. If it is done well, before the big businessmen in King's Landing City, and buy a large amount of paper, pens, and soap from Mr. Jason in the north, wouldn't he actually have a chance to become a big businessman? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he ordered his servants to go to the Blackwater Bay wharf to contract a whole merchant ship. He decided to rush to the North Winterfell as soon as possible to buy a large batch before others and bring it back to King's Landing. At this time, the Western businessman who was on his way to Winterfell, Odover, who was thinking of Jason Liu, also thought the same. At that time, he bought paper and a pen and hurried back to the western border, going to try his luck at Lannister's house in Casterly Rock City. Unexpectedly, in Golden Tooth City, a big businessman in the city took a fancy to him and took the paper and pen directly from his hand. All bought. He didn't want to sell it at first, but the other party gave too much. A gel pen 8 silver deer, a refill 3 silver deer, a piece of white paper 70 bronze stars. Odover made a lot of money. Then he regretted it the next day. Because Lord Leo Levert of the Lefford family in Golden Tooth City, and from the big businessman who bought his own pen and paper, bought the goods that were supposed to be his at a high price. Not only did Odover earn a fortune, but it was also a chance to deal with the great nobles. Too bad. Aldover hurried nonstop to Winterfell in the north, while secretly regretting it in his heart, swearing that he must buy a large amount of this trip and then take it directly to Lannister's house in Casterly Rock City and definitely sell it for a higher price. The big businessman Bert Bancroft in the Golden Tooth City, who bought this magical paper and pen from Odover, has been sending people to stare at Odover, hoping to learn about these magical papers from this little businessman and the source of the pen. When he learned that Odover was driving the carriage to the north, Bert immediately ordered his servants to prepare the carriage, and he was going to go personally. Because this kind of magical pen and paper has spread in the Golden Tooth City, many nobles want to buy it, but he has already sold all of it to Count Leo. It was extremely painful for Bert to sit back and watch such an opportunity to make money slip away from his hands. These are all profits, huge profits. Therefore, as soon as Odover set off, the people he sent came back to report to him immediately, and Bert, who had already prepared, drove the motorcade behind Odover and also went all the way to the north. Well, it's a motorcade. After all, a businessman must take the special products from the west region acquired by Golden Teeth City to the north region along the way, so that they can make more money. It would be too business-minded to run with an empty carriage. As one of the largest businessmen in the Golden Tooth City, Bert would not make such common-sense mistakes. Therefore, in Jason Liu's store these days, more and more businessmen come to buy pen and paper, soap, and many of them are more generous. It is 10 dozens of buy. Many people have heard that the Stark family of Winterfell has bought a lot, and even the Mandalay family of the Earl of White Harbor in the north seems to have used this magical pen and paper. For a time, the nobles of the entire Bai Gang began to inquire about where this kind of pen and paper was sold, and wanted to see the magical pen and paper that Count Wyman was full of praise. When the merchants from the Twin City in the Riverland brought the news that Lord Walder Frey also used a gel pen and white paper and was very satisfied with the news, the enthusiasm of the merchants in the Winter Market town was immediately ignited. Originally, I just bought some with the attitude of trying it out, but now all the merchants took out more than half of their money, bought pen and paper, soap, and prepare to go to Shenlenburg, Tornfang City, etc. in the north. Fort Dread, Last Hearth City, Keho City, Widow hoped to seize the market. The merchants from the north alone bought thousands of gel pens, tens of thousands of refills, thousands of sheets of A4 paper, tens of thousands of soaps, and thousands of soaps in Jason Liu's store. The total amount reached 125 gold dragons and 42 silver deers. The merchants from Heijiandi were also unwilling. Although there were not many people in Bidong Market Town, they also bought hundreds of gel pens, thousands of refills, thousands of sheets of paper, more than 3,000 bars of soap, and 500 bars of soap. The amount also has more than 50 golden dragons. In just 3 days, Jason Liu has earned more than 200 gold dragons. In addition to the previous ones, he now has 221 gold dragons, 63 silver deers, and thousands of bronze stars. Inaccurate calculation, 221 golden dragons. If you get a modern one at 11,000 yuan, this is more than 2.43 million yuan. Jason Liu is already worth millions. And that's just the beginning. There's still a lot of stock in the store. Before, he bought 10,000 bars of soap, 100,000 bars of soap, 10,000 gel pens, 100,000 refills, and 15,000 sheets of A4 paper. In the past 3 days, less than 1/5 of the inventory has been sold. If all are sold out, Jason Liu will earn tens of millions properly. It's just that he is not satisfied and wants to buy the gold dragon in his hand and then bring it back to Hyundai to sell it, so that it can be doubled. It seems that it is not far from making enough small goals. So, although busy these days, Jason Liu is very happy. Because he recruited 5 more guards, and because the business was too busy, the 5 new recruits, the 5 Barlows, and even John helped sell the goods. The training had to be suspended first. John understands this very well. Being able to help Mr. Jason, John is also very happy. At least staying with Mr. Jason is much more comfortable than in the depressed Winterfell. So, John has temporarily become the bookkeeper in the store these few days, who made John read by Jason Liu's subordinates. At this time, Jason Liu can't help but complain about the terribly high illiteracy rate in Westeros. It's not easy to recruit someone who can read. Although he can also write Westeros script, but that is too tiring. As the boss, wouldn't it be nice to sit and count money? All the way from Baigang City to eat and sleep in the open air, everyone and the horses pulling the cart were tired and thin. Todd, a small businessman in Baigang, finally came to the shop of Mr. Jason. Oh, finally here. Todd picked up a cloth towel, fetched a bucket of water from the people next to him, first drank a large bowl, then fed the horse with water and grass, and then wiped his face with a cloth. Just walked into the store. In the store, Barlow, McCann, D***K, and the others had double the size of the guard team, all wearing black overalls, sweating profusely to the customers, carrying the goods to the carriage outside the store. The whole door of the store shouted the horse neigh, a very lively scene. Todd carefully avoided the 2 guards who were carrying a large wooden box, walked to the counter, and walked towards the Lord Jason with a smile on his face. Lord East, the villain is Todd from White Harbor City. Do you salute to your family, and may the gods, old and new, bless you. Asterisk. May the gods bless you as well, Todd. Taking advantage of his free time, Jason Liu took a sip of water and smiled as he greeted the businessman who seemed to be in trouble. It seemed that the other party had come all the way from White Harbor. Thank you for the magical paper and pen you brought from the Far East. As the first batch of people who bought paper and pen from you and brought it back to Baigang for sale, the villain returned to Baigang and put the paper and pen on the same day it was sold into the castle of the Earl of White Harbor, and the villain also made a fortune. Todd's sincere tone was full of gratitude. So, this time I'm here to buy more paper and pens to ship back to Baigang. Please bring me 200 gel pens, 1,000 refills, and 1,000 sheets of A4 paper. Jason Liu looked at this small businessman named Todd from Baigang City with some surprise. He didn't expect that the other party was actually his first batch of customers, and now he is so bold to buy so many papers and pens. It seems that the guy really made a fortune. With this thought in mind, Jason Liu continued to smile on his face. No problem at all. And, to tell you the good news, the price of that kind of blank paper has dropped from the previous 10 bronze stars per piece to -5 bronze stars per piece. Sheet. Hearing the good news, Todd's face suddenly brightened. That's great. Thank you so much, Master Jason. Jason Liu smiled and shook his head, and then Susan asked Todd to count the corresponding number of paper and pens. Todd saluted Jason Liu gratefully again, and followed Susan aside to get the goods. When he noticed the soap on the counter, a new commodity he had not seen before, Todd, who had a keen sense of smell, immediately asked Susan what these were. When Susan proudly told him that it was soap and talked about the uses of these two things and that the adults of the Stark family liked it and other merchants bought a lot, Todd immediately realized this. Another lucrative commodity. When I asked about the price, a piece of soap was the same price as a gel pen, only 1 ginza apiece, and the soap was the same as the refill, 50 copper stars apiece. The price was so cheap that Todd was immediately moved, so he replaced 100 gel pens with 100 bars of soap and 500 refills with 500 bars of soap. McCann and a recently recruited young bodyguard, Gal, helped Todd carry his purchases to the wagon. Todd thanked McCann and the others and then drove the carriage to the nearby Old Roads Tavern. After buying food and water for the road, he quickly drove the carriage back to White Harbor. He had a hunch that this time his goods would also sell like gel pens and white paper. Not long after Todd left, Odover, a westbound merchant who was also exhausted but full of energy, also arrived outside Jason Liu's store. Taking a look at the new house being built next to him, Odover stopped paying attention and walked into the store excitedly, shouting, Master Jason, the villain is Odover. I don't know if you remember, don't you remember the little guy? Odover. Jason Liu looked at the guy who was approaching, stunned for a moment, and quickly remembered who this guy was. Wasn't it the Western businessman Odover, who he had been trying to contact before? Greetings to you, dear Lord Jason East. Odover took off the hat on his head, pressed it on his chest, and bowed to Jason Liu with a happy face. Jason Liu came out from behind the counter with a very excited expression on his face. Now he might be able to acquire quota gold from Odover. He asked Odover to sit on the side and ordered Bella to bring him a glass of water. Jason Liu sat next to him and asked with a smile, Odover, you must have been exhausted this journey? Did the paper and pens you buy here make you a fortune? Grumbling, Odover took the water glass that Bella brought, poured it directly, then wiped his mouth, and then said with a wide-eyed smile, Thank you, sir, for the magical goods you brought. I really made a lot of money this trip. Pens, so after the goods are sold out, I can't wait to come to you to continue to stock up. After speaking, Odover eagerly stated the quantity he wanted to buy: 400 gel pens, 2,000 refills, 3,000 sheets of white paper. When he learned that there were two popular products, soap and soap, Odover hesitated, exchanged 100 gel pens for 100 bars of soap, and bought 500 bars of soap again. This is the 18 Golden Dragon. Odover paid the money quickly, and then watched Martha. Susan packed the goods he wanted into the big wooden box according to the number, and finally felt relieved. -0 for flowers. Jason Liu was not in a hurry to discuss the bullion with Odover until the other party finished buying the goods. Then he took Odover to sit down again and chatted about his desire to buy natural gold at a high price of pure gold of equal weight. Block thing. When Odover heard this at first, his reaction was exactly the same as Lena and the others at that time, staring strangely at the young adult in front of him, and he couldn't help but suspect that something was wrong with his ears. The nobles in my hometown prefer this kind of natural gold nugget. Everyone thinks that this kind of gold nugget is a gift from God, so it is very popular among nobles. Jason Liu once again came up with this explanation. Hearing this, Odover finally believed that what Mr. Jason said just now was true, although he didn't understand how the people in Mr. Jason's hometown could be so stupid and prefer natural gold nuggets with impurities rather than pure gold of equal weight. However, Odover saw an opportunity here. There are many gold mines in the western region, and although there are not many natural gold nuggets, there should be some. If you can run around and contact the gold mine managers of the nobles, you might be able to make no less money in this business than selling goods. As a result, Odover assured Jason Liu that he would definitely help Mr. Jason to inquire when he returned to the west this time, and if there really was a natural gold nugget, he would definitely find a way to bring it to the north and sell it to him. Hearing Odover say this, Jason Liu was very happy, so he gave him 100 free refills as a reward. Odover thanked him again and again, then walked out of the shop with a smile on his face, got into the carriage that had already loaded the goods, and was ready to return to the west. This time, he intends to send the freight to Casterly Rock further west, believing that it will sell for a higher price. When the goods are sold out, He will directly help Lord Jason in Casterly Rock City to inquire about natural gold nuggets. If there is any, he will buy it and bring it to the north and sell it to Lord Jason. This time and again is a huge profit. It's a bargain. As soon as Odover walked out of Winterfell, he encountered the convoy of Bert, the great merchant of the Golden Tooth City, behind him. Odover's face changed slightly, and he immediately thought that the other party should be monitoring him. Otherwise, he would not appear in Winterfell like himself so quickly.
Door.
Testimonials. As of now, this book is about to hit the shelves. This pseudo-gentleman hopes that friends who like this book will continue to support me. To be honest, writing a book is a relatively boring and lonely thing. Sometimes, in order to conceive the plot, I really think about it at night when I sleep, especially when I lose my thinking card in writing. It is even more uncomfortable and maddening. The author of the internet is actually very hard. He has to sit in front of the computer for 8 or 9 hours every day. The pseudo-gentleman feels that his waist and neck are often sore, and he is worried that he will go to the hospital to see a doctor one day. Writing is also a hobby of a pseudo-gentleman. I hope that I can turn my hobby into a career and do it well. At least I can support myself, rent, eat, etc. This can only be supported by everyone's subscription. Anyway, authors who are hungry can't write good novels. I hope everyone can subscribe and support. If there are flowers, comments, and monthly tickets, I also hope that everyone can vote for the author. Let me see you, and let me know that I am not alone because you are still supporting me on the other side of the screen. Thanks again to my friends who support me. Thank you. The pseudo-gentleman will continue to work hard to write good novels and bring happiness to everyone. I also hope that with your support, I can continue to walk on the road of my dream of writing. However, doing business is like this. Everyone is trying their best to find opportunities to make a fortune. It is not surprising that they have good things to sell in their hands. However, Odover was still a little angry in his heart, ignored the other party, and drove the carriage to speed up. Bert sat in the luxurious carriage with thick blankets until his men told him that they had just passed Odover. In this regard, Bert didn't care, urged his men to speed up, and then sent someone to inquire about the foreign nobleman who was said to be from the Far East. Along the way, he had heard a lot of rumors about the young great nobleman, what kind of benevolence, what cured the mortal baby girl, and what had in his hands a lot of magical goods from the Far East, which made the Stark family in Winterfell. The nobles and adults love it very much. The other Berts don't care. He only cares about whether the magical goods in the hands of Lord East are sufficient. This time, he plans to spend a lot of money to purchase a large amount of goods and transport them back to the West for sale. Didn't you see that he brought several carriages? When Bert's convoy entered the winter market town 10 years later, his subordinates also reported a lot of information to him. One of the things that caught his attention the most was the high-priced acquisition of natural gold nuggets by Mr. Jason East. The other is that there are 2 new products in the Jason store, soap and soap. Soap. With these 2 strange and unfamiliar words in his mouth, Bert and his team stayed at the largest inn in Bidong Market Town. It seemed that he couldn't go back to the west side directly today, and he had to wait until dawn tomorrow. I took a shower under the service of a servant, using soap that was specially bought from Jason Liu's store. After taking a bath, I felt tired all the way, and all the greasy and sweaty smell on my body was swept away, and there was even a strong floral fragrance, which made Bert even more happy. It seems that this kind of soap and soap should be as rumored. It's all good stuff. So, after changing into a gorgeous new dress, Bert immediately drove the carriage with his subordinates and came to the outside of the store in a mighty manner. When Bert Bancroft introduced himself as a big businessman from the Golden Tooth City in the West Side, Jason Liu received him very warmly because this was another one with Oldover. No, better than Oldover for him find a big client of Doghead Gold. So, Jason Liu warmly invited him to sit down and chatted with each other. Well, not surprisingly, the other party is here to buy goods. Saying that his store has a lot of stock, Jason Liu asked the question he was most concerned about. I wonder if you can get natural gold nuggets in the West, Bert? I can buy it at the price of pure gold of equal weight. Sir, are you serious? Although he had heard the news from the reports of his subordinates, Bert felt it was extraordinarily strange to hear it from the mouth of the young ISS superlarge. In the past, if anyone told him that someone was willing to use the price of pure gold of equal weight to buy natural gold nuggets with impurities, he would definitely smile contemptuously and then immediately move away from this guy with abnormal brains, so as not to lower his IQ. However, now he was sure from the serious tone of this Lord Jason that this kind of weird and grotesque thing really happened. Well, Mr. Jason said that the people in his hometown like this kind of natural gold nuggets more than pure gold. Bert agrees on the surface, but despises on the inside. Do those guys have problems with their heads? Contempt is contempt, but that doesn't stop Bert from seeing business opportunities in this case. Definitely a good deal. There are many gold mines in the West, and there are gold mines in every noble territory. No one paid attention to natural gold nuggets before, but there must be. East, sir, I promise you that when I go back, I will send someone to contact the various families in the western region to buy natural gold bullion for you, and I don't want you to pay for it. Just buy it for me at the same weight gold price. You can deduct it from the expenses. Bert said shrewdly. Of course, no problem. Jason Liu is also very happy. This is a good thing that benefits both parties. Of course, he has to agree. After negotiating the matter of dog-head gold, Bert, a big businessman in the Golden Tooth City, directly showed his arrogance. 2,000 gel pens, 20,000 refills, more than 10,000 sheets of A4 paper, 2,000 pieces of soap, and 30,000 pieces of soap. This is the largest order that Jason Liu has encountered so far. The total amount reached nearly 300 gold dragons, which was more than all the money he had sold before. Sure enough, doing business with such a big businessman is the best. John, who was helping with the bookkeeping, was also stunned. Although he had long known that Mr. Jason's shop was making gold every day, he was still shocked by a big business transaction of 300 gold dragons. Just to carry the goods, Jason Liu's 10 guards and more than 20 people brought by Bert took a long time to fill Bert's carriage. After personally sending this big client away, Jason Liu was also a little excited at this time. At this time, there were more than 5,700 gel pens left in the store, less than 60,000 refills, more than 5,800 pieces of soap, and nearly 50,000 pieces of soap. All A4 papers are sold out. Feeling that the stock was not enough, Jason Liu returned to Hyundai after closing the store at night, and with 100 gold dragon coins, he contacted Boss Wong of the Hungly Gold store. Originally, he didn't want to sell him gold coins anymore, but he was short of money to buy goods, and he didn't want to find any more sales channels, so after thinking about it, he still contacted the other party. Knowing that Jason Liu was going to sell the kind of gold coins last time, the boss of Wong 487 suddenly came to the spirit and said that he would invite Jason Liu to dinner first, and then one stop. Being rejected directly by Jason Liu, how can a one-stop shop make money? He, Jason Liu, is so superficial. Said that he must have a meal together next time, and Boss Wong asked him to bring gold coins to the store. Ha ha ha, Brother Liu, I've helped you for a long time, and you finally remembered to take care of your brother's business. As soon as they met, Boss Wong's chubby face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, making Jason Liu's whole body got goosebumps. Entering the manager's room in the store, Jason Liu took out 100 gold dragon coins and said, Boss Wong, you must have made a lot of gold coins last time, right? This time can't be the same price as last time. Recently, international gold prices are skyrocketing. Boss Wong used a magnifying glass to examine the gold coins one by one and said, Hush, what Brother Liu said. I am also a small business, and I earn the hard money of a second-order dealer. Not much, not much. Jason Liu is calm on the surface, but inside is a tinkling, strong ghost. After some checking and tossing, Boss Wong determined that these 100 golden dragon coins were the same as last time and had good collectible value, and he was instantly delighted. The last time he sold that batch of gold coins to a collector, he really made a lot of money. But businessman, who has the truth? He pretended to be poor and complained, but seeing that Jason Liu was unmoved, Boss Wong had to agree to buy the whole gold at 350 yuan per gram. Jason Liu is quite satisfied with this, although he knows that the fat guy on the other side makes a lot of money, but he doesn't care anymore. The total weight of 100 golden dragon coins is 3502.47 G, which is 350 yuan per gram, which is 1,225,864.5 yuan. Boss Wang generously transferred 12,255,865 yuan to him, causing Jason Liu to roll his eyes at him. God's generosity. Could it be that our two understandings of generosity do not mean the same thing? He secretly complained in his heart, and originally planned to ask Boss Wang if he would make money, but now he doesn't want to talk about it. Looking at the ICBC account entry information sent from the mobile phone, and once again rejecting Boss Wang's kindness to invite you to eat and drink one stop, Jason Liu took a taxi and returned to the villa. I searched the internet and found a paper factory in Zheng City. I called and asked, and the other party had a 4 paper and other sizes of paper. A 0 paper, size 84.1 cm, *1 18.9 cm. A 1 paper, size 59.4 cm, *84.1 cm. A 2 paper, size 42.0 cm, *59.4 cm. A 3 paper, size 29.7 cm, *42.0 cm. A piece of A1 paper can be cut into 8 pieces of A4 paper, or A2 or A3 paper. If someone needs a larger paper than A4, buying A1 is enough. Hello. So, he and the manufacturer ordered 1 million sheets of A4 paper, 0.03 yuan each, a total of 30,000 yuan. 100,000 sheets of A1 paper, 0.5 yuan each, a total of 50,000 yuan. I asked the manufacturer to deliver the goods as soon as possible today, and the other party knew that they were all in Zheng City, so they immediately said that they could load the truck now, and I sent my address, and it would be delivered today. Of course, Jason Liu was satisfied with such a quick efficiency. He paid the deposit and sent the address to the other party. When the other party arrived at the warehouse and called him, he could go directly from Villa Number 7 in Forest Peninsula, which is not too far from the warehouse. After buying the paper, Jason Liu called the owner Ma of the soap factory again to order more soaps and soaps. Hello, Mr. Liu, hello. As soon as Boss Ma received the call from his big client, he immediately smiled, and his voice was full of surprises. Boss Ma, I want to place an order for 1 million bars of soap at your factory. I wonder if your factory can handle it. Jason Liu went straight to the topic without much chatter. 1 million yuan? Boss Ma was surprised and then overjoyed. No problem, Mr. Liu. My factory can definitely handle your order. Please rest assured and leave it to me. I will give you the absolute quality and quantity. Produce it as quickly as possible and ship it. Well, I'm going to order another 1 million bars of soap, 100,000 bars of soap. Jason Liu said the number and then warned again and again. Boss Ma, I won't press your price anymore, but you must give me if this batch of products is done well. There must be no problems, you know? If it is done well, there will be more orders in the future. Hearing that there was an order of 1.1 million yuan, and there may be more in the future, Boss Ma was very elated and quickly assured, Mr. Liu, don't worry, my old horse will never smash his signboard, and I also plan to make a new one. Development planning, make your own brand. I have mortgaged my house and car, and I am ready to make a big fight. So, please trust my old horse. Our factory will depend on your orders in the future and will never do short-sighted behaviors that destroy the trust of both parties. After listening to Lao Ma's words, Jason Liu was surprised. Really? Are you really planning to make the soap produced in your factory a regular brand and bring it to the market? Yes, I have decided. Boss Ma's voice was serious and serious on the phone. It seemed to be true. If you can really do it formally, then I will definitely continue to cooperate with you in the future and let you know in advance that the amount I will need will be even larger in the future, and it is possible to have tens of millions of bars of soap. Jason Liu decided to give Boss Ma some confidence and let him do it well. Millions. Boss Ma feels that Mr. Liu is really his lucky star. If there is such a big order in the future, then his factory can definitely develop. Once again, he swore to promise that he would do it seriously, and after talking for a while, Boss Ma ended the call with a big client on the opposite side both excitedly and reluctantly. After receiving a large order of 1 million bars of soap and 100,000 bars of toilet soap, Boss Ma personally went to the factory to pick up and then recruited people again, working 3 consecutive shifts to ensure the quality of production. At the price of 5 cents per piece, Jason Liu paid Boss Ma a deposit of 150,000 yuan, and the rest will be paid in installments after delivery. After getting the soap, Jason Liu got in touch with the gel pen manufacturer. 100,000 gel pens, 1 million refills. A gel pen is 0.5 yuan, a refill is 0.05 yuan, a total of 100,000 yuan. Pay the deposit first, and then pay the full amount when the goods arrive. This time, such a large batch is enough, and it will cost a total of 730,000 yuan. He now has about 1.24 million in his ICBC account, minus 730,000, and there is still 510,000 left. With so much money in his hand for the first time, Jason Liu sat on the sofa in the living room of the villa with a comfortable expression on his face. This is just the beginning. More will be earned later. After thinking about it, Jason Liu immediately used Alipay to transfer 100,000 to his mother. Don't dare to turn too much, for fear of parents worrying. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes after the transfer, my mother's phone called immediately. Hey, Mom, have you received the money I made for you? Jason Liu said with a smile. Why did you transfer so much money to me all of a sudden? Where did you get so much money? You only work so much in a month. After paying the rent, water, electricity, food, etc., how much money do you have left? Liu's mother knew a little about her son's income, mainly because her daughter Luan told her, so she couldn't help but worry. Jason, don't you do something illegal? Qian Zhao. Jason Liu scratched his head and knew that he couldn't avoid it, and he would definitely be questioned. Fortunately, he also made an excuse. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I have committed a crime? This is my recent time, and my friends partnered in the soap and daily chemical business and only made money. Your friend? Lu Ma was still a little suspicious. The phone on the other side shook violently, and then Dad Lu's serious voice came. Jason Liu, you bunny must not do anything illegal. Otherwise, when you come back, Laozi will break your dog's legs. You hear no? Hearing that his father warned himself indiscriminately first, Jason Liu couldn't help but feel depressed. His father had always been at home since he was a child, and he was strictly controlled. The father and son are both introverted and stubborn because they have the same temper. After going to college, Jason Liu usually works part-time in Zheng City without going home, even though Zheng City is only 300 kilometers away from his hometown. The main reason was that he didn't want to be controlled by his father, and the conditions of their family were not very good at that time. He wanted to do odd jobs to earn money, to pay for tuition. Although he also knew that his father was farming at home, he was running around doing odd jobs in the slack farming season, which was very hard work. However, I don't know why, the two people just have different personalities, and they have to quarrel without saying a few words when they get together. Anyway, he usually doesn't talk too much about life and work with his father, and even when he calls home, he calls his mother. Alas, in a word, both he and his father are the kind of people who don't easily confide in others. Their emotions are extremely subtle, obviously for the good of each other, but they always express it in the worst way. Thinking that he and his father are so similar in character, and because they are too similar to each other, they look down on each other. AAA, thinking of this, Jason Liu is a helpless smile. I really don't know how to deal with it. To others, it is easy to say, I love you, father, and son, I love you. But in the eyes of Dad Liu and Jason Liu, it is too embarrassing to say it at all, very awkward. He couldn't think of a solution for the time being, so Jason Liu stopped worrying, took a breath, and didn't want to quarrel with his dad on the phone again. Dad, don't worry, if I do something illegal, I will definitely be arrested for 87 get up. I'm still young, so I won't risk my whole life. Don't worry, this money is really earned by me and my friends doing soap business. Dad Liu was silent for a while, and his tone was not as rushed as before. Can you make so much money buying soap? I don't believe it. Doing foreign trade. They are all sold to foreigners. Our country's products are high quality and cheap, and foreigners like to buy them. Therefore, we have made a lot of money for more than a month, and each person has divided more than 100,000. Jason Liu relied on his father to stay in the village to farm all his life, and he ran to the provincial capital as far as possible, and he didn't know anything about foreign trade. In exchange for a few dollars for us, we sell a piece of soap for a few dollars, and the net profit is many times, and they still say it is cheap. Can we not make money? Dad Liu, who was on the phone, Bafk, was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't understand what was going on in foreign trade. He also knew that selling domestic things to foreigners was called foreign trade. As for tariffs, he didn't know. After a few breaths, Dad Liu finally said, "Then you work hard, earn more money from foreigners, and return the mobile phone to Mama Liu." Listening to his father's words, Jason Liu is also a little ashamed, but he sells things to foreigners in another world. Isn't it just doing foreign trade with foreigners? Son, what kind of foreign trade are you doing? What about your job? Liu's mother was concerned about her son's job. After all, she didn't have a formal job after marrying a wife. It was really hard to let others match her. Don't worry, Mom. I earn a higher salary than that one, and in the future, if this one earns a lot of money, we will open a company. Jason Liu coaxed his mother to be happy. He first took out his future plans and said, "Being a boss is much better than a part-time job. So, you and my dad don't worry about me. I will transfer the money to you. You should hua. Don't save me. I should respect you too. Ha ha ha. It's good that you have this heart, and it's your mother. I didn't hurt you in vain." Hearing her son's words, Liu's mother laughed happily. "However, we can't spend much money in the village, so you will save your money for you to marry a wife later. Now you can buy a house or a car or something, go to the wife home." Then, Mama Liu began to talk about the shortcoming of the parents in the village, and Jason Liu was full of tears and laughs. Finally, Mama Liu started to urge him to find a partner quickly, and then get married, and have children as soon as possible. She heard that young people don't have time to take care of children now, so she said that she will take care of the child after giving birth, not your little husband and wife. Unexpectedly, this time he would even have to give birth to a child, so Jason Liu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, dealt with his mother and quickly hung up the phone. Call. Too frightening. After looking at the time, it was almost noon, so I took a taxi and went to the city snack street for a stroll. It only cost a few hundred yuan to eat comfortably. Little money. The swelled Liu, he doesn't feel bad about spending money anymore. In the afternoon, 100,000 sheets of A1 paper and 1 million sheets of A4 paper ordered from Zhengshi paper mill were delivered. He took a taxi back to the warehouse and asked the driver to drive the truck in and unload dozens of large cartons. He checked the goods, the types and numbers were correct, and after signing, he directly transferred the remaining money to the paper mill. After the people from the paper mill left, he was busy transporting all the boxes to Westeros by himself. Dozens of large boxes directly filled his room. Then let Barlow and the other 10 people carry them down one box at a time. Although still curious, when the boxes were delivered to Lord Jason's room, no one dared to ask. It's better to work honestly. Lord Jason is a great noble from the Far East. Privately, the guards guessed that Lord Jason's father was at least the Duke of the Empire. Presumably, if Jason Liu's father Liu Jianhuan knew that a farmer who had been dealing with the land for half his life, he was regarded as some hell of an imperial duke, and he might have slapped his son away. The lousy family of 3 generations of poor peasants is a noble kiss of a big boss. After instructing McCann that he would go out later, so that they would not have to wait for him at night, Jason Liu sent them away and returned to the modern age again. Living in Westeros for more than a month, I feel quite happy, but coming back here is a different feeling. Looking up at the gray sky, Jason Liu stretched. It's still a familiar sky, a familiar smell. I looked at the roads and bustling streets where cars came and went, and it was a little different when I looked again. In the past, after get off work and vacation, he stayed in the rented house, slept late, ordered takeout, lay in bed, and played with his mobile phone, and the day was over. What to go out to play? What to watch a movie? A single dog is not worthy. Well, the main thing is to go out alone. There are 2 men and women everywhere who spread dog food anytime and anywhere. It's really heartbreaking. It's better to stay at home by yourself, drink happy water, play games, and see the beautiful anchor lady. I took a taxi and prepared to go back to the villa. I didn't want to go shopping alone. Sitting in the car, he then remembered that he should buy a car. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to travel. He took the driver's license in his second year of sophomore year and kept it in the corner for ashes. It's just that the money in hand is still small because he wants to buy a luxury sports car, which can be considered to satisfy his desire. When you live in a mansion, you need a luxury car. That's right, he once wished to be so simple and vulgar. But a luxury sports car costs millions, and he doesn't have that much money at all. Looks like I'm trying to make money again. Back at the villa, Jason Liu decided to relax this afternoon, so he turned on his phone and watched a movie. There are no good movies, they are all bad movies. A group of little fresh meat and little flowers change their patterns of abuse and abuse in the play. TV series? The more the male protagonist abuses the female, the more he loves it. A certain movie has been very popular recently. It has a bloody plot that combines many elements such as magic romance, revenge, romance, sadomasochism, etc. He is also stunned. Just look at the traffic, not the acting, just talk about love and not about the plot, as long as the popularity is not praised. If domestic movies and TV dramas continue to do this, how much future will there be? Small steel cannons used to bombard trash audiences lead to trash movies. This sentence is very wrong. The main reason is that garbage movies have created more garbage audiences. The level of your shots is not enough. The audience can only see yours. How can you improve your appreciation level? The result is that the more you shoot, the more trashy you are, and the more trashy the audience has to watch. There is no other choice if you don't watch it. Then, the audience enjoys a lower level of appreciation and has a higher tolerance for junk films. In short, the quality of the film should be improved first. Don't just find a few popular traffic, pull a script, and make a film. Of course, as long as the traffic without acting skills can still make money, the future garbage movies will be enough for you to watch. Turning off the video and not watching these disturbing dog blood dramas, Jason Liu opened the live broadcast of his favorite girl, Chi-Chi. 24K single dog entered the live room. Chi-Chi girl is wearing a black maid outfit today, with a delicate and almost perfect angel face. It is simply addicting. Welcome to the single dog brother. Chi-Chi Jiang is sitting in front of the camera with a water glass on the table. It seems that a dance has just ended, and it is time to rest. Seeing that the account, 24K single dog, came in, Chi-Chi immediately smiled like a flower. She still remembered that this single dog gave thousands of dollars in gifts in her live broadcast room. 24K single dog. There are a few people in the live broadcast room. Chi-Chi sat and rested. The audience was small. She didn't plan to dance and chatted. Yeah. The brothers must all go to work in the afternoon, and there will be more people when they get off work in the evening. Chi-Chi Jiang picked up the strawberry next to her and chatted while eating. Brother single dog, are you not working now? 24K single dog, I quit my original job and now I do it myself. Wow, that's amazing. The single dog is now the boss. The boss is good. The boss will give you a red envelope. Chi-Chi sauce pouting, coquettish and cute, beautiful face, soft milky voice like radish. It's really sweet to the core. Even Jason Liu, a 10,000-year-old single dog and innocent little chubby man, was so suffocated that he didn't want it. She looks cute in everything. He is such a superficial male silver. Heavy Rain does not speak. Chi-Chi sauce is high. Love, love. King Meow Meow, my sister is so cute. My sister touches her head and sends you a big love. King Meow Meow, send love, *1. 6. Send out little clouds, *1. 6. There are thousands of Douyin anchors, but my sister Chi-Chi is the most beautiful. My brother strongly supports you, // come on, come on. Looking at the small gifts that are constantly being sent below, Chi-Chi smiled even happier and kept thanking him. Jason Liu glanced at the zero on the account and recharged 10,000 oceans decisively. Very soon, the account arrived in seconds. 100,000 diamonds. Directly used 10 Ferrari sports cars with 1,000 diamonds. 24K single dog send Ferrari *1. 24K single dog send Ferrari *1. 24K single dog send Ferrari *1. After 10 consecutive cars ran out and brushed, the screen was immediately occupied by his title. The level has risen to LV20. This kind of pleasure of being rewarded with money still makes Jason lose some aftertastes. Great, my single brother. Thank you, brother, for his 10 sports cars. Thank you, brother, for the gift. Love you, love you. When Chi-Chi-jiang saw the single big brother, he actually gave away thousands of dollars without any hesitation. He immediately held his pretty face in both hands with excitement and thanked him again and again. Single dog brother, I will private message you later. We will add WeChat friends, and we will have time to chat later. Zero seeking flowers. Well, as long as you swipe money, the anchors will take the initiative to add WeChat. 24K single dog, I don't chat often on WeChat, so don't add it. Chi-Chi-jiang was stunned for a moment, but smiled quickly. It's okay. We just chat if we have time. Remember to add friends. Saying that, Chi-Chi-jiang took her mobile phone and started sending a private message to Jason Liu. Buzz. The phone vibrated, received a private message from Kikijiang. Jason Liu clicked in and found that it was a WeChat account. After thinking about it, Jason Liu added it. The typical mouth is saying no, but it is very quick to start. Hatue. Just after the request message was sent, the other party passed it immediately. WeChat shows that you and Kikijiang are already friends. Jason Liu subconsciously opened Chi-Chi's WeChat moments, and after looking through it, he found that they were all selfies in the live broadcast room, or photos that were specially posed, and there was not a single ordinary life photo. He immediately understood that this WeChat account was probably the other party deliberately making a small account, that is, to fool the big buddies and pull in after giving a reward, and occasionally bubble up on this account from time to maintain popularity. Thinking of this, the original sense of expectation disappeared in an instant. However, on the other hand, it may be a good thing, at least, maybe never let you see the dog food photos of you Kikijiang and your boyfriend. Men, I wish all beauties were single. Although I know it's impossible, as long as I don't break it, it's still pretty good to imagine it. Thinking of this, Jason Liu couldn't help laughing, then exited WeChat and entered the live broadcast room again. Single dog brother, I have added it to your WeChat account, and I will keep in touch with you in the future. Chi-Chi sauce was cute again on the screen. Always contact a ghost. However, this little girl is quite capable. Jason Liu is not very disgusted anyway. He is just pure pink Chi-Chi sauce's prosperous beauty and does not expect the other party to be his girlfriend. Anyway, just trying to pass the time boring. Thinking of this, Jason Liu directly sent the remaining 90,000 diamonds in his account to 4 of the biggest gifts on Douyin in a row, the heart of the galaxy. The rest were sent to sports cars, planes, yachts. For a time, Chi-Chi Sauce's live broadcast room exploded instantly, the special effects exploded, and the audience exploded. Door. The live broadcast room instantly rose to the first place, the most popular first. Jason Liu's account has also been upgraded to LV27. Chi-Chi Sauce screamed excitedly. Single dog brother is so handsome. Love you, love you. Thank you, single dog brother, for the super gift. Thank you. Chi-Chi loves you. 24K single dog. Come on and dance in the future. I really like watching you dance, and will continue to support you. 24K single dog. Go first. After delivering the gift, Jason Liu immediately withdrew. Now it's Chi-Chi Sauce's turn to be stunned. This single dog brother is a real dog. How can anyone run away after delivering such a big gift, and can't ask the anchor to perform a show or something? Chi-Chi Sauce was a little puzzled, but she still said loudly, "Thank you for the strong support of single dog brother. In the future, Chi-Chi Sauce 487 will perform more beautiful dances." Because the gift exploded just now, many viewers were attracted, and Chi-Chi immediately danced, wanting to take this opportunity to collect another wave of fans. The live broadcast lasted until 10 p.m. because the dance was too hard, and Chi-Chi was so tired that she wanted to vomit blood, so she had to stop the broadcast. Chi-Chi, you did a really good job today, except for the gift from the single eldest brother. The other gifts combined, today's income exceeds 20,000. Chi John's assistant, makeup artist, beautician, nutritionist, and nanny Luo Yuzhen, who also has a lot of jobs, said excitedly. Luo Yuzhen, 25 years old this year, is an actor's agent. Well, she belongs to an agent who has just worked for a few years after graduation and has no artists in her hands. After all, young and inexperienced, with no background or skills, which art school student who is determined to enter the entertainment circle is willing to sign a contract with her? Luo Yuzhen is also very helpless, but although she looks average, she is full of yearning for the colorful entertainment industry. Although she was rejected by many people, she still did not give up. She sang cold bread and drank mineral water every day and continued to squat outside the gate of the theater. Knowing that she had met Su Qiqi by chance, this 18-year-old girl with long black hair, tall legs, delicate face, and unbelievably beautiful, lovable, and sweet voice, was immediately shocked. Stalker followed behind Su Qiqi, wanting to be her manager. Of course, Su Qiqi knew that she was beautiful, otherwise she would not have been admitted to the magic capital and was ready to enter the entertainment industry. Such an average-looking, crazy-looking woman suddenly jumped out and said that she wanted to be her manager and help her with all the trivial matters in her life. Su Qiqi's first reaction was to refuse. Just kidding. When she first entered school, there were many unknown small film and television companies waving checks. As long as she was willing to sign, she could immediately get millions of signing fees. It's just that the 20-year artist contract above and the sky-high liquidated damages immediately made Su Qiqi dismiss the idea of signing a contract now. In addition, it is not a society with closed information in the past. With Weibo, WeChat, etc., the dirty sleep in the entertainment circle has long been exposed. Su Qiqi is not stupid. After all, she was able to get into the drama with the highest score that year, and she knows very well the dirty purpose of these small companies. So, she rejected those companies mercilessly. Prepare to study hard first, and then choose a big film and television company. Originally, she didn't want to talk to Luo Yuzhen, but Luo Yuling really persevered in harassing her and told her about development plans, packaging and construction plans, and future prospects, one of which was Chase. Su Qiqi was also a little interested and wanted to hear Luo Yuzhen's plans for herself. After going back and forth, the two of them can talk a few words. At least Su Qiqi no longer regards her as a liar. Seeing that the relationship was getting closer, Luo Yuzhen couldn't help but cheer up and prepare to win Su Qiqi, a high-quality artist resource, for several months in a row, helping to buy milk tea, helping to buy tissues, delivering food, delivering water. This girl really made her a free coolie to die for. But who made Luo Yuzhen believe that Su Qiqi will be a big hit in the future, and she wants to be the manager of the other party. So, bear with it. In this way, being a servant and a mother again, working hard, diligently, hard-working, serving Miss Su tirelessly for more than half a year, and finally, she, Luo Yuzhen, was finally kicked out of the show by Miss Su saying, "My main task is to study now, and I don't want to enter the entertainment industry too early." Then, Luo Yuzhen was confused and felt cheated. 0. So, I want to ask for an explanation. There is no one who wants to play like you. First, follow up the investigation, find Su Qiqi's home, and investigate the situation of her home again. The result. Luo Yuzhen followed her mother to Su Qiqi's house. As soon as Luo Ma and Su Ma met, it was like a hometown meeting a hometown, tears in her eyes. Both mothers came from the same village. They played together from childhood to adulthood, but they were still relatives who did not have 5 servers. Although they lost contact due to a series of things such as moving, going to school, and finding employment, we will meet again today, and the two will be mothers. All cannot help but sigh. As a result, the two families recognized each other and celebrated in a lively hotel. Su Qiqi embarrassedly brought a cup of tea to Sister Luo Yuzhen. Who would have thought, Sister Yuzhen, your mother and my mother still have such a relationship? If I knew earlier, I definitely couldn't treat you like that. Hey. Luo Yuling was no longer angry at this time, but instead smiled bitterly. Qiqi sister, You are really amazing, sister. I have been in the society for 2 years, and I was even asked by a yellow-haired girl of yours. Su Qiqi thought of herself and her roommate and used Luo Yuzhen as a free tool for half a year. She stuck out her tongue mischievously and said coquettishly, "Oh, I was wrong, Sister Yuzhen. It's not that I didn't know our family had such a relationship at the time.
Well,
I thought you were a liar, 5.6. Your vigilance is really unusually strong." Luo Yuzhen also admired her little sister. She is so smart and clever. Qiqi, don't you want to be a star in the future? Su's mother is a nurse and looks very temperamental. It just so happens that your sister Yuzhen is an agent, so let her take you. In this way, your father and I can both rest assured. It's really too bad to have an entertainment industry. An acquaintance is looking at you. We are not at ease. Su's father and Su's mother are in a hospital. He is a surgeon, a middle-aged and handsome guy. Hearing his wife's words, Su's father nodded repeatedly. Yes, your mother is right. With your sister Yuzhen to help take care of you, we are all relieved. Of course, Luo Ma was also very happy because she was brought by her daughter to recognize her today, mainly because of this lovable Qiqi niece. In this way, Luo Yuzhen became Su Qiqi's manager. Luo Yuzhen's goal was achieved, but she was a little depressed in her heart. Even though he worked so hard, in the end, he was able to get it through his relatives. Efforts are sometimes useless. You may be poor in some relationships. Regarding this point, Luo Yuzhen can feel it. If it weren't for the relationship between the two families, Luo Yuzhen would have been wanted by that clever girl Qiqi for nothing. Fortunately, the final result was perfect, so she couldn't help but rejoice. With Qiqi's sister, who is outstanding in various abilities, Luo Yuzhen's confidence has greatly increased, and she has begun to seriously plan their acting careers. First of all, the two decided to try to do live broadcasts on the internet before Su Qiqi graduated to accumulate popularity. After all, the short video industry has been really hot in recent years. Unexpectedly, after the live broadcast, the effect is very good. Not 10, but gained more than 5 million followers on Douyin and made a lot of money. It really caught fire before it debuted. Only Luo Yuzhen sighed that she had found a treasure this time. Looking at the income of nearly 20,000 today, Luo Yuzhen couldn't help but be happy. The two of them have ripped off millions just by relying on Su Qiqi's live broadcast. Even Luo Yuzhen had already planned for the two of them to open a studio directly. Be your own boss, free and earn more money. Of course, Su Qiqi agrees with this. After all, the entertainment industry is too deep and dark, and the two of them, who have no money or background, will definitely be eaten without any slag. So, Qiqi, you have to be careful and be careful. Don't be coaxed by those rich second-generation rhetoric. These guys are big scumbags. When you see someone you love, you don't have any freshness after you get it. Abandon. You have to hang them all the time. Those men are scumbags. The more you can't get it, the more you want it. Only in this way will they hold you willingly and compete for you as a spare tire tool. People, those who don't get, will always be in turmoil. As long as you hold on to yourself and don't give those men a chance, they won't be able to escape our calculations. Luo Yuzhen instills the secret of dealing with scumbags to Su Qiqi every day, while helping Qiqi remove makeup. Don't worry, Sister Yuzhen. You have said this hundreds of times, and I remember them all. Su Qiqi was playing with her mobile phone and fighting wit and courage with those scumbags on WeChat, and said with a smile, "Look, these guys are all pretending to be innocent boys. They thought I was really that kind of guy. What about simple little girls who have never seen the world? Humph, I don't want them so hard." Luo Yuzhen casually glanced at the chat records on Qiqi's WeChat, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but bend. Don't be too hard on them. You will need them to cheer in the live broadcast room in the future. You can give them the cheap language. Jean, don't think about other things. My family Qiqi is going to be a big star in the future. These Zhang Rua's parents with some money are not worthy of you. Got it. I'm just bored. Teasing them. Su Qiqi had a nasty look on her face, and then clicked on the WeChat account of the single dog who had just added today with her light white finger. Today, I can only add a new person. I need him first. Chi sauce. Single dog brother, are you there? After sending the message, Chi left the phone out of the chat interface and then chatted with other people. She plans to hang the single dog for a while before replying to the message, which will make the other party wait for her reply on the other side of WeChat nervously, and then apologize a little, saying that she has gone to the shower, so she has not responded to the message, and so on. To ensure that the other side is deeply trapped. Worrying about gains and losses, he became a member of the army of licking dogs and spare tire tools. This method, Su Chi has tried many times. Wait until Chi sauce is satisfied to play around with those pretentious guys, and come back to look at the chat records of the single dog. The other party must have sent a lot of inquiries. And so on nonsense. However, when Su Chi clicked on the WeChat message of the single dog, he found that there was only a single message in it, and it was the single brother dog, are you there? That he distributed at 10:13. It has been half an hour, and the other party below no reply. Huh? What's the matter? You didn't reply to my message? Su Chi counted the masks on her delicate face, looked at the chat page on her mobile phone in confusion, thought for a while, and couldn't help showing a wicked smile on her face. Hee. It seems that I have met a master. Hee, hello master. Miss Ben likes to challenge masters. Look at me. Say it. Start writing the message again. Click, send. Chi sauce. Single dog brother, I just finished taking a shower. The water heater at home is broken and the water is a little cold. I am afraid that I will catch a cold tomorrow, because I have class tomorrow. Sick and delicate girls are most likely to be cared for by boys and arouse their desire for protection. Actually, Jason Liu saw the first message Su Chi sent, but he didn't reply because he was chatting with Lin Xiaohan. As a handicapped typist, a group of slow typing just chatting with the goddess Talon can't handle it. How can 487 have time to pay attention to others? However, when he saw another message from Chi, he felt that it was not good for him to ignore other beautiful ladies like this. It was too rude. And it seems that the other party is likely to catch a cold and has to be concerned about it. Therefore, he worked hard to improve his typing speed and replied to Su Chi's news. Jason Liu. Drink more hot water. Su Chi looked at the WeChat message notification popping up on the top of the phone for a single dog and couldn't help laughing proudly. Su Chi lay sideways on the sofa. Baija's little feet painted with red nail polish playfully pinched the fluffy bunny ears on the pillow. Clicking on WeChat to chat, watching the other party recover to drink more hot water, Su Chi couldn't help twitching at the corners of his mouth. God TM, drink more hot water. Su Chi is sure that this is definitely the most frequent panacea reply she has received in so many WeChat chats. If you have a cold, drink plenty of water. I have a headache, drink more water. If you can't eat, drink plenty of water. Auntie is here, drink more hot water. Toothache, drink more water. Eating bad things for diarrhea, drinking more hot water. When you're tired, drink more water. Foam in the mouth, drink plenty of hot water. I really don't know what these men think. Everything is to drink more hot water, drink more hot water. UTM, when a girl is a bucket. As the saying goes, it is better to write a huge sum of money than to ask for help. If you have the time to talk nonsense, why don't you give Miss Ben a package of money one? Haven't heard of cure all diseases? Instantly full of black lines, Su Chi's reply to drinking more hot water was also disgusting and unnecessary. After Jason Liu replied to Su Chi, he chatted with Goddess Lin again. Jason Liu. School reunion? When? How come I don't know? Lin Xiaohan. I posted it in the class group a few days ago. Didn't you see it? Jason Liu. I was busy the other day and didn't pay attention. Lin Xiaohan. Chun Joe, Li Siming, Luo Xiaoling said that they hadn't seen each other for more than 2 years after graduation. I asked everyone if they have time for the National Day and gather together in Jing City. Lin Xiaohan. How about it? Do you want to come? Jason Liu. It's only July. It's still early. Lin Xiaohan. I just need to notify earlier so that everyone can be prepared. After all, because of work, some people may not have a holiday. If you notify early, you can ask for a leave early or something. Do you want to come? Before Jason Liu could reply, Su Chi-Chi's message came again. Chi-Chi sauce. Single dog brother. Drinking more hot water is too perfunctory? Don't you know that this terrier of drinking more hot water on the internet has been played bad? Smile/smile. Jason Liu scratched his head. Didn't feel like drinking more hot water. What's wrong? In the past, when he was sick or something, Mother Liu always asked him to drink more hot water. No problem. What's the point of this? Out of curiosity, Jason Liu searched, and many stocks about drinking more hot water popped up. Seeing that, Jason Liu couldn't help laughing. Not to mention, I don't know, the stock of drinking more hot water is so interesting. So, he held back his laughter and replied to the other party. Hey, look, it's so funny. Ha! Buzz. Lin Xiaohan's news came one after another. Goddess Lin waited for a while, but she didn't see any reply from Jason Liu, so she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why is this guy like this? Chatting with yourself actually made you wait so long. If it wasn't for the sake of your classmates, I would have ignored you long ago. Jason Liu hurriedly clicked on the news of Kylan Goddess. Just now, he was so amused by the hot water terrier that he almost forgot to chat with Lin Xiaohan. Alas, WeChat is not good at this point. Once there are too many people chatting, he will be a little too busy. I don't know how those time management masters who have been dealing with 7 or 8 people for several years before they overturned, how they did it. It's amazing. Click on it and see the message from Goddess Lin. Lin Xiaohan. Have you decided to participate in the National Day? Lin Xiaohan. Why don't you speak? Lin Xiaohan. Lin Xiaohan. Angry. Jason Liu forced reply. Sorry. Lin Xiaohan. What are you doing? Are you chatting with others? Jason Liu. Well, yeah. Lin Xiaohan. Male and female? Jason Liu. Women. Lin Xiaohan. Is it also a classmate in our class? It seems that you used to be a girl at the same table. Jason Liu. It's not Yonging, it's the anchor lady who just added. On the other side of the phone, Lin Xiaohan suddenly widened her big beautiful eyes, gritted her teeth secretly. This B******************* D is a scumbag, chatting with such a beautiful woman as herself, and even going to hook up with a little anchor. Although I know it shouldn't be, but I'm a little angry. This is not to treat her Miss Lin as a goddess. However, when replying to the message, Lin Xiaohan was still calm. Lin Xiao. Hey, do you still watch The Anchor? Unaware Jason Liu. Chi-Chi sauce is not only beautiful, but also good at dancing. If you played Douyin, you can find it with a search. Do you think that when a man chats with a beautiful woman, he praises another young lady for being beautiful? Is this okay? This is not good. If it wasn't for Jason Liu not in front of her, Goddess Lin felt that she would have to give him a hard look. Lin Xiaohan. Is it beautiful? Jason Liu. Beautiful. Lin Xiaohan sneered slightly and used his nirvana. Am I beautiful? Prettier than you. Jason Liu subconsciously wanted to say this. However, reason told him not to say that. No matter how straight Jason Liu is, he still vaguely felt an inexplicable cold air rushing towards his brain, which immediately calmed down his somewhat hot head. Suddenly I realized that I was so stupid. Careless. I shouldn't have discussed with Lin Xiaohan about Miss Anchor. How could she, a big beauty, be a single dog like herself? What a beautiful anchor lady to watch. It is enough for people to look at themselves every day. So, her IQ returned and she replied decisively. She's just a freshman. She's just an 18-year-old little sister. What's the comparison between the two of you? Yes, in Jason Liu's view, the two have their own strengths. Goddess Lin is gentle, generous, sunny, and full of intellectual beauty. Chi-Chi sauce is youthful, lively, cute, coquettish, Luo girl. The most important thing is very high. Each has its own beauty. It's hard to say who is more beautiful. At least, Jason Liu likes all of them. Anyone who makes himself a girlfriend and takes it home can make his mother go crazy. Looking at someone's straight man's reply, Lin Xiaohan almost exploded. So, are you reminding me to be old? Smile. Jason Liu was immediately stunned. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Jason Liu. No, you misunderstood. Lin Xiaohan. Hey, let's chat with your beautiful hostess. Scumbag. Looking at Goddess Lin, who was offline, Jason Liu was stunned. Buzz. WeChat received a message from Chi Sauce again. Chi Sauce. Brother dog, why don't you speak? Feeling depressed in my heart, Jason Liu's mentality exploded even more when he saw Chi Zheng's name. I can go to your uncle's dog, brother. Although I am single, I am not a real dog. Clear? Jason Liu. My name is Jason Liu, not a dog. When I received the recovery news, I could ask a strong sense of resentment across the screen. On the other side of WeChat, Su Chi's beautiful face suddenly smiled, and it seemed that she was successfully stimulated by her own little joke. Chi Sauce. Oh, it's just to show intimacy. I'm sorry, little brother. Chi Sauce. However, single dog, your name is Jason Liu. Jason Liu. You changed the single dog note for me, and I told you my name. Chi replied. Hee good. Brother Jason Liu. Looking at the mischievous expression in the reply, and thinking of Chi-Chi's delicate beauty, Jason Liu found that he couldn't get angry. Suddenly, I found out that I am also a senior yen dog. Kikijiang. Brother Jason, how old are you? Jason Liu. 24 years old. Chi Sauce. 6 years older than me. What work are you doing now, Brother Jason? Jason Liu. Do business. Chi Sauce. So, Brother Jason is the boss? Am I going to call you President Liu in the future? Hehe. Jason Liu. Let's talk about it when I start the company. Chi Sauce. It's amazing. It's so courageous to start your own business and be your own boss. Don't you all say that starting a business is difficult? Jason Liu. It's very difficult. I've been busy for more than a month, and I haven't even earned enough registered capital of 10 million to start a company. Alas, I have to work hard to make money. And I really want to kill this criminal pretending to be B. Want to make 10 million in more than a month? Is it my bad ears? Or is there something wrong with your brain? When was making money so easy? Did you rob a bank? Or is your dad the richest man? Su Chi bit the straw in her mouth and was almost stimulated to suckle by the other party's reply, so she silently handed the phone to Luo Yuzhen next to her. Sister Yuzhen, let me show you something interesting. This guy 503 is definitely something I've seen before. The best thing to do is to open a company with one mouth open and close one's mouth. That is, tens of millions. Luo Yuzhen took the phone and looked at it and said calmly, Shout, you don't care whether he blows it or not. As long as he is willing to give you a reward and support you with real money, you don't care whether he is a rich Shaokai or the salary is 3,000 a month. Every day, he eats scrambled vegetables and beats the factory workers who are swollen and fattened to throw money out. The former is fine, the latter is pure idiot B. I don't look down on this kind of brainless idiot. Luo Yuzhen returned the phone to Su Chi. Stop chatting, just dismiss this kind of person with a few words. Su Chi is also not surprised. Sister Yuzhen said that when she was in college, she met a superb man and spent her money to hook up with other women. That woman was obviously hanging him to play, but this superb man was willing to lick a dog, and he didn't listen to persuasion. Instead, he broke up with her and licked the woman wholeheartedly. As a result, when he was deceived to the point of being penniless, the woman disappeared immediately. Finally, I heard that the best man couldn't stand the blow and finally got nervous. Therefore, Luo Yuzhen hated those men who had no B number in her heart and who had made herself embarrassed because of her delusional desire to find a beautiful woman who is not worthy of her. Su Chi also hates that kind of man, so she thinks this Jason Liu may be a madman. There is no interest in continuing to chat, and it ends directly. Chi Sauce. It's already so late. I'm not talking. I have to rest early. Staying up late is not good for the skin. I'm going to bed first. Goodbye. After sending the message, Su Chi immediately quit WeChat and started chasing the drama on his own. What staying up too late is bad for your skin. My Miss Su is naturally beautiful, so I'm not afraid at all. Jason Liu. Goodbye. I didn't think there was any problem. Jason Liu checked the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. It was really late. Finally, I glanced at Goddess Lynn's WeChat, and the other party should have really gone offline. Throwing the phone on the bed, Jason Liu took off his clothes, and in the large bathroom of his bedroom, he lay down in a luxurious massage chair, listening to songs and soaking in a hot bath. So comfortable. Westeros, the luxurious residence of Lord Renly Baratheon in King's Landing. Tonight, the Duke of Renly invited the important officials and nobles of King's Landing. His eldest brother, His Majesty King Robert, was also invited to attend the grand banquet he held. In the open-air garden, the roaring fire illuminated the surroundings, and the burning wood made a screeching sound of sparks from time to time. The bard plays the lute in his hand and sings a cheerful tune. Miscellaneous troupe performing Bafk, burlesque on stage. From time to time, it caused the laughter of many nobles and gentlemen, as well as the giggles of noble ladies and ladies. Among them, His Majesty King Robert laughed the loudest. Queen Cersei, who is sitting on the top seat, has long golden and supple hair, a smooth face, and a delicate face. Although she is over 30 years old and a mother of 3 children, the years seem to have left no traces on her face. Still as noble and beautiful as ever, it is dazzling. Dazzling. Well, I mean standing behind him, wearing golden armor and a white cloak, with his hand on the hilt of the sword, protecting the Queen's Kingsguard, the younger brother and lover of Queen Cersei Lannister, the eldest son of the Duke of the West, on the King James, Sir Lannister. Sir James had short blonde hair, tall and handsome, with a charming smile on his face, which made some ladies who peeked here from time to time blush shyly. Queen Cersei looked at her husband with unwavering expression, and a group of nobles were half naked, holding bullhorns in their hands, drinking recklessly, and burst into bursts of rude and harsh laughter. "My dear sister, you are fascinating tonight," Sir James said, taking a slight step forward, standing to the side of the Queen's seat, and laughing in a voice that only 2 people could hear. "But you see, looking a little unhappy?" Cersei raised his smooth chin slightly. His delicate face was full of displeasure, and his nostrils snorted softly. Watching those rude men there shirtless roaring and laughing, it was like watching a group of noisy fat pigs. No one will be in a good mood. Hearing Cersei's evaluation, Sir James subconsciously looked at the field, the king and the plump noblemen, holding their wine glasses high, laughing wantonly. The fat on their bodies trembled with their movements. Does have similarities with fat pigs. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, what an exquisite metaphor. "However, my dear old lady, if you don't like it, then don't look over there. How about we have a drink together? Don't be angry about such a little thing. Don't you know, our King Robert, let's drink to the fullest, just like messing around." With that said, Sir James brought 2 glasses from the table, poured a glass each, and handed the wine to the Queen. Cersei took the glass and touched James' glass, then raised the slender white swan neck and took a sip. "You know what? Looking at your slender and beautiful neck, I can't wait to kiss you right away," Sir James whispered in the Queen's ear while bending over. "Let's find a chance to go back to the Red Keep first. I can't wait to hold you in my arms." Cersei gave the twin brother a seductive look and then quickly regained the arrogant majesty of the Queen. She warned James in a low voice, "Be careful with me. This is not the Red Keep. It will be troublesome to be seen." Sir James shrugged, a grin of indifference on his handsome face. Ding, ding, ding. The host of the banquet, Renly Baratheon, holding the glass in one hand and the spoon in the other, tapped lightly on the glass, making a crisp sound. Hearing this voice and seeing Renly's movements, the noble lords, ladies present stopped talking and looked at Lord Renly. Soon, the sound of the piano, the chanting, and the frolic all stopped, and now it soon became quiet. All that was left was the king, who was flushed from drinking, holding a horn glass in his hand, shaking his arms and still laughing. Feeling that the others around him were quiet, and the laughter was the only one left, His Majesty the King finally stopped laughing and turned to look at the B********D, who interrupted his laughter. "Hey, why are you so upset?" Renly, didn't you see me and a few adults drinking happily, said the king in dissatisfaction, his voice loud and resounding throughout the garden. Duke Renly saw the half-shirt king with a drunken face, and he was used to it for a long time, and a wry smile appeared on his handsome face. Okay, my dear brother, you should go and sit first. Take a break. I just happen to have some good stuff to share with you all. The king's guard captain Ser Barristan Selmy, who was closely beside the king, was responsible for protecting the king's safety, and the king's guard Ser Marantran. The two of them supported the increasingly obese king and returned to the most honorable man on the high platform.
Seat.
King Robert murmured discontentedly, but sat down anyway. After all, today was a banquet hosted by his favorite brother Renly, so he couldn't be too disrespectful. Lon saw that everyone in Lee had finally calmed down, walked slowly to the middle of the garden, clapped his hands lightly, and immediately someone moved to the table, and on the table were blocks of pure white soap packed in exquisite wooden boxes. What is that? Piece by piece. In vain. Is that what Lord Renly called a good thing? Never seen. I don't know either. Wait for Lord Renly to explain himself. The nobles and gentlemen asked each other in a whisper, and the ladies were also full of curiosity. Under the service of his servants, King Robert washed his hands, wiped his face, put on his clothes again, and sat on the highest seat, watching Renly make this out, and was very curious. Renly, come on, tell me, what good things did you get again? Hearing Brother King's loud noise again, Renly was helpless. Can't you be a little more patient, my dear brother? Okay, don't talk nonsense, let's talk. The king didn't care about him. Since he was a child, Renly was in his eyes the snot-snotting kid who followed him every day. All right. He didn't dare to refuse the irritable old king. Renly picked up a wooden box, showed the white soap in the box to everyone, and directly introduced, "This is a magical soap from the Far East. It washes hands, washes face, and takes a bath. Not only is it cleaner than soap, but also the body is very dry after bathing, and there is a strong floral fragrance. It's so comfortable. It's a luxury." Renly said intoxicatedly, "It is said that this kind of good thing can only be enjoyed by the royal family and nobles in that distant Eastern Empire." Soap? With this unfamiliar word in their mouths, the noble masters and ladies present became even more curious. Sounds good, but I don't know how to use it. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Littlefinger, Earl Peter Baelish, gray-green eyes, resting on the soap in Renly's hand, shrewd face hanging, if there is no smile. Standing not far from him, the chief intelligence officer, the great eunuch, Count Varys the eight-clawed spider, stroked his bald head with his hand and laughed. It must be something that someone who knows goods like Lord Renly will take a fancy to. It's very good. Old Prime Minister Jon Arryn, Lord of the Eagle's Nest, Guardian of the East, Lord of the Eagle's Nest, who is too old and has been feeling a little out of energy lately, sits in his seat, with his wife Lisa Tully by his side, and their young son-in-law, Bob Arryn. Old Prime Minister Jon squinted his eyes slightly so that he could see more clearly, and couldn't help but whispered, "Lord Renly still likes these extravagant things as always. If he can use his fun skills more in legal affairs, my work can be much easier." Zero flowers. Hearing her husband's words, Lisa Tully just smiled slightly and didn't say anything, but kept her eyes on her old lover Peter Baelish. Every time she saw Baelish, who had driven her madly in love, Lisa couldn't help but resent her father, Duke of Riverland. If it wasn't for the fact that he cruelly separated her from Baelish in order to deepen the alliance of the four major families of fish, wolf, deer, and eagle, and destroyed her and Baelish's children in her belly, and married her 16-year-old like a flower, giving enough Jon Arryn to be her grandpa. Zero. She must have given birth to a child with Peter Baelish by now and live happily ever after. Because of her resentment against her father, Duke Horst, since she married Jon Arryn, she has not returned to Riverrun for so many years. Go back. She will not forgive her father, and she will never go back to that one in her whole life, which makes her heartbroken. Lisa even thought with revenge in her heart that even if Duke Horst died of illness, she would never let her go back to see him. Fortunately, blessed by the seven gods, Lisa, who originally thought she would never see her lover Baelish again in her life, came to King's Landing with her husband John Arryn to serve as the former Prime Minister, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her former lover had already sat there, to the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer. The two of them naturally, the remaining love is not over, and the old love is rekindled. Even, Lisa had already considered the one thing that her lover Baelish kept mentioning in her ear not long ago. John Arryn is very old and still suffering from illness. He should not live for a few years. If he can leave early and safely, then the two of them can really be together. Unable to resist the temptation to reunite with her old love, Lisa felt increasingly old about her husband who was in bed with her, and often thought of Baelish's words, "If only John Arryn had left." This thought came up all her life, and Lisa felt like she was possessed, and the more and more she felt that Baelish was right. As long as John Arryn died, then she would be free. Bob Arryn's. If he took the entire Eastern Territory as a dowry and married Baelish, then the two of them would be able to live happily together. Thinking of this, there seemed to be a flame in Lisa's eyes. Maybe, as long as she was careful, she would not be discovered. After all, everyone knows that her husband is old and frail, and it is not surprising that he died of a serious illness, right? Standing in the garden, Renly, who was constantly showing soap to the great nobles present, would never have imagined that a murder conspiracy about the former Prime Minister had quietly arisen here at the banquet he held. On the high platform, the king himself washed his hands and face with soap. After washing, he felt that the 503 on his hands was not greasy at all, so he couldn't help nodding his head in satisfaction. "As you said, it really works well." "Thank you. Gods, you have finally done something useful." Queen Cersei also took a piece and tried it out herself, and the effect was really good, especially the rich tulips that lingered on her hands for a long time after washing, which made her even more fond of it. The other aristocratic lords, ladies and young ladies also tried it out, and as expected, as Lord Renly said, this is really 100 times better than saponin. As a result, everyone asked where to go to buy this good thing called soap. Unfortunately, at present, only I have 90 yuan here in King's Landing, and there is no more for the time being. Renly said, regret in his mouth, and he couldn't hide the proud look on his face. He enjoyed the envious eyes of the nobles, ladies and young ladies present. However, in order to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending today's banquet, I will give each of you a piece of this top luxury item from the Far East soap. As soon as he finished speaking, Renly's generous act immediately aroused cheers and praise. The banquet is over soon. The family distributed a bar of soap, and the nobles left with satisfaction. The king took all the remaining 10 or so pieces without reason, took the king's guard and the golden robes, and boarded the carriage back to the Red Fort. Although he was slaughtered by his old brother in the end, Renly was still very happy, and the banquet was held very successfully tonight. Presumably tomorrow, the whole of King's Landing will spread his reputation as Lord Renly. You can enjoy the cheers and worship of people again. I hope that businessman named Anthony will bring back more soap soon. I believe that the upper class of June's Landing will be full of enthusiasm for it tomorrow. Anthony, who had high hopes from Duke Renly, chartered a ship for more than 10 days and finally disembarked at White Harbor City in the north. As soon as he got off the boat, he couldn't wait to rent more than 10 carriages in Bygang and hurried to Winterfell. At this time, at the southern end of Westeros, merchants from the Reach landed on the boat from White Harbor and finally disembarked in the Old Town. The Old Town is the most prosperous port city in the Reach, where is located the palace of all knowledge of smelting, medicine, crafts, mysticism, etc. in the entire Westeros, the Academy. All the bachelors in the noble castles of Westeros left the Academy. In short, the city is similar to the only super-large scale in Westeros, a series of names such as schools, libraries, research institutes, laboratories, archives, letter crow breeding centers, and so on. It is the monopoly, researcher, recorder, and bearer of knowledge. Has huge influence throughout Westeros. It is not weaker than the 7 holy churches. The Huon land merchants who bought gel pens, refills, and white paper from Bidong Market Town outside Winterfell in the north first thought of shoe etching. This kind of paper and pen, which is extremely convenient for writing, is of course the most popular among the bachelors in the city. Unsurprisingly, as soon as the gel pen, refill, and white paper appeared, they immediately aroused the admiration of the bachelors in Shuecheng. Less than 100 gel pens, 500 refills, and 800 sheets of white paper were sold out in an instant. Let these businessmen earn dozens of times the profits. This incident finally alarmed the top management organization of the city, the most outstanding and learned scholars. The great scholars condescendingly summoned the rich merchants who brought paper and pens for writing to the city, and said that Shuecheng hopes to buy more of this kind of pen and paper and hope they can help. 0. When such a big business comes to the door, a few businessmen of course agree. With the deposit from the equally wealthy Shuecheng, several merchants joined forces, rented 2 boats, and sailed to Baigang City in the north again. Immediately after Dorne in the Reach, some merchants took gel pens and white paper to Sunspear, the ruling center of Dorne. As soon as this convenient writing tool appeared, it immediately aroused the interest of the nobles of Dorne and was also snapped up. The Dornish merchants, who were stimulated by the huge profits, also all got on the boats and set sail to the sea, preparing to go to the north to purchase a large batch. For a time, there were suddenly more merchant ships heading for Baigang in the north. Jon was training with a 10-man bodyguard when Jason Liu returned to his shop in Westeros. Not many people came to buy paper, pens, and soaps today, but Lena and the others were able to handle it. So Jon took 10 of them with McCann and continued to practice. Because the number of people to train has doubled from the previous 5, Jon is still a little stressed. After all, he is only 15 years old this year. Although he has been studying with Sir Roderick, the headmaster of Winterfell, for about 7 years, teaching 10 people at once still makes him a little uneasy. However, Jason Liu encouraged him again and praised the teenagers. The 5 of them were very good in the last training of McCann. With the new 5 players, the 5.6 is also no problem. With the affirmation of Master Jason, Jon has also become more and more serious in teaching. Because Winterfell has become more and more unfriendly to him recently, Jon seldom returns to the castle during the day, but only returns to Winterfell's room to sleep at night. Even Arya, who has always been neurotic, vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, and when he was chatting with Jon, he expressed his doubts. But Jon didn't tell Arya these things involving property inheritance and the like, full of disgusting naked interests, and didn't want to worry his best sister. Recently, because I always stayed with Jason Liu during the day, I only returned to Winterfell to rest at night. Jon and Robb meet a lot less often, coupled with the recent rumors about property and title succession in Winterfell. It involves their 2 soon-to-be eldest sons and illegitimate sons, which makes them a little embarrassed when they meet by chance. Jon clearly felt that there was an invisible barrier between himself and Robb. Seeing that the sincere smile on Robb's face was no longer so sincere, Jon, who has always been sensitive to being surrounded by others since he was a child, suddenly realized that the once close brother relationship between himself and Robb may no longer be possible. Thinking of this, Jon was a little sad when he lay in bed at night, but he also understood that he was just a lowly illegitimate child after all, and he couldn't compare to Robb, the heir of Winterfell. The young man was also very confused. He didn't know what his future would be like. Lord Ed, hello, yes, as an illegitimate child, he didn't dare to call Ed Stark his father, and he didn't know how this man would arrange himself. Confused and uneasy about the future, Jon has been thinking hard and mourning until late at night before finally falling asleep. This even Jason Liu found out. Because of the dark circles on Jon's eyes, it became more and more obvious. Looking at the young man who sometimes looked alone at 10 miles away and was silent, exuding loneliness and a silent daze, Jason Liu couldn't help sighing sympathetically. I think it's time for me to have a good talk with this big boy. Looking at Jon, who was tormented by confusion and anxiety about the future, Jason Liu couldn't bear it. In the past half a month of getting along, Jason Liu has a good impression of Jon, a serious, hardworking, honest, and brave young man. Originally, he just wanted to recruit him as a subordinate, but slowly, he thought that Jon might be a good one. Friend. Of course, before this thought came up in his heart, he warned himself once again to be careful. Jon is a deep pit for his teammates. He can be a friend, but he must not be tricked. Secretly heightening his vigilance, Jason Lu took a bottle of mineral water. It was also brought from Hyundai, and walked towards Jon, who was sitting alone and resting. "Drink some water, Jon." Jason Lu handed the water to Jon, then sat down on a stone opposite him. "Master Jason." Jon wanted to get up and salute him, but Jason Lu held out his hand. Jon took the water, thanked him, and drank silently. There are many stones piled up here, all of which are used to build warehouses and walls. More than half a month has passed, and his spacious new storefront is almost completed. Now the masons are making the roof, and it will take less than 2 days to move into the spacious new storefront. Smiling and looking at the hundreds of busy figures on the construction site in the distance for a while, Jason Lu turned his head to look at the young man sitting opposite him drinking water silently, with a trace of unconcealed sadness in his expression. "Jon, how are you recently?" Looking at the silent teenager, Jason Lu decided to speak first. There have been a lot of rumors in Winterfell recently. Even I heard it in the store. You must know earlier." Jon looked up at Jason Lu, and didn't have the anger and unease he showed when he was mentioned about the scars in his heart when they first met. After getting along for half a month, Jon has been completely sure that this young Master Jason East doesn't mind his humble illegitimate child status at all, and really regards him as a good friend. Therefore, even if he was mentioned about his inner sensitivity, Jon was no longer like a frightened hedgehog, blasting thorns all over his body and wrapping himself up. After being silent for a while, Jon seemed to finally be unable to bear this painful torment alone, and wanted to find someone to express his confusion, fear, and unease in his heart. "Master Jason, I don't know what to do with myself in the name of the old and new gods. I have never had the slightest thought of competing with Robb for anything in the face of all this. I swear I don't have the slightest way, woo. With that said, Jon couldn't hold it any longer. Tears welled up in his eyes. He hurriedly wiped the tears with one hand, but the tears flowed even more violently. No matter how much he wiped them, he couldn't wipe them clean. Jason Lu listened to the young man in front of him crying from the heart, and his heart was sideways. He took out the toilet paper from his pocket and handed it to Jon. He watched the young man take it indiscriminately, kept wiping away his tears, and tried his best to suppress the cry. Still communicated clearly. Not far away, Jason Lu's 10 young guards also noticed this, and looked over here one after another. Jason Lu waved at them and drove them all away. Hearing the young man let out a pitiful, miserable, and painful cry like a lost cub with his mother, Jason Lu just sat quietly with him, without any intention of persuading him to cry. The sadness and grief that have been suppressed in my heart for more than 10 years always have to find an opportunity to vent. A 15-year-old boy can survive the contempt and disgust of the people around him and the harsh words. God knows how much distress and grief this boy has endured. Cry, and let all your grief come out of the cry. Burying his head between his arms, trying his best to keep his voice low, Jon, who cried heartily for a long time, finally calmed down. The crying gradually disappeared, and the tears finally stopped. Jason Lu handed Jon some paper again, gave Jason Lu a somewhat embarrassed look at the 503 party, and then took it and wiped the tears from his face. At this time, Jon no longer pretended to be indifferent and mature, showing the true form of a young boy. "Do you feel better after crying, Jon?" Before waiting for the boy to answer, Jason Lu said to himself, "I've cried like this too, and my heart does feel lighter after crying." Hearing that Mr. Jason actually cried like this, Jon's original embarrassment when facing Jason Lu disappeared a lot in an instant. He couldn't help but look up at Mr. Jason, wanting to hear the adult's feelings about the situation he encountered. "What of you?" Facing Jon's sad and expectant gaze, Jason Lu's eyes didn't evade and looked at the teenager. "There is a big difference, or conflict between me and my father, because he always wants to control my life, but I don't want to be a puppet to be played with. So, because of the completely different ideas between the two people, there is naturally a contradiction." Jason Lu looked at the teenager who had been attracted by his own affairs and sighed lightly. "In order to avoid contradictions and conflicts, I moved out of the house, away from my father, away from the kind of thoughts that made me hate. I started to live my own, the new life I really want. After talking about himself, Jason Liu looked at John and asked, "So, John, sometimes the solution to a problem is simple. Move out and get away from him. That is, you have to let yourself jump out of the one that makes you panic. Circle, change to a new environment, and start a new life of your own. After this, you will find that all the previous difficult circumstances can no longer restrain you. You will have your own life, your own family, your own wife and children. So, look, sometimes it's really that simple to solve a problem." After speaking, Lu Jie kept his mouth shut, leaving time for the young man to think clearly. Just like in the original book, because he could no longer endure the painful situation of Winterfell, John became angry and would rather choose to sacrifice everything he had: honor, family, wife, and even his life to join the Night's Watch and escape from Winterfell City. Without his presence, I'm afraid John would end up on this miserable old path. But now that he's decided to recruit John, it's natural not to let him go to the Night's Watch. Because in the original work, John, who saw the real situation of the Night's Watch army when he arrived at the Night's Watch, completely regretted the choice he made under the impulse and wanted to go back on it, but there was no way out. Now, John has a new option. Leave Winterfell? John understood what Master Jason said, but he had thought about it before, but he didn't know where to go after leaving Winterfell. He grew up in Winterfell and lived here for more than 10 years. He never left the vicinity of Winterfell, and his knowledge of the outside world was limited to what he heard from others. He is a 15-year-old boy who hastily left the familiar place of life. John even doubts whether he can survive outside. Although the gossip in Winterfell and the contemptuous eyes of others were unbearable, the teenager was still full of fear and anxiety when he left Lindong City and entered a world completely unfamiliar to him. Humans like to stay in a familiar and safe environment. It is natural. John would be afraid of the unfamiliar outside world that he didn't know at all, and it was understandable that he didn't dare to leave the familiar and safe Winterfell easily. His face couldn't help but move. John wanted to leave Winterfell in his heart, but hesitantly didn't know where to go after leaving Lindong City. Seeing the confusion in the boy's eyes, Jason Liu said his plan directly. "Listen, John. You are a hardworking, strong, upright, kind person. After getting along these days, I am sure of this." He has never been praised with so many beautiful words in person. John's handsome face flushed slightly, and his head couldn't help lowering, very embarrassed. Didn't expect that Master Jason would see himself in this way. He didn't even know he would be such a perfect person in Jason's mouth. After all, he is just AB***************** D with a humble and despised status, and no one treats him with such respect and respects him like Lord Jason. Thinking of this, John felt more and more grateful to Jason Liu in his heart. Seeing that his words were completely moved and even made the teenager feel embarrassed, Jason Liu smiled and continued, "So, if you want, I hope to formally hire you to be the head of the East family and help me train your family's soldiers." John suddenly raised his head in shock and looked at Jason Liu, unable to believe what he heard. What did he hear? Lord Jason is actually willing to hire him to be the head of the East family. Just like Sir Roderick of Winterfell, this position is definitely a confidant of the Lord. As an illegitimate child who is just about to come of age, how could he be able to take on such a heavy responsibility? John is both excited and guilty. He is very grateful for the importance of Jason, but he is not confident to take on the important responsibility of the East family coach, so he quickly shook his head. "No, Jason, I can't do it. You should find someone more experienced, like Sir Roderick. I'm just an illegitimate child. Looking at the incoherent teenager, Jason Liu patted the other person's shoulder. John, who is almost 1.7 meters tall, put his head on his nose. "John, listen to me. I made a decision after careful consideration. At the same time, I also hope that it can help you out of the current predicament. I hope you will not be so eager to refuse, okay? Think about it these days." John wanted to continue to refuse, but looking at Lord Jason's sincere eyes, he couldn't help feeling moved and remorseful. "Since I was a child, I am afraid that in this world, Apart from my mother who is alive or dead, my sister Arya, I am afraid that in this world, only Master Jason treats me the best. Even if he brought himself back to Winterfell to raise him, apart from leaving himself to the servants to take care of him, he hardly cared about his father, Lord Eddard, and he was not as good as the Lord Jason who he had just met. As for saying that all this Master Jason did was deceiving himself, Jon didn't think he had anything to be deceived about as a lowly B******************. Moreover, Jon, who has lived under the ridicule of others since he was a child, is extremely sensitive in his heart. He can distinguish who is really good to him and who hates him. Since he got to know him, the respect and friendliness that Mr. Jason has shown to himself is sincere, and he can feel it. Therefore, Jon was very excited about Jason's big solicitation. It's just, I'm afraid I have to ask that Ed Stark Salma. I can't call my father's father. Thinking of that father, the young man couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart. Resentment that the other party didn't pay attention to his current situation, and he would never feel the pain he suffered in his heart. He shouldn't have been born into this world. He shouldn't have made his own mother and gave birth to himself. Jon was filled with resentment in his heart, and resentfully spit out his inner unwillingness and pain. Feeling that he was in a very bad mood and worried that he would leave a bad impression on Mr. Jason, Jon turned pale and said goodbye to Jason Liu. Looking at the teenager walking towards Winterfell in the distance, Jason Liu shrugged. He did what he had to do, and the choice was up to Jon. Well, maybe one more person. Ed Stark. I don't know what his attitude would be if he knew that he planned to recruit Jon as his subordinate. Thinking of this, Jason Liu is a little curious. How will this Lord Ed Stark be chosen? Do you promise to let Jon be his subordinate, or do you promise Jon to be the night watchman as in the original book? Unable to think, shaking his head, Jason Liu went back to the store. Just sitting in the store for a while, there was a panicked booing from the construction site next to the house, which made Jason Liu feel strange. My lord, it's not good. Someone fainted. One of the masons in charge of the construction site, Jason Liu, remembers his name as Avis, a man with brown hair and 2 flushes on his cheeks. He used to wonder if the flushing on the other's face was due to drinking or drinking by the cold wind from the north. At this time, Avis was full of anxiety, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was even more red. Sir, someone suddenly fainted while carrying the wood, and the wood fell and injured 2 people. Hearing that someone fainted and someone was injured, Jason Liu immediately ordered Lena to go to his room to take off the backpack containing the medicine, and he himself had followed Avis to the scene first. The clever Bud saw the accident on the construction site and immediately rushed over with several other people. When Jason Liu arrived, Bud and the others had maintained order. More than 200 workers surrounded the outside with uneasy expressions, looking inside. Jason Liu came over, and the other workers immediately bowed and saluted, then moved out of the way. I saw that one person in the middle was lying in the mud with his face flushed and his eyes closed. The other 2 injured workers, one was holding his feet and frowning in pain. -503 people were smashed to the arm, pointing to the pain in the arm. His face was distorted, and it looked like he might be broken. At this moment, Lena quickly ran in with a backpack full of medicines. Sir, the backpack you want. Jason Liu took the backpack and put it on the stone next to him, then squatted down first and checked the unconscious man lying on the ground. As soon as his hand touched the man's red cheek, Jason Liu felt the amazing heat on it. He's got a high fever. Wouldn't it kill him to let him work even with a high fever? Jason Liu looked at the mason Avis reproachfully. With a look of embarrassment, Avis explained, Carl said he is fine, as long as he has a fever and sweats. Who would have thought that he would pass out and their family depends on him for work? Earn money to support, so. Hearing Avis' explanation, Jason Liu didn't know what to say. With a light sigh, he immediately instructed McCann and the others to carry the 3 of them to a temporary wooden hut next to them. They first gave Carl, who was in a coma with a high fever, an injection of penicillin, and then gave him an antipyretic bath. Not sure if it can't be cured, but it's the only thing he can do. As for the other 2, Jason Liu, who was hit on his foot, took out Yunnan Bayao spray and gave him a cough, and asked him to rest for the next few days and to dry his feet when they were healed. The other had a broken arm, which he hadn't dealt with. Looking at the other's painful face, Jason Liu asked Martha to ask Boris, Maester Lewin's assistant at Winterfell, to help him heal. Soon, wearing a gray bachelor's robe, but without a necklace around his neck, Boris, who is not a bachelor, came. After a calm inspection, Boris confirmed, it's broken and needs to be fixed with a wooden board. It seems that Boris should have treated many similar symptoms, and the techniques are very skilled in splicing, splinting, and fixing. Seeing Jason Liu's eyes lit up, he felt that Boris is a good medical talent. After dealing with the 2 trauma patients, Boris walked to the comatose Carl's side to check. When he noticed the syringe next to him, Boris's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it this? Something that can inject medicine into the human body. He didn't dare to take it with his hands, but looked at Jason Liu in surprise. Yes, in my hometown, some medicines that cannot be taken orally are usually injected into the human body so that the medicines will dissolve into the blood and treat the disease. Jason Liu explained a bit. Infused into the blood? Does it have anything to do with blood? Boris was curious about Jason Liu's statement, and it was the first time he heard that injecting drugs into the blood can cure diseases. Well, I don't know much about the specifics, but my hometown's medicine is very developed. Many diseases can be cured perfectly, and many medicines have been developed. People are healthier. Jason Liu also doesn't know much about medicine. Easter. Sir, do you have time? I would like to ask you some medical questions about your hometown. You know, I majored in medicine in Shueching. Presumably your hometown's superb medical skills will definitely improve my medical skills. Further, with excitement in his eyes, Boris can't wait to immediately pull Jason Liu and ask all questions about his hometown's medical skills. Medicine is a huge, complex, and extremely esoteric subject that can't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. If you will, Boris. Saying that, Jason Liu continued to observe Boris's expression. I just need a doctor here. If you are willing to come to me as a doctor, I will give you all the medicines brought from my hometown and let you can study or treat patients. What do you think? Hearing Jason Liu's words, Boris looked at him in surprise. You mean you want to hire me as your doctor? Yes. Jason Liu nodded affirmatively. Although he himself is not worried about getting sick, but his subordinates may get sick in the future, he has no time to treat them, and he really does not know much. Now that he has met a Boris, it seems that he still has 2 strokes in his medical skills. Jason Liu decided to fool him and become a tool doctor for himself. In this way, you can be freed from treating illnesses and saving people. You only need to buy medicines for him from modern times according to the symptoms described by the tool doctor and let the tool doctor take the medicine to treat the patient. Isn't this very good? However, to be a doctor of a nobleman, this requires a bachelor approved by the academy. Boris was a little moved, but worried. I'm not a Westeros noble, so don't follow the Westeros tradition. Jason Liu waved his hand indifferently. As long as you want, I can hire you. In the future, I will not only bring you medical books from my hometown, translate them for you, let you study, but also bring many medicines for you to treat patients. Think about it. With the help of the magic medicine I brought, you'll soon become the most skilled doctor in Westeros. Not even the most knowledgeable maester in the Citadel, I promise. Jason Liu simply seduces him with great fame. Gollum. Boris's eyes were sparkling, completely stimulated by the bright prospects described by Jason Liu. I need to tell Master Lewin first. If he agrees, then I am willing to accept your employment, Lord East. Under the lure of superb medical skills and huge fame, Boris, a man in his late 30s who didn't even get into a bachelor's degree, was completely tempted. Then I'll wait for your good news. Jason Liu smiled happily. Now I finally have a subordinate who is not illiterate. If John also agreed to join his subordinates, there would be 2 subordinates who could read and write. The excited Boris, after leaving here, immediately returned to Winterfell to find Master Lewin and stated his plan. So, have you decided to be the bachelor of that Master Jason Easter? Master Lewin's slightly bald forehead reflected the sunlight coming in from the window and looked at his assistant with gentle eyes. Not a bachelor, Boris explained a little embarrassedly. Just a doctor. Maester Lewin shook his head. In Westeros, only bachelors can serve as doctors of nobles. Although Boris did not obtain the bachelor's qualifications in the city, Maester Lewin decided to agree to let him resign as his assistant. I heard that the hometown of Lord Easter from the Far East is extremely skilled in medicine. Maybe Boris can really learn deeper medical knowledge. With the approval of Bachelor Lewin, Boris looked happy, packed up that afternoon, and immediately moved to Jason Liu's place. Looking at the tool doctor, who was carrying a package and was so eager to join, Jason Liu was very satisfied. Martha's house was full, so Boris had to be temporarily arranged to live in a nearby house. The other party accepted the rent and happily let Boris stay. In order to equip Boris with assistants to help him better perform his duties as a tool doctor, Jason Liu recruited 2 young boys and 3 young girls again, acting as future doctors and nurses, following Boris, working as assistants and studying at the same time. Then, he brought the medicines he brought labeled with the applicable symptom labels written in Westeros words and handed them all over to Boris for treatment. Boris was delighted and went to work in high spirits the next day. He first took 5 assistants, apprentices, and nurses and began to check the workers on the construction site. If he found sick, he prescribed medication and then observed the patient's reaction and kept records. Jason Liu is very relieved to see Boris start his work automatically and enthusiastically. This tool doctor is very enlightened. Is it a little short to give him a salary of 20 silver deer a month? Forget it. Boris has no objection anyway, so let's do it for now. Save if you can. Well, he is such a frugal person. The wages of the other 5 assistants and nurses, like the clerk Susan and the others, are 6 silver deers per month. Under the high welfare conditions that he provides food, clothing, shoes, soap, etc., 6 silver deer per month is really good. Do well in the future, and then go up. As for why Lena has 10 silver deers per month, and the other clerks are all 6 silver deers? Who made Lena the first employee to recruit in Westeros? Well, it's mainly Miss Lena, who is kind-hearted. Well, beauty is the point. Although I don't eat it, at least it looks good on the eyes. He, Jason Liu, is such a vulgar man who values his appearance over his friends. With Boris taking 5 young assistants to help with medical examinations, the minor ailments on the workers were immediately cured under the treatment of modern medicines. The new house is being built even faster, and in 2 days, he will be able to move the store into the spacious new front. It's worth celebrating. It's worth celebrating. In the past few days, dozens of small merchants from all over Westeros have come to his store. Although no one purchased a lot, there are a lot of people, and the accumulation has made more than 40 golden dragons. Moreover, there are more and more small merchants from the various territories of Westeros like this. Good omen. It seems that it has been almost 2 months since he came to Westeros, and the goods he brought have finally been brought to the 7 territories of Westeros by the merchants after a long and slow transportation. Because he even met a few merchants who had a strong fishy smell and came from the largest pirate den in Westeros, the Iron Islands, who also came to the store and bought a batch of paper, pens, and soaps. Presumably, even in Westeros, where the traffic information is extremely underdeveloped and the transmission speed has slowed down, their products should have become famous, right? 0 flowers. In the afternoon, a big businessman from King's Landing walked into the store with a face full of excitement. When the other party introduced that he was the King's Landing businessman Anthony Guyton who sold all the 100 bars of soap that Jason Liu sold for the first time, Jason Liu finally got a little impression. That is to say, it is a bit of an impression. After all, 2 months have passed, who still remembers him? Of course, on the surface, Jason Liu still expressed his gratitude very enthusiastically, thanking Anthony for daring to support his business for the first time. Master Jason, I'm here to buy a lot of paper, pens, and soap. After greeting each other, Anthony couldn't wait and immediately reported the quantity he needed: 4,000 gel pens, 40,000 refills, 100,000 sheets of white paper, and 10,000 soaps. 0. Hearing the number reported by King's Landing businessman Anthony, Jason Liu was immediately surprised, which is really a big deal. But he could only say sorry to Anthony. Anthony, my friend, I'm sorry. Except for gel pens and refills, the white paper has been sold out, and I don't have that much soap left in stock. There are more than 40,000 yuan. How much soap is there? Anthony hurriedly asked. This was the commodity he cared about most. Well, less than 3,000 yuan. Jason Liu took a quick look at the stock and said with a shrug. Anthony was immediately confused. However, if you can wait until tomorrow afternoon, I will be able to ship more goods, which are very sufficient and can fully meet your order. Jason Liu said another piece of news that surprised Anthony. I can totally wait. Anthony said immediately. Master Jason, can you guarantee that the goods will be sufficient? Of course, I promise. Jason Liu said with a smile. So, Anthony had to take his men and drive more than a dozen carriages to stay at the hotel in the winter market town. The remaining goods in the store, Jason Liu did not sell to Anthony, but continued to do business with small businessmen. He also informed every businessman who came to the store to trade in the news of his high-priced purchase of natural gold nuggets. It is hoped that this group of businessmen with the most well-informed information can spread the matter of their high-priced acquisition of natural gold nuggets to the entire Westeros continent as soon as possible. Door. The next day, he was transported back to the modern warehouse, where he waited to receive the goods. 1 million bars of soap, 100,000 bars of soap. 1 million refills, 100,000 gel pens. 1 million sheets of A4 paper, 100,000 sheets of A1 paper. It was almost a busy morning, and it was finally received. Then another trip to Westeros. Fortunately, when teleporting, he only needs to touch the item to be teleported, which is very easy. He couldn't store so many things in Martha's room, so he had to transfer half of them first, and let McCann and their 10-person bodyguards move them out of the room and prepare to transport them again at night. After delivering half of the shipment, Jason Liu closed the warehouse door and took a taxi to the city. First, I went to the pharmacy to buy a large number of medicines, most of which were antipyretics and colds. These two medicines usually require the most 503. Then I went to the community where I rented a house before and found Dr. Ma's clinic, thinking about buying more penicillin and syringes. Sterile water for injection. Long time no see, Xiao Lu. Are you busy with medicines lately? Seeing Jason Liu coming, Dr. Ma was very happy. Of course, what was even more happier was that this young man was really polite and came as soon as he came, even with 2 Huxia children. Hey, you are too polite. After being polite, Dr. Ma happily accepted Huazi and couldn't help laughing. You have made a business and made money. Otherwise, I would be reluctant to send Uncle Ma. I'm Huazi. Jason Liu smiled and nodded. Hey, business has been really good recently. Isn't this a special thanks to Uncle Ma for your help last time? Dr. Ma opened a Huxiazi, opened a pack, and handed it to Jason Liu. Jason Liu waved his hand and refused. He didn't smoke, so he couldn't stand the smell of cigarettes. Hee, it's good not to smoke, it's good not to smoke, you, Uncle Ma. I also wanted to quit, but I didn't succeed. Uncle Ma happily took out a point and Mimi pumped it up. You didn't come here just to thank me, did you? Okay, let's talk. What's the matter with Uncle Ma? Jason Liu smiled slightly. It seems that Uncle Ma is really a good old man. So, without any nonsense, he directly stated the real purpose of this visit. I also want to add some penicillin, syringes, and sterile water for injection in large quantities. Last time, Uncle Ma, didn't you say that you have someone you know? So, I just want to ask Uncle Ma to help me get in touch. You can always rest assured that the introduction fee that should be given to you will definitely be divided according to the industry rules. Are you really going to continue in this line of work? Uncle Ma looked at him in surprise. Well, it feels all right. There is a little bit of access, but there are still few purchase channels. Jason Liu said half-truths. Just penicillin, syringes, and injection water? Uncle Ma's face became serious, but he was sure again. Nothing else? Well, just these and nothing else. Jason Liu nodded. He just wanted to buy the magic drug penicillin. It has been proved in Westeros that penicillin is absolutely a magic medicine. Almost 80% of the pains can be treated with a single injection, and the disease will be cured with one injection. What if something bad happens? Well, it can only be said that he should be unlucky, take some other medicine and see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'm sorry, I can only get sick, live and die. There's only so much he can do. The reason why Jason Liu is keen on this penicillin is mainly to promote his good reputation, to treat the poor and the common people at a relatively low price, and to treat the powerful and powerful at a high price, so as to ensure that he does not lose money. Healed, others appreciate their kindness, good reputation get. Not cured? And the gods do not bless you. It must be that you have sinned deeply and cannot be forgiven by God, so this is not my fault. To fool the various gods believed by the Westeros, others can't blame it. The reputation is not lost. You said that the prices of medical treatment for commoners and nobles are not the same? Those who say this must not understand the mentality of the rich, especially the rich and powerful. You charge the same low price as the pariahs for the treatment of the nobles. Who are you looking down on? How can it be possible to compare my lord and me to pariahs? Is Westeros still ruled by royalty? Can it still work? Just give me the best medicine, the most expensive medicine, sir. I am not the same as those poor ghosts. The golden dragon has a big drop. This is no different from modern society, and the cognition and value orientation of the two classes are different. Otherwise, the same clothes are made by the same factory. One is a small domestic brand, the other is Louis Vuitton, and the price can be thousands of times different. Isn't this the difference in the values of the two classes, which leads to two ways of selling the same product? Pursue differences and highlight yourself. Hey, in a nutshell, it's fake B and show off. This thing is just in need of human beings and cannot be avoided. Therefore, a medicine can be sold for two prices, in other words. And the harvest is double the satisfaction, double the gratitude. Isn't this happy? At least, Jason Liu felt that he would be very happy. Therefore, in terms of medicines in Westeros, he also intends to follow the routine of foreign top luxury goods. Anyway, the money of those aristocrats is piled up in the vault of their castle and is about to become moldy, so let's take it out and share it with yourself. Forget the civilians. He, Jason East, a great noble from the Sina Empire in the Far East, can't despise a few bronze stars in the hands of commoners. He has transcended the low-level realm where seeing money is eye-opening. Now he only opens his eyes when he sees big money. In Dr. Ma's clinic, it was really sure that Jason Liu wanted to buy it, and it was a lot, so he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Although Jason Liu was curious who he called, but he didn't ask. Not long after, a man in his 30s wearing a suit and carrying a leather bag walked into the clinic. Jason Liu still didn't react at 5.6. The guy was smiling, just like he had met his own father, and said enthusiastically, "Oh, you are the brother Liu my dad told me. Ha ha ha, my name is Ma de Bao. Ma the doctor is my father." Jason Liu was stunned and his hands were grabbed by the other party and shook vigorously. "Oh, it turns out that the person Uncle Ma wants to introduce to me is his son." Uncle Ma glared at his son, then pointed to an injection room in the clinic. "Come in and talk." Ma de Bao enthusiastically pulled Jason Liu and walked in. After chatting, I found out that Ma de Bao is the one who sells medicines and has a relationship with a pharmaceutical factory in this city, so he can get cheap medicines. So, Jason Liu explained the types and quantities of penicillin, syringes, and water for injection he needed. 10 barrels of 25 kg penicillin dry powder. 100,000 10 milliliters disposable syringes. 100,000 bottles of sterile water for injection in 5 milliliters. 1,000 rolls of steel strip with a width of 5 centimeters. 1,000 rolls of 60 meters long and 8 centimeters wide gauze of 32 density. 10 barrels of 75% medical alcohol in 50 L. 20 sets of common scissors, scalpels, tweezers, and other small medical tools. After listening to the quantity reported by Jason Liu, Ma de Bao quickly calculated in his mind and then gave a quotation: 25 kg per barrel of penicillin dry powder, a barrel of 120 yuan. 10 milliliters disposable syringes because I bought a lot of 0.2 yuan. A bottle of 5 milliliters sterile water for injection is 0.1 yuan. A roll of steel tape with a width of 5 centimeters is 2 yuan. Each roll of 32 gauze is 1 yuan. 50 L of 75% medical alcohol is 210 yuan per barrel. As for the 20 sets of small things, it's not worth the money. It's a free gift from Marco. Ma de Bao quoted the price in one breath, then looked at Jason Liu expectantly. Brother Liu, this price is already 10 for my dad's sake, the lowest price I can give. What do you think? The above, according to Ma de Bao's quotation, cost a total of 36,300 yuan. Compared with the retail price, it is almost 10 times cheaper. No wonder the pharmaceutical industry is making huge profits. Jason Liu nodded and agreed. He didn't care about this little money. Ma de Bao was very happy to see that Jason Liu was so refreshing and directly wiped off the last 300 yuan fraction and let Jason Liu give 36,000. He gave Ma de Bao the warehouse address and made a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Ma de Bao patted his chest and assured him that since the address was on the outer ring of Zhengshi high-tech zone, he would be able to deliver the goods immediately. The business is negotiated, and everyone is happy. Rejecting Ma de Bao's request for dinner, Jason Liu took a taxi and went straight back to the warehouse to wait. Dad, what is this little Liu doing? Why do I feel like he doesn't look like an ordinary drug dealer? I don't even mention the price. I just place an order and do business as simply as he does, your son. I've already posted. Ma de Bao watched Jason Liu get in a taxi and went away and couldn't help but say. With a cigarette in his mouth, Dr. Ma suddenly glared at his son's words. Why do you care so much about others? Maybe it was Xiao Lu who looked at my face and didn't care about you. Hey, what you said. Ma de Bao suddenly softened after being stared at by Dr. Ma and quickly said, I'll buy more food when I get home today and my grandfather can drink some. Thank you, Dad, for giving it to me. Introduced this big business. Order some pork heads. This thing is delicious enough to drink. Dr. Ma said quickly. The pharmaceutical factory in Zheng City received a call from Ma de Bao and immediately loaded all the items in the order and then sent it to the warehouse address given by Jason Liu. Jason Liu didn't wait long in the warehouse when he saw a large truck marked Yongren Pharmaceutical Factory heading this way. Jason Liu put away his phone, opened the warehouse door, and let the truck back in and unload the goods. I clicked the number and confirmed that it was correct. I transferred the remaining 26,000 yuan to Ma de Bao, and the truck of the pharmaceutical factory also left. After receiving the money, Ma de Bao called immediately, thanked him a few times, and then said that he would be looking for him to buy goods in the future, and hung up. After tossing for so long, it was already noon, and after ordering takeout, Jason Liu temporarily put the medicine and the remaining half of the paper, pen, soap in the warehouse, and returned to Westeros by himself. Anthony Guyton, a big businessman from King's Landing who had been waiting in the store for a long time, walked over excitedly when he saw Jason Liu coming out. Sir, can the goods I want be sold now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Knowing that Lena and the others did not dare to sell the goods directly to Anthony, they waited until he returned and asked him to trade with Anthony in person. In this regard, Jason Liu is not surprised. After all, the amount involved is relatively large, and it is normal for Lena and the others to dare not call the shots. So, Jason Liu, who had enough goods, directly began to greet the clerks to take the goods, and he counted the money. 4,000 gel pens, 40 golden dragons. 40,000 refills, 200 gold dragons. 100,000 sheets of white A4 paper, 50 gold dragons. 10,000 pieces of soap, 100 gold dragons. In addition, Anthony was introduced by Lena and learned that the store still has soap for laundry and a piece of A1 paper that can be cut out of 8 sheets. So, Anthony placed a lot of orders. 20,000 bars of soap, 100 gold dragons. 5,000 sheets of white A1 paper, each with 50 bronze stars, is 25 golden dragons. Anthony spent a total of 515 golden dragons in this big purchase. Well, the maximum order size has been refreshed again. He happily loaded all the goods into the carriage, and the more than 10 carriages he brought were all full, and it was not even enough. Anthony rented a few carriages in the winter market town, and then it was finished. Chatted with Jason Liu for a while, mainly to discuss the next time I will continue to purchase in large quantities, and then Anthony couldn't wait to rush to White Harbor, ready to be shipped back to King's Landing from White Harbor earlier. During the period, Jason Liu also asked Anthony if he could buy natural gold nuggets. Anthony said that he would definitely initiate a relationship and help him find out. If there was, he would definitely buy it and bring it to him. This time, he received another 515 gold dragons. After the expenses were removed, the ones sold to the modern age and the ones that he had saved before had already exceeded 1,000 gold dragons in Jason Liu's hands. With so much money, Jason Liu doesn't plan to use it and plans to keep it to buy natural gold bullion, which is doghead gold. I don't know if the Western businessmen Burt Bancroft and Odover have bought them for themselves. In the evening, after dinner 503. Taking advantage of no one, Jason Liu chose the newly built storefront, divided it into several times, and transported all the goods stored in the modern warehouse to the newly built storefront. This is a storefront that is several times larger than the previous store, and it has been completed at this time. The masons and workers are now building high walls and large warehouses. The fences and warehouses are almost complete as well. Next is the housing, kitchen, small school field, staff housing. The men's and women's toilets, specially requested by Jason Liu, were the first to be built. The septic tank was dug, and the toilet was connected. Westeros had the water pipe and toilet, but if it was just water, a water tower would have to be built. However, the water tower couldn't help the masons, and it didn't take long to repair it, but it just needed to manually lift water to the water tower. This strength is handed over to the 10 guards under him. Every day, a few buckets of water are poured into the water tower, which can be regarded as a form of exercise. Good. Locking the door of the new store, let McCann and the other 10 arrange the night tour, and then he yawned and went back to his room. Lena and Bella boiled hot water for him, and Jason Liu didn't dare to let them serve him in the bath, so he washed himself in the bathtub and went to sleep. This made Lena a little disappointed, and she couldn't help but wonder if she was too ugly, or why wouldn't the adults be moved at all. Back in the room, I told my sister Martha about it, and Martha was also very puzzled. My sister is definitely the prettiest in the whole winter town. Although she can't compare to Miss Sansa in Winterfell, she is also a beauty. Why is Master Jason not interested? It's not that Jason Liu doesn't care, just thinking that Lena is only 16 years old and is a high school student in modern times, he will feel a sense of guilt. It's really a beast. If Goddess Lyn is a live Miss Chi-Chi, Jason Liu can happily have a romantic love. In addition to Lena, who can't sleep at night, there is Jon Snow in Winterfell. He is considering the invitation of Lord Jason, and he is very willing to join Lord Jason as the head of the East family, but he is worried about the attitude of Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn. He's secretly decided that he must find a time to talk to Lord Eddard alone. He is almost an adult. Since Lord Eddard doesn't care about himself, let's choose his own future. From childhood to adulthood, for more than 15 years of his life, he was at the mercy of Lord Ed. Now that it was time for him to choose, Jon decided not to remain silent. He was going to tell the man his truest thoughts. I have no delusions about your Winterfell, about your Stark surname, and if you still think about your blood flowing in me, then let me get out of here. Thinking that he was able to say this to him personally, Jon felt a faint sense of violating the authority of Lord Eddard in his heart. I can't wait to rush to Ed Stark now and tell him these words. I just don't know how he will behave after listening to it. Is it a rage, berating yourself and then kicking yourself out of the room? Or do you have to promise to let yourself go with an ugly face? Thinking about it, Jon couldn't help worrying about gains and losses for a while. Tonight, doomed to sleepless. The next day, Jason Liu handed all the medicines to Boris and explained to him the use of disinfectant alcohol, and various medicines were posted with the introduction of Westeros. The rest is that he went to treat people with 5 apprentices and accumulated experience in practice. Sir, don't forget, you promised to find me some books of medical knowledge in your hometown. Seeing Jason Liu turning to leave, He was burying his head in registering the types of medicines, and he quickly raised his car and shouted from the back of Jason Liu. Jason Liu waved his hand, said that he remembered it, and helped him bring it next time, and then returned to the store downstairs from Martha's house. Today's business is very good. Small merchants from all over the counter are crowded. Lena and the others were busy collecting money and getting goods, and the 10 McCanns became porters again. Several businessmen who were obviously dressed differently from Westeros, with thick fingers covered with gemstone rings of various colors, walked in from outside. Susan went to say hello, but the other party said that they wanted to see the Lord Jason East, and they had a big business to discuss with her master. Susan could tell that these people were wealthy just from the way they dressed, so she asked them to wait for a while and ran to Jason Liu, who was counting the goods in the upstairs room. From the businessman from the other side of the narrow sea? Not much information could be obtained from Susan's mouth, and Jason Liu planned to meet him in person. I am a little curious, have my products been sold to those free city-states on the other side of the narrow sea? Those free city-states are getting richer one by one. If they can contact the merchants there, they can sell more goods. I'm the owner of the shop, Jason East. I don't know where they are from. Jason Liu walked over to the big businessman, who looked like he had money, and said with a smile. One of them, with 2 delicate little beards under his nose, a fair-skinned man stroking his chest with his right hand, introduced himself, his tone full of pride. Below is Burro Veniva, a businessman from Bravos, a free city on the other side of the narrow sea. It's an honor to meet you, Lord East. The fat man with a fat face in the middle said with a laugh. The villain is Rahana from the free city-state Pantos. Good day, Lord East. I'm Zamor from the free city-state of Kohar. The goods you brought from the Far East are really impressive. The thick beard of this businessman from Kohar almost covered his face. It's amazing that my goods have been sold to Narrow Shore. Jason Liu pretended to be surprised, then said with a smile. So, you all came from afar. Should you come for my goods? That's right. The 3 nodded quickly. I don't know how much you need. Jason Liu didn't intend to be too polite with these businessmen from the other side of the narrow sea, and asked directly. After all, he is now mainly staying in Westeros, the continent of Essos on the other side of the narrow sea, which is too far for him, and it is impossible for him to deliver the goods in person. He can only buy it through the merchants on the opposite side. The 3 looked at each other, and then Burro Veniva from Bravos said, We want a lot. Hey, I'm just curious how big it is. Jason Liu just shipped all the goods from the modern warehouse last night, and he was not worried at all that he could not eat this large order. The 3 of us need exactly the same amount. Having said that, Burro Veniva directly reported the number. 10,000 gel pens. 100,000 refills. 200,000 sheets of small white A4 paper. 10,000 sheets of large white A1 paper. 100,000 bars of soap. 20,000 bars of soap. This is the amount each of the 3 of them needs. So, Jason Liu has to prepare 3 times the number of the above list. There was still A1 paper and soap. It seems that the other party has already inquired about the types of goods. He calculated it in his mind, and the number in the warehouse was definitely enough. Good for Lee, this is a real big order. As a result, Jason Liu also showed a warm smile on his face. The goods are completely fine. As long as the money is fine. The 3 merchants from the other side of the narrow sea waved their hands behind them, and immediately a few heavy wooden boxes were brought in by their entourage. Opening the box, there was a flash of golden light, and it was full of golden dragon coins. Jason Liu counted it himself, and asked Lena, Susan, and the others to count it again. There are a total of 4,350 golden dragons, which is the total payment. The amount of money is exactly right, and now I can get the goods for you. Jason Liu asked McCann and the others to carry the money boxes to his room, and then they were busy delivering again. Fortunately, most of the boxes that were delivered yesterday have not been opened, and the number is relatively easy to calculate. The 3 merchants instructed their subordinates to step up the counting of the goods, and after working for several hours, the number of goods was finally counted. Then, 3 businessmen from the free city-state couldn't help showing excited smiles, and asked nearly 100 of their subordinates to load the goods into the carriage convoy outside. It's really a long train of carriages, lined up for hundreds of meters. Watching these three guys with hundreds of people entering and exiting his store, Jason Liu couldn't help his eyelids twitching and stared at them nervously, for fear that these guys would directly rob his store. Fortunately, this is outside Winterfell, the northern ruling center of Westeros, and the merchants of these free city-states dare not mess around. However, this also made Jason Liu realize for the first time that the force used by his subordinates to protect his own safety and business security is too weak. Fortunately, the Stark family is a well-known upright family in Westeros, and they won't be jealous because they earn so much money and directly snatch it away. If Jason Liu did this in the territories of other lords and nobles, he would have been robbed long ago. These nobles of Westeros are so lawless. This is a real savage danger, a feudal dynasty where the nobility controls everything. While secretly celebrating 503 in my heart, the Stark family are really good people. While thinking about it, expand the force of his subordinates as soon as possible. Recruit soldiers, recruit 100 of them first. Jason Liu, who is really insecure in his heart, decided to do it as soon as possible. After all, he already has a huge sum of more than 5,000 golden dragons in his hands. Who knows what evil forces have already set his sights on this fat sheep that is helpless in Westeros. With a sense of urgency in his heart, Jason Liu's excitement about doing a big business suddenly dissipated a lot. The recruitment of soldiers should be done as soon as possible and continue to recruit young people with good character and honest character from the farmer's family. Such soldiers are easy to manage, have strong obedience, and have high plasticity. Although there is no experienced coach, John may not be able to handle 100 people. Jason Liu intends to go on his own. Well, he still knows the basics of military training in college, walking in unison and splitting. Moreover, he intends to fight as a team, not about individual martial arts, but to work as a team to fight the enemy. In the Game of Thrones world, there is only one army that can achieve teamwork, prohibit orders, and strictly disciplined, the Unsullied Legion trained by the slave owners of Astapor in Slave Bay. The boy was cut by Yen from a young age, cruelly trained, and the mortality rate was extremely high. Even if he became a qualified Unsullied, this person was completely numb. To say that he is a human, it is better to say that he is a killing machine with little emotion. Precise. Although it feels cruel, if you can find a way to buy 100 Unsullied and train your soldiers with the strict discipline of these Unsullied, that would be great. Of course, this can only be thought. Westeros prohibits slave trade, especially in the northern territory of the Stark family, and the righteous Duke Eddard will never allow anyone in his territory to violate the laws of the kingdom and the northern territory. I didn't see Jorah Mormont, Earl of Bear Island, who bought and sold slaves in order to earn money to support his wife. Lord Eddard wanted to punish him, and was scared and fled Westeros with his wife. Working as a mercenary in the free city-state on the other side of the narrow sea, he lived a life of wandering around in danger, licking blood, and even his wife couldn't stand this chaotic life and ran away with a wealthy businessman. If Jorah Mormont had foreseen, she would never be a wife-loving demon, committing the crime of buying and selling slaves in order to earn money to support her extravagant, beautiful wife. Poor Sir Jorah's father, the commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, Old Bear Jeor Mormont, originally wanted to let his son inherit his title of Earl of Bear Island, and voluntarily put on black and went to the Great Wall to be a night watchman. He actually lost the Earl title because of his wife. Presumably, the commander-in-chief Jeor Mormont, who heard the news at the time, Ken Bafk, must be half-hearted. How could he have such a stupid son who loves his wife, without limit? I should have interrupted this stupid son's doglegs and found him a wife in any village on Bear Island. It can be seen that if Jason Liu dares to buy the Unsullied and come to the north, Ed Stark will immediately arrest him and cut off his dog's head with their ancestral Valyrian steel sword frozen. Therefore, even though he covets the Unsullied, a disciplined, obedient, and highly effective army, Jason Liu, for the sake of his own life, does not dare to fight that idea for the time being. In the end, I have to play by myself. This is very depressing. Is it because the caring service of the beautiful maid Lena is not good, or does he like to find fault with Jason Liu? So, early the next morning, Lord Jason East announced a piece of news that shocked everyone. Recruit 100 soldiers. Such a slightly crazy move made John, who just had nothing to do this morning, come here to train the 10 McCanns and the others, and was stunned. Why is Master Jason recruiting so many soldiers all of a sudden? However, no one dared to question Jason Liu as the boss. On the contrary, it was the news that the workers in the winter shelter market town, which is building warehouses and housing at the construction site, and the nearby villages were enthusiastic. McCann, the 3 Barlow brothers, D***K, and other 10 people are the soldiers and guards of Lord Jason. They not only provide food, accommodation, and clothing every month, but also receive a high salary of 6 silver deer. The village couple is jealous. This time, 100 soldiers were recruited and released, which immediately caused a sensation in the villages within 100 miles of Winterfell. The villagers who got the news brought their sons to the winter market town from villages in all directions. Until the afternoon, thousands of people poured into the entire winter shelter market town, and the chaos caused the whole market town to be shaken up. Even Winterfell, which is more than 1,000 meters away from here, was frightened by the sudden influx of farmers and quickly closed the castle gate, and then quickly reported to the top. Jason Liu also noticed this problem after being reminded by Jon. Worried about causing Ed Stark's dissatisfaction, Jason Liu immediately asked Jon to go to Winterfell to explain the misunderstanding, so as not to make things worse. Fortunately, there are hundreds of elite soldiers in Winterfell, and they are not afraid of these unarmed farmers. After getting Jon's explanation, they realized that it was the Lord Jason East who was recruiting soldiers, so they attracted farmers from the villages around Winterfell with their sons to apply. The misunderstanding was resolved. Although Winterfell opened the gate again, the guards were still on high alert, for fear that some untouchables who are not afraid of death would collide with the eldest ladies of the Stark family. Looking at the densely packed and blackened thousands of people's heads, Jason Liu couldn't help feeling a little tingling in his scalp. This was the first time he stood in front of so many people and was watched by thousands of eyes. The pressure is huge. After saying a few words, he immediately got down from the high platform temporarily built with stones and wood. The recruitment of 100 soldiers even started. Robb was doing nothing in Winterfell when he heard that Mr. Jason East was recruiting soldiers, so he took more than a dozen guards with great interest and came to the scene to watch. "You're making a lot of noise. When I heard the report from my subordinates just now, I thought Winterfell was going to be attacked." Robb walked over with a smile. Jason Liu greeted Robb with a wry smile. "Sorry, Robb, for causing you trouble. I didn't expect it to be so big. I just planned to recruit 100 soldiers to maintain the business, and I didn't expect so many people to come. Need help? The soldiers I brought can help you maintain order. Otherwise, if the chaos continues, God knows when it will be finished." Robb branched shoulders, enthusiastically suggested. "That was a huge help. To express my thanks, Robb, I'm inviting you to lunch with the warriors today at noon. How about that?" Jason Liu of course agreed with Robb to help, and it's a lot easier now. Hearing this, Robb smiled heartily and said, "I'm really looking forward to today's lunch. I heard Jon mention before that the meals you eat are all made in your hometown, but I want to try it this time. Isn't it really delicious?" "No problem. It will definitely satisfy you, I promise." Jason Liu agreed, and took the initiative to help Robb. This meal should still be invited. With the people brought by Robb, there were more than 20 soldiers to maintain order. The recruitment work has finally been able to proceed smoothly. The method is very simple. First, let the 10 people under McCann choose it first. After all, they are local people. They know a little about the sons of the villagers in the surrounding villages, and they can choose the honest and responsible teenagers. Then do a simple strength test. Because of the large number of people, he was worried that something might go wrong after a long time. Jason Liu did not dare to do too many test projects. As long as he was honest, strong, healthy, and free of disabilities, he would hire him directly. Of course, it is still the same principle. Basically, only one person is recruited for a family. try to get as many families as possible to tie themselves together. As for the 3 Barlow brothers who were recruited for the first time, it was because Dillion was an acquaintance of Martha. Now that he has initially established a firm foothold in the Winter Market town, he can implement the principle of one family. 100 people say more is not more, say less is less. Noisily continued until noon, and finally enough people were selected. The families who were selected cheered, and those who were not selected did not give up and asked when they would recruit again, next time. They promised to recruit them next time, and they would recruit them from families they had never recruited before, and only then did those dissatisfied families get rid of them. With a team of 110 soldiers, Jason Liu is initially tied to at least 100 families. This kind of binding of interests is still relatively solid. At least, he is not without any support now. Although these 100 civilian families cannot provide much support for him. But something is better than nothing. Let McCann, D***K, and Barlow 3 brothers, 10 of them, bring these 100 new recruits, and take the clothes accumulated in the warehouse, the clothes of Westeros bought from the market, and the clothes outside the Winter Market town. A pond for bathing. After rubbing them thoroughly with soap from the inside out, from top to bottom, they burned all the old clothes on the spot, and then put on clean new clothes before allowing them to come back for lunch. In addition to the more than 200 workers on the construction site, now there are 100 more mouths, and the Old Roads Tavern can't supply enough. However, Jason Liu has money and can do things well, and Another Rose Tavern is happy to serve Jason Easter's silver deer. The food problem is finally solved. After doing this, Jason Liu apologized to Rob, who had been waiting for a long time, and then took Rob and him with more than a dozen people into the store of Martha's house. At this point, the store has been cleaned up, and the goods are put into the room that acts as a temporary warehouse. There are a few long tables in the store, because Jason Liu had told Lena and Martha to stop doing business in the morning, and brought Susan, Vanessa, and Bella to prepare lunch, and he wanted to entertain Rob and Midwinter. Guards of the city. 0 flowers. So, the meals on a few long tables were very hearty. Grilled fish, grilled lamb, grilled beef, grilled pork, grilled onions, grilled bread, fried pork, beef, mutton, and braised pork that is oily but not greasy, crispy and rotten. Apple pie, banana pie, strawberry pie. The fruit platter includes apples, pears, bananas, oranges, and grapes. White sugar mixed with tomatoes, cold cucumbers, scrambled eggs with green peppers, mapo tofu. Carrot diced meat soup, seaweed egg drop soup. Barrels of summer red wine from Qingting Island filled one end of the long table. For this lunch, Jason Liu consumed a lot of fruits, various meats, and vegetables bought from Hyundai. 0. However, the effect was remarkable, and Rob and the soldiers of Winterfell were a little stunned. Fortunately for Rob, when the nobles from the north came to Winter City to celebrate the harvest together, there were more dishes at the banquet than this, although it was either boiled or candled, making it sticky and unappetizing. The dishes on the table in front of him are not only neatly arranged and beautiful, but also bright and attractive in color, and there are also many vegetables and fruits that even Rob has never eaten. Therefore, this sumptuous lunch was enjoyed by the guests and hosts. When Rob left, his stomach was slightly puffed out, his steps were a little vain, he was too tired to eat, and he drank too much. Well, unable to resist Jason Liu's persuasion, Rob wanted to have a drink for a long time. In the past, his father always let them have a small cup every now and then. This is a rare opportunity. Since his father is not here, Rob is ready to let it go. The soldiers of Winterfell were still awake and helped their young master back. They also want to drink openly. After all, this is the summer red from Qingting Island. How can these big soldiers usually have the opportunity to drink such high-end drinks? But they dared not, because it was duty time, and if they returned to the castle drunk, they would be scolded by Sir Roderick, or even whipped. The elite soldiers of the Stark family still have this strength. Jason Liu also blushed from drinking, but his mind was clear. Let Martha and Susan help Jon Snow, who is lying down, to rest in the house rented by Boris, and she herself, with Lena's help, went back to the room and fell asleep. Door. Boris recently took his 5 apprentices and assistants, took the medicine that Jason Liu bought him from Hyundai, and ran around the village near Winterfell, treating everyone for free, and by the way, he used these people to practice his hands, teach disciples. So, John was put in the room next to Boris and fell asleep. When Jason Liu woke up in the afternoon, washed his face under Bella's service, and walked out of the room, he saw hundreds of people wearing new off-white linen clothes, standing in 5 rows of dumbfounded people in the open space not far from the storefront. Newly recruited young soldiers. Jason Liu and these 100 young and honest big boys, whose average age is definitely no more than 18 years old, stood for a while with big eyes and small eyes. He felt that he should do something, but maybe it was because he drank at noon and just fell asleep. Wake up is not clear. After thinking about it, let McCann 503, D***K, Bud, and the other 10 people who have been initially trained by John, and no one is responsible for the 10 newly recruited soldiers, so they will practice for the time being. Because they hadn't had time to buy weapons, these young northerners found a wooden stick on a construction site not far away and clumsily followed. These sticks are all leftovers from cutting down trees and cannot be used for building houses. Looking at the 100 newly recruited soldiers waving wooden sticks blankly there, Jason Liu patted his forehead, thinking that he had to find a place to sleep for them at night, and he couldn't help but feel a little big. Turning around and looking, there is only a new storefront that can accommodate 100 people to sleep here. So, Jason Liu asked Martha to buy hundreds of coarse quilts in the winter market town, and found 2 women nearby to help clean the empty ground. Hundreds of sets of futons are placed directly on the floor of the spacious storefront. If you squeeze it, it is no problem to accommodate 100 people to sleep. In the evening, when Boris sat tiredly in the carriage, came back from outside practicing medicine with his 2 men, 3 women, and 5 assistants, and passed by the new shop opposite, all he saw were young guys lying all over the place. What the hell happened here? Boris and the 5 little assistants were stunned. Where did Mr. Jason recruit so many people during my absence today? The 5 little assistants looked at each other. Of course, they couldn't answer Boris Bachelor. Yes, in order to show respect, the 5 young people who studied with Boris all called him a bachelor, although Boris was not recognized by the city at all, and he did not wear a knowledge necklace to prove his bachelor's identity. At first, Boris was called this, and he was ashamed in his heart. However, after correcting it several times, the 5 little apprentices still did not change their words, and Boris did not care anymore. Hey, mainly bachelor's name is too sweet. Boris, who is in his 30s and hasn't been able to get a bachelor's necklace, has never known in his life whether there is an old man who can become a bachelor. Hearing the honorific names of his assistants, his heart is still very refreshing. Ahem. It's good that I know it in my heart, but I can't admit it at all on the surface. As soon as Boris entered the store, Jason Liu stopped him immediately. Boris, is your medical practice going well today? After asking a random question, no matter if Boris was about to drink from a glass of water in his hand, Jason Liu said directly, I just recruited 100 soldiers today, so you should have seen it just now. The registration of the soldiers' personal circumstances. I'll leave the work to you. If possible, leave it to me before tomorrow night. Can you do it? Boris ran for a day, his throat was thirsty, and he lowered his eyes and gagged the glass of water that Gung Gang had brought to his mouth. Finally, he held back, turned his head to look at Lord Jason, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Jason, tomorrow night. I must give you the registration list before. Trouble you. Jason Liu also noticed the glass of water that Boris brought to his mouth, looked at the other party's white and chapped lips, and couldn't help smiling. Drink it. It seems that you guys today, it's really hard work. Boris laughed dryly and dunked the water in the cup, then picked up the kettle on the table, poured another cup, and after drinking 2 cups, he snorted comfortably. Casterly Rock, Westeros, is a majestic castle built on a coastal rock. Because the western region is rich in gold, especially in the territory of the Lannister family, there are countless gold mines. Therefore, Caster Rock City, the ruling center of the Lannister family, is the most prosperous city in the entire western region. In a tavern in the city, Odover summoned a group of small businessmen from the West like himself to discuss the acquisition of natural gold nuggets for Jason Liu. So, what you said, Odover, is true? The Lord Jason East, who has countless such magical goods from the Far East in his hands, is willing to buy natural gold nuggets at a high price. The old man in the deerskin hat said solemnly. That's right. I took out more than half of my net worth and received a small piece. If the adult doesn't take it, I will lose money. I got $2 at Port Lannister, and now my money is on it. Odover, I believe in your ability. You can't lie to me. I have it too. Odover, if you dare to lie to me, beware of Lousy's fists. The other small businessmen were clamoring and staring at Odover's eyes. They also wanted to confirm again, otherwise it would be a big loss this time. Because of the backward information transmission, although the news of the acquisition of natural gold bullion at a high price is spread all over the northern border, few people in the western border know about it. Of course it's true. I heard it from the big mouth. It's absolutely fine. Odover's forehead was slightly sweaty. One side was hot, the other side was excited. Everyone got so much natural gold. Block, Mr. Jason is sure that 5.6 will be very happy, and the goods we want will be no problem. Thinking of the goods that Odover brought from Casterly Rock City from the north, they were almost snapped up by the nobles in the city, and even Lord Tyrion Lannister in Casterly Rock Castle sent someone to inquire, hoping to get more paper and pens and soap. It's a great seller. It's no wonder that these small businessmen listened to Odover's words and took out most of their net worth to go to various gold mines in the western border to buy natural gold nuggets. They were not jealous of Odover and made a lot of money, thinking that they would also get some from Mr. Jason. Goods. Hearing that Mr. Jason is buying natural gold nuggets at a high price, these small businessmen will do what they like. Presumably the other party will sell them the goods happily because of their wise face. The group of small businessmen organized by Odover decided to set off for Winterfell in the north tomorrow after negotiating to buy the best-selling goods early and make a lot of money early. Compared with the small businessmen like Odover, who had to go to the buzzing gold mine to buy it, the big businessman Bert Bancroft of the Golden Tooth City in the west, using the aristocrats of the Golden Tooth City that he had befriended, was very easy. Several pieces of land were acquired. One of them looks like a bull and weighs 8.73 kg. For this rare big guy, Bert not only gave a high price, but also sold hundreds of gel pens, hundreds of sheets of white paper, and thousands of bars of soap to the Baron at a discount. Although he lost some money, when he thought of this bull-shaped natural gold nugget, if he was loved by Lord Jason, he would naturally not lose his benefits. Of course, this advantage is not about buying discounts or anything. As one of the top businessmen in Golden Teeth City, Bert is already very satisfied with the price of this extremely popular commodity. What he wants more is friendship with Lord Jason. In other words, I hope to make a good relationship with Mr. Jason. If Mr. Jason brings new products that sell better, he can make himself the first buyer of the Western region. That's enough for Bert. With 3 bull-shaped natural gold nuggets with a slightly smaller weight and the heaviest weight, Bert entrusted his son with the responsibility for the business in his hand, and he had already driven the carriage convoy to Winterfell. It is said that the business is handed over to his son, but in fact, the paper, pen, and soap that Bert bought from the north more than 10 days ago have been sold out in just 2 days. His son was in charge of the low-profit traditional businesses of the past. This kind of low-profit business, after seeing the best-selling products from Mr. Jason, Bert has become a little disdainful. As a big businessman, only a lucrative business can excite him. In the winter market town of Winterfell, Jason Liu is taking his 110 soldiers to start training in the open space. Jon Snow stood aside and watched. He was a little curious about what Master Jason said about the training methods of the Imperial Army. Then, he saw a scene that made him extremely confused and puzzled. I saw that Jason Liu first asked 110 soldiers, including McCann, Bud, and D***K, to try to distinguish between left and right. After taking it over, half of these farmers' sons couldn't tell the difference between their right and left. No way, Jason Liu had no choice but to take off the left and right shoes and put on the right foot. Then use this method to force the soldiers to be familiar with their own left and right. In John's view, the effect is not very good. While practicing the turn left, turn right, walk along these lines, as taught by Mr. Jason, seemed to John to be very simple, more than half of the young soldiers made mistakes. Someone turned in the wrong direction and collided with the person next to him. Someone was turning too fast, and his body was swaying from side to side. Some people simply patronize and stare at their feet, moving slowly and unable to keep up with the rhythm. Even when they were marching forward together, some people took big steps and some took small steps. Seeing John's handsome face pretending to be serious and indifferent, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. When Master Jason was taking a break, John couldn't help his inner gang and walked over. "Master Jason, please forgive me. No offense intended, but I really don't see how useful such a simple training is in combat." Jason Lu took the mineral water handed by the little girl Bella, took John to the chair next to him while drinking, and sat down. John refused Bella's offer of water and followed this way to sit down. "You think this thing is useless?" Putting down the bottle, Jason Lu said lazily, half lying on the back of the chair regardless of his image. "I originally thought that the military training when I was in college in the past, when the instructor can order the students to act according to their own instructions, it will be very interesting. However, when Jason Lu commanded his 110 soldiers to train according to the steps of military training middle school in memory, he was a little dumbfounded. The numbers of these peasant children are really bad. Many people don't even distinguish between left and right. They are stupid, making people like Jason Lu with a good temper, they can't help but get angry." It was the first time that he yelled at this group of his subordinates who were so angry that he still couldn't tell them apart, even if they made a little progress. In the end, he had to stop the original training steps. The running department, the running standing, the kicking step, all these were cancelled. "Let's practice the turn left, turn right, and walk in unison." At this time, he really understood the mentality of the instructor's collapse when facing the clumsy college students during the military training. "I'm tired, want to scold people, want to beat people." However, he doesn't think his training is as useless as John says. But John obviously doesn't think so. This kind of training method, like a child's play, is really absurd for some teenagers who have been trained in swordsmanship, riding, and archery since childhood. So, after hearing Lord Jason's question, John said without thinking, "Yes, I think this kind of playful so-called training is useless." 503 looked at the fluff that had grown on the lips of the young man in front of him, and his handsome face was full of seriousness. Jason Lu couldn't help but smile. "John, ask you a question. Do you think the war depends on you? Is it enough to be brave?" John thought for a while, then answered cautiously, "Of course it's not just about bravery, but also the number of soldiers, weapons, and army commanders, all of which will affect the outcome of the war. Yes, these will have an impact, but I don't think these are the main ones." Jason Lu nodded approvingly, then said, "Isn't it the most important thing?" John, who is about to come of age, actually knows only about the war, but only the soldiers of Winterfell who drank and boasted at the wine table. Those soldiers who drank too much, blew the most, nothing more than killing the enemy with a sword, how to be heroic. These low-level soldiers don't know what kind of war, they will only charge forward with arrogant shouting under the command of the superior. If you want to understand what is most important in a war, aside from logistical supplies, weapons and equipment, and commanders whose skills are generally not bad, the real war competition is actually teamwork. Jason Lu raised a finger. Teamwork is very important on the battlefield. John looked puzzled. No one had ever told him these things. After all, he is just an illegitimate child. Who dares to teach him about war? Having taught the illegitimate son so much knowledge, if he fights with Master Luo and Robb for the inheritance of Winterfell in the future, wouldn't that cause trouble for the Stark family? A lowly illegitimate child. It is enough to be a pariah all his life. Understand what kind of war. John can learn writing, master reading and writing skills in Winterfell, and can learn some knightly martial arts from Sir Roderick. Otherwise, no one in Winterfell would dare, out of sympathy, to take the risk of offending Lady Catelyn and the future Duke of Winterfell, Master Robb, to teach an illegitimate child knowledge and skills. Even Maester Luwin, who is only under the jurisdiction of the Academy, would not dare. Therefore, Jon can learn some knowledge and grow up to now, which is already very good. At least he wasn't suffocated with a quilt, fell into a well, drowned, fell to his death, was hit by a frightened livestock, and all kinds of accidental deaths that showed no trace of human beings at all. It's not easy for Jon to grow up safely. It's really not easy. One is to thank Ed Stark for his protection, and the other is because Catelyn Tully is not as vicious as a typical noble lady. To say how much Jon knows about the war, that's a big plus. It was the first time I heard from Mr. Jason that teamwork is an important factor in the outcome of a war. Jon couldn't help but express his curiosity. I don't quite understand what you mean, Mr. Jason. Isn't war a fight between people? As long as the soldiers have mastered strong swordsmanship, they will surely kill the enemy more easily than those with poor swordsmanship. No matter how good a person's swordsmanship is, if he doesn't know how to cooperate with his companions, when he faces a sword-wielding enemy in front of him, he may kill him with his superb swordsmanship, but... Jason Lu's eyes fell on Jon's eyes, half teaching and half reminding. On the battlefield, there are thousands of soldiers on both sides, and you face countless enemies. You can kill each other with a sword. What if you have 2, 3, or 10 swords? And was stunned. His mind suddenly cleared. Suddenly, he realized that he had never thought about this question. For in all the awareness of war in his head, war is what the drunken soldiers of Winterfell brag about, rushing up bravely with swords to chop off the heads of enemies, and if only one is brave, the swordsmanship is powerful, as if invincible. These soldiers, who will brag about themselves after drinking, are only showing off for the sake of showing off, and they will not talk about the specific details of the war. Anyway, bragging, highlighting one's own bravery and invincibility is over. No one else matters. Jon was fooled by these brainless bragging soldiers. Subconsciously, I also think that war is like this, relying on one person's tyranny. Just rush past it, and it will be over. Until today, Master Jason personally opened a real war window for him, and really looked at the war from the perspective of a battlefield soldier, and he realized how superficial and ridiculous his previous knowledge about war was. Thinking of this, Jon couldn't help but look extremely sorry, Mr. Jason. I am too ignorant. I should have long thought that the battlefield is different from the competition between two people. Thousands of soldiers from both sides fight together. The strength of one person, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to win more enemies. Jason Lu is very pleased to see that you understand what you mean so quickly, Jon. I'm very happy that you can understand so quickly and have a deep understanding. This shows that I read it correctly, Jon. You are a very smart and potential person. Jon was very happy to receive the praise from Jason, so he made inferences. So, you train your soldiers to turn left and right to walk in unison, using the easiest way to teach them to learn to cooperate with their peers. That is, teamwork, right? Well, yes. I'm glad you understood my intentions so quickly. Jason Lu smiled, but his heart was full of complaints. Is it easy to teach yourself? Remember, when the military training in the university, it was not easy for these college students to learn? The instructor at the time was so angry that they jumped and scolded them for being idiots. After a week of learning, they couldn't even turn around. The hare-headed boys under his own, who didn't even know a word, were so angry that he was speechless. Don't want to get mad at these stupid boys anymore. Jason Lu is going to let the tool guy play. So, he turned a whole face and looked into Jon's eyes seriously. Jon, can I trust you? Seeing that Lord Jason suddenly asked him so solemnly, Jon immediately became serious and answered without evading his eyes. Yes, Lord Jason. Okay, I'll leave the rest of the training to you. You've watched it for so long just now. Have you already memorized what I taught? Well, Lord Jason, Before Jon could say his refusal, Jason Lu clapped a hand on his shoulder. I understand, Jon. I believe you can do it well. So do it well, boy. I'm optimistic about you. After he finished speaking, he stopped looking at Jon's forced and surprised face, and Jason Lu turned around and walked towards the store. Jon watched in astonishment as Lord Jason's back disappeared into the doorway and was stunned at the end. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. After getting along for so long, Jon can be considered somewhat understandable. This young adult, who is not even a few years older than himself, is indeed a young master from a big, noble family. He doesn't want to do these hard things at all. However, Jon doesn't think there's anything wrong either. After all, Lord Jason isn't Lord of the Lee's Good clan, and if you have anything to do, you just need to order it, son. Just like Lord Ed, as long as he is instructed, the people below will do it according to his requirements. Isn't that what aristocrats are? Thinking of this, Jon was full of energy. He was completely familiar with the movements taught by Mr. Jason just now. He wanted these soldiers to make corresponding movements neatly and uniformly according to the passwords he issued. It's easy. At least practice is much easier than swordsmanship. So Jon walked up to the 110 soldiers confidently and started training according to Jason Lu's method. The 100 newly recruited soldiers also know Jon Snow, the swordsman instructor, who is highly valued by Mr. Jason. No one dared to stab them, and they all honestly trained hard in the scolding that Jon couldn't bear their stupidity and had to curse out loud. With an apple in his hand, Jason Lu, who was standing in the store and looked towards him, couldn't help laughing when he heard Jon's scolding and scolding like he had collapsed before. Compared with teaching the soldiers under him, he still feels the fragrance of apples in his hands. After eating a big, red and sweet apple, Jason Lu said something to Lena, then entered the room and put it back into the modern age. Throwing the training work to Jon, Jason Lu is not really free. He also wants to buy some clothes and weapons for the more than 100 soldiers. The quality of Westeros' iron sword is too inferior. With a little force, the blade will be rolled up. How can he see this? So, I decided to search the internet for companies that make movie props, and I plan to try to see if I could purchase more than 100 swords made of modern steel in the name of props. I randomly selected a company that made props and asked through the online customer service. Then Jason Lu was a little dumbfounded. He meows. Those swords that looked sharp and threatening to make movies and TV dramas turned out to be fake. These swords are generally made of plastic and wood, and then a layer of paint is brushed on the surface to fool people. It's really a dog. Not giving up, he found a few more companies, and they all said that they could only make those kinds of plastic, rubber, and wood, which made Jason Lu very frustrated. I searched again, and finally in a forum, I saw a small advertisement of the Brilliant Props custom factory posted by someone. I bought a box with the attitude of trying it out. Scared wrong with the idea of trying, Jason Lu added the WeChat account left by the other party. Easy to add successfully. Let's talk first. 24K single dog, hello. That's right, this is Jason Lu's WeChat nickname, the same as the nickname on the Douyin account. He is such a dedicated person. Buzzing. The phone prompts the other party to reply to the message. Soon. The service attitude is good. Jason Lu gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant props. Who are you? Jason Lu. Can you customize that ancient Western iron sword? Brilliant prop. Are you from the prop company? Jason Lu. Well, planning to do some movie props business. Brilliant props. A real guy. Jason Lu. Yes, it is made of stainless steel to ensure that it does not rust, and the hardness and toughness are good. Brilliant props. We're all custom here, not cheap. Bafk. Jason Lu. These stainless steel swords I want are ordinary goods. As long as the hardness and toughness are at an ordinary level, other decorations are not important. Brilliant props. Can you post a picture to see what it looks like? After saying a moment, Jason Lu found the photos he had taken in Westeros on his mobile phone, and there were photos of ordinary iron swords in the blacksmith shop. So it was sent to the other party. Jason Lu. That's it. Made of stainless steel, you don't need to bother with patterns or anything. Brilliant props. Well, it can be crafted. How much do you want? Jason Lu. First come 120. If there is a need in the future, I will order again. Brilliant props. So many? Why did you buy them? Jason Lu thought that of course it was used to kill people. But the reply became, some people want to collect them, and some prop companies make movies. It's impossible to use this kind of sword to rob a bank, right? Brilliant props. Okay, but at least 2,000 yuan per pair, which is already the lowest price. Jason Liu finally found a custom-made product, and he didn't care about the money. Jason Liu. Yes, how long will it take to do it? Luo Yuchen from the brilliant item side was suddenly surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would not even pay back the price. It seemed that he had met a local tyrant. Such a good thing cannot be missed. Brilliant props. As long as you pay a 10% deposit, this simple sword can be made in 2 days, and the delivery is guaranteed within 3 days. Jason Liu. Yes, can I use WeChat? Brilliant props. Yes. Jason Liu directly transferred the past 24,000 yuan. He is not afraid of being deceived. Because the other party's company has indeed found it, and there are many comments from water friends in the forum, the other party has the real thing, not a liar. After getting the weapons of his soldiers, Jason Liu felt that he should also get a sword to fill the facade. Of course, unlike what the soldiers used, it had to be a good sword. One can make people see extraordinary, noble and luxurious at a glance. A sword that should match the design of his great nobleman. So, he told all these requirements to the brilliant props factory opposite. After a while, the other side replied, Brilliant props. This sword is meant to look as gorgeous and advanced as possible, right? Jason Liu. Yes, and I hope the blade is made of better alloy steel. The surface is dazzling and shiny crimson, with beautifully carved patterns, and the sword's name, Xingho, is engraved on the hilt. The scabbard should also use good materials, and the total weight should not be too heavy. Xingho is the name that Jason Liu gave to the sword. According to the tradition of Westeros, only good swords that have been passed down for a long time deserve a unique name. Now that he has decided to make himself a great noble from the Kai Empire in the Far East, his saber cannot be left alone. It must have a resounding name and an inheritance of honor. Like Ice from House Stark, Claw from House Mormont, Broken Heart from House Tully in the Reach, etc. The sword of inheritance of the East family for hundreds of years, Xingho. Does it sound more pretentious? Why is it called Starfire? Because he very much admires the words that the great man said, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Therefore, this dazzling red sword is called Xingho. Even the East family that he made up, the family language is a single spark can start a prairie fire. Very nice. After Jason Liu himself made a bunch of requirements for the sword of Xingho, he communicated with the brilliant props for a while. Finally settled on this high-end custom sword. Brilliant props. According to your requirements, the material is made of titanium alloy. In order to make the dazzling red sword body, vacuum plating is needed, and the carving is exquisite. The production time here will be longer, and the price is also higher. Titanium alloy, which Jason Liu has heard of, is a kind of high hardness, good toughness, corrosion resistance, high temperature and low temperature resistance, and is commonly used in the production of some components on aircraft engines, rockets, and missiles. This is several times stronger than the ordinary stainless steel just now. Jason Liu. Okay, how much does this sword cost? On the other end of the phone, Luo Yuchen, the owner of the Brilliant Props custom manufacturing factory, made a quick calculation and then made an offer. Brilliant Props. For the order of 120 ordinary steel swords just now, I won't ask you for more, 40,000 yuan. Brilliant Props. The titanium alloy material is less than 2 kg, which is not expensive, but its processing cost is high, and it is recognized as one of the most difficult alloy materials to process. Jason Liu. No problem. This time, the other party did not ask for a deposit, because the previous order for 120 steel swords was trusted by the other party. After getting the weapons, Jason Liu contacted the seller of the stab-resistant clothing and wanted to buy more than 100 sets. The order quantity is relatively large this time, and the merchant gave a discount, a set of 800 yuan, and each set is 200 yuan cheaper. Resolutely place an order. Another 80,000 yuan was paid. At this time, there were only about 250,000 left in Jason Liu's account, which was not enough to pay the balance of the customized sword. But it doesn't matter. If you need money urgently, you can find Boss Wang of Hungly Gold Store to sell a few gold dragon coins. Don't worry about this. After placing the order for the stab-proof clothing, he set up a shop selling military training uniforms. That's right. Since he taught his soldiers with the same set of military training in college, how could he not have a military training uniform? Jason Liu intends no one to send two sets, from shoes, socks, pants, belts, underwear to tops, all-inclusive military training uniforms. There are many shops selling military training uniforms on Taobao. Jason Liu chose the one that has high reviews and is wear-resistant and durable. I didn't choose the bright green color of the military training in the university, but chose the darker field suit color. I chatted with the store customer service because he purchased more than 200 sets at one time, including shoes, belts, etc. Each set is 70 yuan. And more than 200 shirts were given away for free. The price is not bad. Pay and place an order. 3 days later, the stab-proof suits and military training suits bought can go to the warehouse in Zheng City. As for the weapon, ordinary stainless steel sword, this one will come later. The noble and luxurious custom titanium alloy sword Xingho that I spent a lot of money on will arrive later. After dealing with this side of things, Jason Liu returned to Westeros side again. In Casterly Rock City in the west, in the Lannister family's castle, the little devil with an ugly face, one green eye and one black eye, the little devil Tyrion Lannister, walked towards his father Tywin Lannister's house with short legs and an ugly posture.
Study.
The servant waiting outside the study saw Tyrion coming and hurriedly bowed and saluted, then said, "Master Tyrion, Lord Tywin is handling official business at this time. He told not to."
Kakyu.
Before the servant could finish speaking, Tyrion reached out and pushed open the door of the study. As a result, the words in the servant's mouth suddenly got stuck in his throat. His face was slightly red, and he didn't know whether to continue speaking the rest of the words. With one black and one green eyes, he looked up at the young servant, with an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth, but he pretended to be puzzled and said, "So, what do you want to say my father ordered not to?" The servant subconsciously glanced at the door that was pushed open, and at Tyrion, who had stepped into the door with one foot. The corner of his mouth was cancerous, and he showed an ugly smile to his young master. Ha, I'm kidding you, don't mind. Aaron or Abel?" Tyrion shrugged, laughed, and walked to the study with his short legs. Behind the back, the young servant was still saying, "It's Yard, Master Tyrion. The villain's name is Yard." Tyrion raised his hand and waved back, then entered the study and closed the door. Looking at the closed study door, the young Yard shook his head helplessly and depressed, but he was also used to Tyrion's humorous character. Although Tyrion looks ugly, he has a good sense of humor and treats his servants well. People who don't know him may be afraid to hate him, but after spending time with him, you will find that he is a very interesting person. Of course, this is just Yard's opinion. After all, as he is the servant of Duke Tywin in Casterly Rock Castle, Tyrion has had many encounters with each other before he can truly understand his young master. As for the others, because they couldn't get in touch with such a big noble at all, they would always look at Tyrion with disgust and fear. About this, Tyrion himself knows it well, but he is the top noble in Westeros, his sister is the queen, and his father is the Duke of Casterly Rock, one of the 7 lords of Westeros, who is more than Tyrion. There are not many things that are more noble. As the top-level noble, he doesn't need to pay attention to the eyes of the people below, nor can he condescend to explain to these people. His identity naturally makes the people below fear and stay away. 0 flowers. Therefore, in the eyes of most people in Casterly Rock, Tyrion, the ugly-faced dwarf, is simply a demon sent by the 7 gods to punish Duke Tywin. Therefore, Tyrion also has the bad nickname of Little Devil, Deformed Little Monkey, etc. Even Tyrion's biological father, Duke Tywin, believed that this short, ugly dwarf second son was the punishment of the gods on him. Because when Tyrion was born, he caused the death of his mother, Duke Tywin's favorite wife. Also because his wife died in childbirth when Tyrion was born, and Tyrion was ugly and short, Duke Tywin always resented the murderer of the second son, who killed his wife. 0. From childhood to adulthood, Duke Tywin treated Tyrion very indifferently, looking at Tyrion with a pair of pale green eyes, always with deep disgust and scrutiny. Compared with the handsome twin daughters Cersei and Jaime, Every time he saw Tyrion, the disgusting freak, Duke Tywin couldn't help but wonder in his heart why he gave birth to such an ugly son. Because of Duke Tyrion's dislike of Tyrion, Cersei also disliked this brother in her eyes, who was always wise and self-righteous, and looked at everyone like an idiot. No, she didn't think that the monster who killed her mother was her brother at all. In the family, there is only the tall and handsome brother James. Tyrion has no dislike for him, but takes care of his younger brother like an ordinary brother. The two have a good relationship. That's the only consolation Tyrion can get in this castle, in this home. Living in the disgusting eyes of almost everyone, including his biological father and sister, Tyrion lived carefully when he was a child, staying away from his sister Cersei, because several times, Cersei lied to him about playing with him and almost pressed him drowning in water. Tyrion would have been dead long ago if it wasn't for the passing servants to stop him. Without anyone to accompany him, Tyrion became interested in reading when he was bored, and through reading, he broadened his knowledge and possessed superhuman wisdom. The books in the library of Castor Rock City have been read over and over by him over the years.
Door.
When he grows up, he is mature enough and possesses extraordinary wisdom, and the disgusting eyes and sarcastic words of others will not hurt him so deeply. And, as long as he wanted to, he always had a way to use his wisdom to teach those who mocked him, ridiculed him, and viciously attacked him. As a result, these people were afraid of being teased by him, and they began to fear him, and they dared not mock and ridicule him in person. As for the back, what they say behind the back, Tyrion can't control it. After all, this world is always without these roaring, lowly people who are like weeds at the bottom. Could he still pull all these lowly people into the slaughterhouse for slaughter? As a result, Tyrion began to ignore those who were worthless in his eyes. In order to vent his dissatisfaction with his father, he mentioned that 503 Leon began to drink heavily and pretended to be debauched. He spends his days lingering in the women's branch homes in various cities, playing with the women's branch women, and likes to listen to them under his crotch, calling himself the Lannister giant. Well, this will give him a different kind of pleasure. As a result, Duke Tywin was even more disappointed and dissatisfied with this second son. The relationship between father and son became even worse. Tyrion walked into the study, walked to the table in the room, picked up the bottle, and poured himself a glass of wine. Behind the desk, Duke Tywin, who was on official business, did not lift his head. His thin face was always straight, and his eyes seemed to remain unchanged. It will always be the one in people's impressions. He personally led troops to exterminate the two disobedient vassals, the Reyes family and the Tarbeck family, and destroyed their castles, leaving the ruins there to warn all the nobles of the West. The ruthless lord. The Reyes family fief is called Castamere, and the Tarbeck family fief is Tarbeck Hall. Therefore, a wandering singer wrote the rainy season of Castamere to commemorate this event. And the rains of Castamere quickly spread throughout Westeros, and everyone in Westeros remembered the ruthlessness and toughness of Duke Tywin Lannister. For a time, the Lannister family's prestige reached the highest level. Tyrion took a swig of wine, holding a glass in his hand, and sat down in the chair next to Duke Tywin. Looking at him, he was still immersed in government affairs, and he didn't intend to pay any attention to his father. Tyrion was upset, but he didn't dare to say anything. The gel pen used by Tywin was very famous recently in Casterly Rock, and Tyrion couldn't help but say, according to those merchants, this gel pen from the Far East is very good to use, right? Even me also in love with this handy pen that doesn't require the occasional dipping of ink and worry that the ink will stain my gorgeous clothes. Although Duke Tywin was still busy with his head down and seemed to ignore his plans at all, Tyrion didn't care and continued to say, even if the ink inside the refill runs out, just replace it with a new refill. It can be used for a long time, very convenient and smart design. I guess the person who made this pen must be a famous writer who needs to write a lot of characters. In addition to this convenient pen and refill, the smooth and white paper is also very good for use, as well as soap for laundry, soap for washing hands, face and bath, and speaking of soap, as he said, Tyrion seemed to be getting more and more advanced, and his tone could not help but become excited and high-pitched. "This white and fragrant little thing is so cute. Not only can it clean the sweat and oil on the body, but after washing, the body will feel better. There is also a strong fragrance on the top, which is really intoxicating. It is said that the girls in the various women's branches of Castle Rock City love it very much." Enough. Duke Tywin finally could no longer remain silent, slapped his left hand heavily on the table, and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and shut your damn mouth. I know very well how articulate it is. You'd better shut it up for me. Come on, if you don't want me to have your mouth swollen." Duke Tywin's forehead is slightly bald, and his collar is a short, neat golden stubble. His thin and dignified face shows anger, and his pale green eyes are burning with undisguised anger, like a real lion. Generally, glared at Tyrion. Being stared at by his father's terrifying eyes, even Tyrion didn't dare to say anything witty with a smile on his face, and he raised a hand half-hanging his mouth. "Well, as you wish, father, I'll do it right now. Shut it up, after all, I don't want to hang around with my swollen lips either. So, you can save your bodyguards from having to bother." Duke Tywin's pale green eyes stared at this dwarf's second son, whom he hated and even hated. Every time he saw him, he would remind Tywin of his wife who died in childbirth, so this disgust and hatred became stronger. Staring at Tyrion silently for a while, until Tyrion couldn't help but his heart was beating up and down, Duke Tywin said again, "Tell me, what do you have to do with me? Don't tell me that you are idle and all right. Come here to tell me some boring things about pen and paper and soap. I'm not that, listening to you whispering in my ear." Seeing his father speak, Tyrion secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his face returned to his usual joking calmness again. "Of course not. If I have time to tell you this, it would be better to lie in bed with Andrea and have fun together." Tywin's heart was full of anger again, and just by the name, he knew that his damn dwarf son had gone to the women's branch in Casterly Rock to fool around again. However, Tywin didn't want Tyrion to see his anger, this kind of trick to provoke him on purpose, and Tywin didn't intend to make Tyrion wishful. He continued to be expressionless, his pale green eyes were indifferent. "If you don't hurry up and say what you want to say, you won't have a chance to say it again in front of me on 5.6 from now until before going to bed." Tyrion threw the wineglass on the table, and the wineglass made a thump sound when it hit the table. Okay. You are really impatient. This is not the character of the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Guardian of the West. Tyrion habitually teased, but Tywin remained unmoved. "I'm tired of staying in Casterly Rock recently. I'm going to bring some useful paper, pens, and soap to King's Landing for James and Cersei. So, I'm here to tell you." Tyrion spread his hands. "You wouldn't refuse a younger brother's thoughts of elder brother and elder sister, right, my lord?" Duke Tywin stared at Tyrion for a while, not seeing the truth of what he said. He frowned slightly but did not refuse. "I agree. But remember, Tyrion, you are the Queen's younger brother, the guardian of the Duke of Casterly Rock in the West." Before Tywin could finish speaking, Tyrion picked up the words by himself. "The second son of the Duke of Casterly Rock. Every move represents the Lannister family. It's best to be honest along the way, and don't cause the family and me to be confused." "How about the trouble of shame? What are you talking about, right?" Duke Tywin's eyes twitched slightly, but he nodded stiffly. Tyrion had such an expression on his face as he expected, and he replied in a condescending manner, "Don't worry, my father's man. I will be obedient, and I will never cause you any trouble. If you don't mind, then I won't bother you with your government affairs. I'll retire first." Seeing that Tyrion directly lowered his head and picked up the pen, he continued to work on the documents on the desk. Tyrion didn't care. He opened the door of the study on his own and walked out. While walking out, -10 planned in his mind how to have some fun on the way to King's Landing so that the long journey would not be too boring. Presumably the niece Princess Myrcella and the nephew Prince Tommen will be very happy to see the gifts they brought to them. As for that arrogant, stupid kid Joffrey, like her mother, she wouldn't be happy to see herself at the Red Keep's table. Brother James should also be very happy. After all, he has worked so hard to come to King's Landing all the way. For the past 2 days, Jason Lew watched Jon train the group of young guys while he was selling goods on a daily basis. Compared with the initial training, the current 110 boys have made a little progress. When turning around, no matter the direction is right or wrong, at least they will no longer bump into their companions. Although some of them are still indistinguishable. All in all, it's been good. Just a little sympathy for John. I was so angry with these idiots that I kept shouting and scolding every day, and my voice was hoarse. Even Lena, Martha, Sutton, and the others all said that the first time they saw John's temper was so grumpy. Because in the past, John gave them the impression that he was a handsome, but a little gloomy big boy who was taciturn. Seeing John lose his temper and yell at the soldiers from time to time also made Lena and the others feel particularly interesting. Master Jason, it's a pleasure to see you again. Suddenly, a group of carriages stopped at the door of the store. Bert Bancroft, a businessman from the West Border with a gray face, but full of spirit, stepped down from the carriage with a happy face and saluted Jason Liu. Bert? Ha, it's really you. Jason Liu was also very pleasantly surprised to see the big businessman from the Golden Tooth City, whom he had high hopes for, finally arrived. Come in and drink a glass of water and have a good rest. It seems that this journey will not be easy for you. Bert followed Jason Liu into the store, his men behind him carrying 2 boxes. Jason Liu glanced curiously, but said nothing. Master Jason, guess what I brought you? As soon as he sat down, before he even had time to drink water, Bert said to Jason Liu with a look of excitement and a sense of taking credit. Jason Liu's heart moved, and he looked at the box behind Seong Bert, and his face couldn't help but show a happy expression. Did you really buy dog head gold? No. Natural gold nuggets? Although he didn't know what the word in Lord Jason just said, Bert didn't care. He put the box on the table himself with a bright face, and then opened the wooden box. Lord, please see. This is what I've tried. A lot of hard work and a lot of money to get you a natural gold nugget. Jason Liu's eyes followed Bert's movements, stared into the wooden box, just glanced at it, and was immediately attracted by the piece of gold that resembled a bull in the box. Very like. At the same time, I was also roaring excitedly, I must win this bull-shaped dog head gold, even if it pays twice the pure gold price. With uncontrollable excitement and excitement on his face, Jason Liu looked at Bert. It's great. Bert, I like this natural gold nugget with such a unique shape. I didn't expect you to find such a wonderful natural gold nugget. Bullion. Having said that, at the invitation of Bert, Jason Liu personally picked up this bull-shaped dog head gold. Very heavy. This is the first feeling of Jason Liu holding his hands. Then it was even more surprising. Because in modern times, the heavier the dog head gold, the higher the price. Not to mention this bull's head gold. Posted, this time for real. Holding this bull's head gold piece that definitely exceeds 5 kg in both hands, this is the only thought left in Jason Liu's mind. Seeing that Mr. Jason loved him so much, Bert couldn't help but smile, and it didn't cost him so much to buy this strange natural nugget. Presumably, Mr. Jason will remember his friendship. In future transactions, when there are new products, he will also think of himself, right? After being excited for a while, he carefully put down the bull-shaped dog head gold. Jason Liu looked at Bert and said sincerely that, I'm really happy. You really took my needs in mind. I remember your payment, let's just say. Besides the money to buy this natural gold nugget in your hand, what do you want? The discount on this purchase of goods. No, Mr. Jason. Your price of 503 is very reasonable in my opinion, and even compared to their popularity, the price is a bit low. To Jason Liu's surprise, Bert actually rejected the product purchase discounts. This makes Jason Liu a little skeptical, and he doesn't believe that businessmen will reject bigger profits. So, he pretended to be puzzled and looked at the Western businessman in front of him. So, what do you want from me? Friendship. Bert replied without hesitation. It is more important to me to have your friendship with Lord Jason. Friendship? ? I didn't expect this to be the answer. Jason Liu really didn't understand. When did his friendship become so valuable? Of course. Maybe the villain is not qualified to be your friend, but I hope you can remember that the villain has also served you. If you bring other new products from her hometown in the future, please allow the villain to let the villain be the first to buy. Saying that, Bert blushed slightly and seemed a little embarrassed. This is all my requests. Mouth, no wonder. I just said how could a businessman give up profits? It turned out to be in exchange for greater profits. In other words, Bert wanted to get the right to launch one of his next new products so that he could make the most profit. For Jason Liu, it makes no difference. Anyone can make money. He doesn't care. If Bert wants it, sigh to him. After thinking about this, Jason Liu immediately assured with a serious face, I promise you, Bert, when the next batch of goods arrives, you will be the first merchant to buy it in the West, I promise. Haha. Thank you very much, Mr. Jason. Your generosity and kindness are so much respect and gratitude to the villain. Sure enough, hearing Jason Liu's assurance, the Western businessman smiled brightly. Bullshit generosity. Huge profits is what you're really grateful for, right? I couldn't help but complain, and Jason Liu happily weighed this bowl-shaped dog head gold with Bert. 8.73 kg. Seeing this weight, Jason Liu was instantly elated. Moreover, in addition to the largest, heaviest, and most peculiarly shaped dog head gold, Bert also brought two other pieces, one 2.54 kg and one 4.79 kg. Then buy it at the price of pure gold of equal weight, and a total of 16.06 kg needs to be paid to him. According to the gold content of a golden dragon is about 30 g, almost 536 golden dragons are needed. With over 5,000 golden dragons in Jason Liu's hands, paying for this is a breeze. What's more, Bert doesn't need Gene Long at all. He just wants to buy all the money into goods and ship them back to the West. That is to say, Jason Liu doesn't need to pay a gold dragon just using cheap pen and paper and soap. He can get $3 of gold that sell a lot of money in modern times. Then, Bert purchased 10,000 gel pens and 100,000 refills, 100,000 sheets of A4 paper, 5,000 sheets of A1 paper, 10,000 pieces of soap, and 100,000 pieces of soap. The total purchase price is 1,275 gold dragons. Subtracting the purchase price of 536 gold dragons, Bert has to pay another 739 gold dragons. Jason Liu generously erased the 9 golden dragons and received 730 golden dragons. This made Bert very happy, and while arranging his men to help count the number of goods, they moved to the carriage outside the store. Saying goodbye to Bert Bancroft, who will bring him huge profits, Jason Liu once again said that he needs more natural gold nuggets and hopes that he can acquire as many as possible in the West. Bert promised again and again that he would continue to initiate relations, contact other cities in the western border as much as possible, and send more natural gold nuggets to Mr. Jason. Watching the carriage convoy of Bert, a businessman from the west border, go away, Jason Liu couldn't hold back his excitement, returned to the store, and picked up the 3 pieces of gold in the wooden box, and asked Bella to call John. Tell John to let him teach the soldiers in his own way these 3 days, and let Lena and Martha take good care of the store, saying that they may need to go out for a few days, so that they don't worry about themselves. Lena, Martha, and the others are used to Lord Jason leaving from time to time, and it is no surprise that they will be optimistic about the store and wait for Lord Jason to come back. John also promises that he will train the soldiers well and will never disappoint Mr. Jason. For Lena, Martha, and John, Jason Liu is still very relieved. So, he carried the dog back to the room and took the dog head gold in the box and directly sent it back to the modern age. Back in the warehouse, Jason Liu found a snakeskin bag at random and wrapped the wooden box containing the 3 pieces of gold with the snakeskin bag, and then took a taxi back to the villa. Putting the box in the bedroom, Jason Liu first took out the other 2 small pieces of dog head gold, found 2 shoe boxes, and put both pieces of dog head gold into one of them. The last piece of dog head gold weighing 8.73 kg, very much like a bull. No, maybe it is more appropriate to call it bull gold. It was placed in a separate shoebox, and then he put the shoebox in the closet and covered it with clothes, right? Anyway, there is no one else in his villa, only himself, and it should not be lost. And with such precious and useless bullshit, Jason Liu wouldn't let them stay in his hands forever. He wants to find a buyer for the Kotowa in his hand. First, I checked the price of dog head gold in recent years. There are a lot of news. The price of dog-head gold in one of the auctions made Jason Liu very interested. A 185G Falcon-shaped dog-head gold was auctioned for 2.25 million yuan. A piece of golden turtle-shaped dog-head gold, weighing 597G, was auctioned for 7.5 million yuan. A 3560G swallowtail dog-head gold was auctioned for a high price of 45 million. According to this calculation, coupled with the rising gold price this year, and next year is the year of the ox, the bull-shaped dog-head gold weighing 8730G can be sold for at least 90 million. If it is sent to auction, it may be sold for hundreds of millions of yuan. Excited. I finally have to achieve my first small goal in life. He checked the prices of the ordinary koalas, which were much cheaper than the kobolds that looked like something. For the 7.85 kg of ordinary gold that a herdsman found, the highest bid was 15 million. The two pieces of 2.54 kg and 4.79 kg in my hand can be sold for about 15 million. Therefore, these $3 can at least bring Jason Liu hundreds of millions of dollars. Terrible profiteering. The excited Jason Liu finally calmed down and decided to sell the two smallest pieces first, and then take out the most valuable bull gold after finding a big buyer. After thinking about it, Jason Liu called the owner of the Hungli Jean store and decided to ask him if he knew the person who bought the Kodu gold. After all, Boss Wang owns a gold shop, and he knows a lot of people who are in the gold, silver, and jewelry business. Maybe some people do this. Hey, Brother Liu, you haven't contacted me for a while. On the opposite side came Boss Wang's happy voice. How is it? Is there another business to take care of, my brother? Boss Wang, I want to ask you something. Do any of you know any people who have received money? Jason Liu said in a low voice. Huh? Dog-head gold? Li's good. Boss Wang's voice on the other end of the phone was obviously a lot louder, and after a while, he also said in a low voice, Why, Brother Liu, you got a piece of dog-head gold? Jason Liu vaguely said, Well, I received a piece, and I was thinking of finding a channel to sell it. This is not asking you, Boss Wang, if you know the grandson who received this. Can I ask how big you are? Boss Wang asked. More than 2,000 grams. Jason Liu only said the smallest one. What shape is it? Boss Wang continued to ask. There's no shape, just regular kotani. Jason Liu tells the truth. The other side paused for a while, and then said, You wait for my call. I'll ask a big boss for you first to see if the other party is interested. Jason Liu hung up the phone and waited for news from Boss Wang. In the Hungli Gold store, Boss Wang thought for a while, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the number marked Mr. Zhang. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, Mr. Zhang, hello. I'm Fatty Wang Hung from the Hungli Gold store on Chi Road. Do you still remember me? Boss Wang said in a respectful and flattering tone. The other side paused for a while, as if recalling who Fatty Wang was. Just when Boss Wang was uneasy and worried that Mr. Zhang on the other side would forget too much, there was finally a voice on the other end of the phone. Oh, it's the Hungli Gold store. We've taken goods from our store before, and we're still partners, right? Mr. Zhang's voice, though young, was calm. Ouch! What kind of partner is I who make a little fuss? You're flattering, Mr. Zhang. Fatty Wang couldn't help but smile when he heard the other party's words, but his mouth was humble. After all, the other party is a well-known gold and silver jewelry company in Henan province, and there are Jinfuyuan gold and silver jewelry stores in their Zhang family throughout Henan province. It is said that their 503 Zhang family's total assets exceed nearly 10 billion and are very rich. He, the owner of a small gold shop with assets of only tens of millions, is far from others. As long as we do business with Jinfuyuan, we are our partners. Mr. Zhang said politely, and then asked directly, So, did Boss Wang call me? As the general manager of Jinfuyuan Jewelry Company, Zhang Boding has no time to chat with the owner of a small gold shop. Of course, Boss Wang also knew that he was the general manager of a large company, but he was so busy that he didn't have time to grind with him. Mr. Zhang, this is the case. I have a friend who is also looking for some gold. He recently received a piece of dog-head gold that weighs more than 2,000 grams and wants to find a buyer. So, I don't want to ask. Are you interested? No, Boss Wang quickly said the reason. More than 2,000 grams of dog head gold? Hearing that it was dog head gold, Zhang Boating immediately became interested. After all, this thing has been very popular in recent years, and the existing dog head gold in the world is also very rare, and it is extremely sought after by the rich and collectors. Even his dad has a piece of dog head gold that is less than 4 kg. Hearing that someone was going to sell guinea pigs, Zhang Boating immediately said, "Boss Wang, in this way, you can directly bring your friends to our company and bring some things for an interview. What do you think?" As soon as he was interviewed, Boss Wang immediately understood that Zhang always took his fancy, so he hurriedly agreed. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, we'll go to your company now. You wait a few minutes." After hanging up with President Zhang, Boss Wang immediately called Jason Liu again. "Boss Wang, how are you? Have you found a buyer interested in Coda Gold?" Jason Liu answered the phone and asked directly. "Of course, I'm the old king. How can I do it?" Boss Wang first boasted that he knew who and what, and then he was in a lot of trouble, saying that he was trying to find a buyer for the bucks in his hand, and he had to pay for it. How much energy, how many favors, and a lot of things. In any case, this guy has no idea who he finds who wants to buy dog head gold. Jason Liu was anxious to hear it, but slowly came back to it. It turned out that this guy was going to ask for favors. Well, this makes sense. After all, according to the rules, the introducer should charge a certain amount of intermediary fee. With the deep friendship between the two, it is obviously impossible to avoid the intermediary fee. That being the case, Jason Liu interrupted the other side's grievances and said, "Boss Wang, I'm not ignorant of the rules. The agency fee is 5% of the selling price. What do you think?" "Oh, yeah, Brother Liu, you're out now, haha." Over there, Boss Wang immediately smiled brightly and said that he was out of sight, but he didn't mention the rejection at all. This time, he was a lot more decisive. "Let's go directly to the Jinfuyuan Jewelry Company in the International Trade Center. The buyer I'm looking for you is Zhang Boating, the general manager of Jinfuyuan." "Do you know Jinfuyuan?" "Of course I know. This is the largest gold and silver jewelry company in our province. There are also many chain stores of Jinfuyuan in my home city, and the business is doing a lot." Hearing that Boss Wang had actually caught up with the general manager of Jinfuyuan, this made him very surprised. This fatty Wang actually has such a powerful network? Jinfuyuan is a family business of the Zhang family, with assets of tens of billions and a properly rich man. Since you know the place, brother, you can bring your piece of gold, and we will meet downstairs in Jinfuyuan Company. "Hurry up, don't let Mr. Zhang wait for a long time," Fatty Wang reminded. "Don't worry, I'm ready to go now." Jason Liu agreed and hung up. Take out the 4.79 kg of dog head gold from the two pieces that were put in before. Jason Liu only intends to take this 2.54 kilograms piece of dog head gold. 0. The first was that Fatty Wang had to be given a 5% cut for this transaction, and it was not worthwhile to trade 2 yuan at a time. On the other hand, Jason Liu didn't know what the price was given by the general manager of Jinfuyuan, so he tried a small piece first. After putting away the 4.79 kg piece of dog head gold, Jason Liu packed a shoebox with a shoebox bag, and the box contained the smallest piece of dog head gold. He took a taxi and headed to Jinfuyuan Company at the International Trade Center. In first-tier cities, traffic jams are more serious. From the villa area outside the third ring road to the Guamao in the city center, it took almost an hour. From a distance, he saw Jason Liu getting out of a car with something in his hand, and Fatty Wang, who had been waiting at the gate of Jinfuyuan Company, hurried over and couldn't help complaining. "I said, Brother Liu, you are too much. Be slow." "I don't want to either, but the traffic jam in Jing City is too serious." Jason Liu was also helpless. All right, let's hurry in. I'm afraid Mr. Zhang will be unhappy if he waits too long." Fatty Wang didn't say anything anymore and urged him to enter the Jinfuyuan Company's building. While walking, Boss Wang said, "I said, brother, you are worth $1 million anyway. Why don't you even have a car?" "It's inconvenient to not have a car. I'm planning to buy it, but I don't have enough money for the time being. If I want to buy a luxury sports car, I've already planned it." Jason Liu 5.6 smiled bitterly. Brother Liu, you young people will enjoy it. I have driven a Mercedes-Benz 520 for several years, but I can't afford a luxury sports car. Boss Wong couldn't help but admire Jason Liu when he heard that he was actually thinking of buying a luxury sports car. Is this young man so rich? After the two registered at the front desk called the general manager's office to inquire, and General Secretary Zhang ordered them to come directly to the general manager's office. Boss Wong and Jason Liu took the elevator to the 18th floor. Mr. Zhang's secretary, a beautiful young girl in black business attire, led them into Mr. Zhang's office. On the way, Boss Wong, who was following behind, winked at him slyly, motioned Jason Liu to look forward, and said in a low voice, "Look, the secretary of the general manager of a big company is different." Jason Liu didn't care much at first, and he kept thinking about how to ask for the right price later. If it was lower, he was afraid of losing money. Suddenly, he saw Fatty Wong approaching him obscenely, winking and gesturing for him to look forward. Jason Liu looked forward subconsciously and was immediately attracted by the roundness of the two halves. His eyes moved involuntarily with the enchanting posture of the secretary and sister in front of him. Hey, seeing that Jason Liu's eyes were also attracted, Boss Wong smirked in a low voice again. Jason Liu took a look, took another look, took another look. Well, he glanced at it for a few moments, and then withdrew his gaze. Because the wretched and greasy eyes of Fatty Wong next to him really made him feel a little disgusted, he couldn't bear to look at the scenery in front of him, and Jason Liu turned his eyes away. In the general manager's office, Zhang Boding looked at the two people brought in by the secretary and immediately came over enthusiastically to shake hands with them. "Hello, Boss Wong. Welcome to be a guest here." Zhang Boding and Boss Wong greeted politely, and then their eyes stopped on the 10-box bag of shoes that Jason Liu was carrying, and then quickly turned to Jason Liu. "This gentleman is..." Boss Wong smiled and introduced dog-leggedly, "Mr. Zhang, this is little brother Jason Liu, and he has gold in his hands and wants to find a buyer." "Haha, Mr. Liu, hello, hello. Welcome to Jinfuyuan." Zhang Boding was wearing golden glasses. His face was refined. He looked like he was in his 30s, and the smile on his face looked warm and sincere. Jason Liu reached out and shook hands with each other, and also greeted him with a smile. Zhang Boding invited the two to sit down on the sofa next to them, waited until the female secretary served tea for the three of them, and after leaving the office, the three of them started talking about business in the small talk they had been talking about. Jason Liu first took out the shoebox from the shoebox bag, and then took out the 2.54 kg piece of dog head gold from the shoebox. Watching Jason Liu put gold in a shoebox, Zhang Boding couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes, but he was quickly attracted by the gold stone with potholes on its surface. Fatty Wong couldn't help but look at it curiously, but he didn't know much about this thing. He only knew that this thing was very rare, and it didn't exceed 10,000 yuan in the world. Although it was very expensive and sought after by others, he himself had no idea about this thing. No feeling. "Can I pick it up and take a look?" Zhang Boding looked at Jason Liu. "Of course." Jason Liu nodded and pushed the shoebox towards Zhang Boding. Zhang Boding took out a pair of white gloves from his suit pocket, put them on calmly, and then carefully picked up the piece of gold in both hands and looked at it carefully. Zhang Boding, who had also played with his father's gold at home, could easily tell the truth. This dog head gold is real, and it is a gold-coated stone. It is not large in size, but the weight is very high. It should have a relatively large gold content. I checked it carefully again, and weighed it with a professional electronic scale, 2540G. It took almost 20 minutes to survive. Jason Liu is not in a hurry, drinking tea leisurely, but looking at President Zhang's office curiously. It is indeed a large company with assets of tens of billions of dollars. The general manager's office alone is probably more than 100 square meters, which is very spacious. And the decoration is also good, modern style. This is actually very consistent Zhang temperament. Of course, the one who impressed me the most should be the secretary of President Zhang. These big bosses are indeed virtuous. The office is big and luxurious, and the secretary is young and beautiful. It is really enviable, jealous, admiration, jealousy. It's the real thing, and it's in good condition. Zhang Boding didn't know that Jason Liu, who was sitting across from him, seemed to be a lot everywhere, but in fact he had already complained about him in his heart. He put the dog head gold in his hand carefully back into the shoebox. Seeing the shoebox, Zhang Boding couldn't help but feel a tinge in his heart. Are you so poor? Don't even buy a nicer box, just directly cope with a shoebox. Don't you know that good things need a good packaging to set off? Without good packaging, how do you sell high prices? How to attract the attention of the rich? How to get money out of their pockets? Okay? While putting the dog head gold back in the shoebox, Zhang Boding also complained bitterly in his heart that Jason Liu was savage. Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Boss Wang answered positively. After all, this is related to his benefits. Of course, he has to pay attention. How much is this worth? Zhang Boding didn't speak, and first looked at Jason Liu. Jason Liu smiled slightly. Mr. Zhang, I don't know much about this industry, and I read a lot of news from the internet. What's the specific value? Would you like to say one first? Zhang Boding took a sip from the teacup and then said, the news is generally unreliable. For the sake of traffic, those media are trying to exaggerate the facts. First of all, a reminder to Jason Liu, don't try to raise the price with something as false as the highest price reported in the news. Yeah, buying and selling is all about quoting each other. To satisfy both parties, everyone should be sincere. Boss Wang said tactfully, then looked at Zhang Boding who was beside him. Mr. Zhang, look, this is what price do you give for the bullion? At this time, Zhang Boding could see that this fatty Wang definitely received the benefit fee, otherwise he would not be so active. Of course, this is also a rule, and Zhang Boding doesn't mind. After thinking about it, Zhang Boding quoted 503 prices, 3.5 million. Fatty Wang quickly calculated how much benefit he could get at this price. Jason Liu frowned slightly. The price was lower than expected, but not outrageous, so he opened his mouth and said, the price you gave is too low. I think 4.5 million is a suitable price. It's too high. Zhang Boding shook his head. To be honest, if you have a good chance at an auction, you can indeed sell at this price. But there are commissions at auctions, and we are not auctions, so the price is too high. With that said, Zhang Boding quoted again, 3.7 million. This price is the highest price I can offer. 4.4 million. Jason Liu also took a step back. Zhang Boding couldn't help laughing when he heard the price. Haha, Mr. Liu, you are too unreal. I raised 200,000, but you only dropped 100,000. Hee. I just think this piece of bullpen is very good. I hope it can be sold for a good price. Jason Liu pretended to be a little white and laughed. Boss Wang was also helping at this time. Mr. Zhang, your price is a bit low. Why don't you add more? Then Boss Wang said to Jason Liu, similarly, Brother Liu, you can also lower it a little bit and say a price that everyone is satisfied with. Isn't that everyone's happiness? So, Zhang Boding added another 10 to 3.8 million. Jason Liu also dropped another 100,000 to 4.3 million. Then, the two haggled over the price, and the price was stalemate at 4 million and 4.2 million. In the end, Boss Wang couldn't stand it anymore and felt that he shouldn't mess up this business, and he was trying to smooth things out between the two. You too, it's not a problem for you to stay like this. One step back for you, for 0.1 million, and it's settled. Jason Liu and Zhang Boding also knew that this was the bottom line for both parties, so they agreed, without hesitation. In the end, Zhang Boding offered 4.1 million to buy the 2.54 kg gold bullion in the hands of Jason Liu. Transfer payment. This piece of dog head gold belongs to Zhang Boding. Jason Liu received the bank information and got 4.1 million in the account. He was very happy immediately, stood up and shook hands with Zhang Boding. Mr. Zhang, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Zhang Boding is also very happy. He will definitely make a profit from this transaction. After thinking about it, Mr. Liu, let's leave a phone call with each other. If you still have money in the future, you can contact me. We Jean for Yuan will buy a lot. After leaving a phone call to each other, Jason Liu nodded and smiled. Definitely. Zhang Boding sent them out of the office. After watching Jason Liu and Boss Wang disappear into the elevator, he immediately turned back to the office. He took a few high-definition photos of the dog head gold on the desk and then sent them to his father via WeChat. Soon, there was a reply from the other side. "Is this Kotatsu?" Zhang Boding replied, "Dad, I just received this piece today. It weighs 2.54 kg and cost 4.1 million. Zhang Yanjing, the chairman of Jin Fuyuan opposite. "This price is good. I made a profit." Zhang Boding, "Dad, do you want to keep this gold?" Zhang Yanjing, "No need. This piece is too small. It's not as good as the piece in my hand. You can just sell it." Zhang Boding, "Well, I'll sell it directly." After closing WeChat, Zhang Boding thought for a while and made a call. "Hello, Uncle Lin, hello. I'm Zhang Boding from Jin Fuyuan." A hearty laughter came from the phone on the other side. "The ***ch, it's Bo Ting. I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you have taken over your father's company. Not bad." "Then there is. How can there be? I still rely on my dad to help me control the overall situation." Zhang Boding exchanged a few words. Both sides are very busy with business, and also stated the purpose of the call. "Is it a good bucks for money recently? Ask Uncle Lin if you have an elephant." "Huh? Dog head gold? What kind of?" The other side was really interested. Weighing 2540 g, it is a gold-clad stone with a high gold content. Zhang Boding gave a general introduction and then said, "I will send you a few pictures first so you can see how it goes, and if you are interested, you can come to our company for an interview." Pictures were posted quickly. Not long after, a happy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, Uncle Lin wants this piece of dog head gold. I'll go to your place in the afternoon." "Well, I'll be waiting for Uncle Lin at the company," Zhang Boding said with a smile. It was agreed to come to the company for trading in the afternoon, and the two hung up after a few polite words. In the afternoon, Uncle Lin, who is engaged in the food industry, bought this piece of dog head gold decisively with 5 million after personally verifying it. Zhang Boding made 900,000 as soon as he changed hands. Also got favors. That's the importance of channels. Of course these Jason Liu don't know, and even if they do, they won't say anything. After all, this is someone else's channel, and he can't compare it to himself. After he and Boss Wang left from Jin Fuyuan Company, Jason Liu directly transferred 200,500 yuan to Boss Wang as agreed. Boss Wang was very happy, and he made a net profit of 200,000 just after a trip, which was really worth it. Finally, I said something to find him later, and Boss Wang drove back. Originally, Boss Wang wanted to drive Jason Liu back, but Jason Liu refused to let him and took a taxi back to the villa. Looking at the more than 4 million deposits in the bank account, Jason Liu felt confident. At least it was easy to pay the balance of the brilliant props. Taking out the 4.79 kg piece of dog head gold, Jason Liu put it into the shoebox for today. "I plan to take it directly to Jin Fuyuan tomorrow to find Zhang Boding and sell this to him." After thinking about it again, he took out his mobile phone. Jason Liu took a photo of the 8.73 kg bull gold. If it goes well tomorrow, he plans to show it to Zhang Boding. Maybe he can help introduce a real big buyer. At a price of at least 90 million for this piece of bull gold, it is not a real big buyer, and I am afraid that I will not be able to come up with so much cash. Of course, the top tycoons like Papa Ma and Brother Ma have no pressure at all with 100 million cash. However, he also wanted to sell bull gold to the top richest people in the country like Dad Ma and Brother Xiao Ma, but he knew them, but they didn't know him. "You can't even see your face at all. Sell a hammer." Speaking of the hammer, the other party seems to have gone bankrupt and sold it to the bike company. It seems that Luo Zuizi owes a lot of money and is selling live broadcasts. I heard that he has made a lot of money, and his debts of hundreds of millions are almost paid off. Luo Zuizi is still very capable. Although he failed to make a mobile phone, it does not affect his reputation. Otherwise, how could his live streaming be so popular? Anyway, Jason Liu thinks the other party is a very interesting person. As for why not go to auction? Because the auction took too long, Jason Liu didn't want to wait, and he had never dealt with the auction house, so he was afraid of being scammed. So, it's better to sell for cash. After thinking about it for a while, Jason Liu logged on to ICAR.com and inquired about the price of the luxury sports car. First look at Ferrari, the more famous one. There are Ferrari sports cars ranging from 2 million to more than 20 million. Jason Liu looked at them one by one and finally calculated the deposit in the bank card, thinking that it would be good to buy a Ferrari F8 that looks cool. The official guide price, Lee's good, is 2.98 million and the full set is about more than 3 million. With 4 million deposits in hand, there is no pressure to buy this car. I called the Ferrari 4 store in the city and asked about the price of the Ferrari F8, which is basically the same as what I found online. It's just that there is no existing car in the store, and it needs to be transferred from other cities. Since there is no car in sight, Jason Liu is not in a hurry to go to the Ferrari store. To be honest, since living in Westeros for more than 2 months, Jason Liu, who has handled millions in his hands and may earn hundreds of millions in the future, suddenly has a less intense pursuit of luxury cars in his heart. But it was also an obsession in the past, so he still decided to buy a sports car, but there was no need to spend tens of millions to buy a car. It was a bit wasteful. After all, he has never driven a car, nor does he like to pursue the thrill of racing. The main purpose of buying a car is to satisfy his previous wishes and to facilitate travel. So the more expensive sports car is not needed. The 3 million Ferrari F8 is not bad. At least he looks cool from the picture. In the evening, Jason Liu first called Zhang Boating of Jin Fuyuan, saying that he still had a heavier piece of gold that he wanted to sell, and asked the other party if he wanted it. Zhang Boating received a call from Jason Liu at night, and he was still a little puzzled. He was very happy to learn that the other party actually had a larger piece of gold to sell. Of course, there is no problem, Mr. Liu. Tomorrow morning, you can come directly to my office. Let's talk face to face. Okay! Jason Liu said a few more words to the other party and hung up the phone. In the top villa area in the first ring road of Zheng City, Zhang Boating is eating dinner with his family. Zhang Yanjing saw his son walking back from the side with a happy face and asked casually, "What? Is there any good news?" Zhang Boating put chopsticks and braised pork ribs with chopsticks for his daughter and said to his father with a smile on his face, "Didn't someone sell me a piece of dog head gold today? For sale? Ask me if I want it." Of course I said yes. Zhang Yanjing was full of white hair, but he was in good spirits. "Oh, this is a good thing. Didn't you sell that piece to Lin Chong 503 this afternoon? He even called me and thanked me." "Oh, Uncle Lin bought that piece of gold in the afternoon for 5 million. Zhang Boating was not surprised. His father and Uncle Lin were also friends and had business contacts. Zhang Yanjing nodded. The price was not bad. 900,000 was not too small, and it was a good deal. Without saying anything more, the family continued to eat. Jason Liu got up early and went straight to the International Trade Center in the city with a coat to gold. Going early would save traffic jams, and he could also have breakfast in the city center. Carrying a shoebox bag in his hand, Jason Liu walked into the adjacent Daxia World Trade Center building and found a restaurant with a high online rating in the dining area on the 5th floor. No one could have imagined that the shoebox in his hand contained not shoes, but millions of guinea pigs. Enjoyed the breakfast comfortably and spent more than 100 yuan. Although it is a little expensive, it tastes very good. I sat and rested for a while and swiped my phone to read the news. Several remote sensing satellites and communication satellites were launched in Daxia in July, and the space launch capability has been greatly improved. What is even more exciting is that the Mars BAFC probe was successfully launched and finally started the Mars exploration mission. Also in business, Yao stopped away from Malikian for several years, and his leasing company was finally delisted. Hundreds of thousands of non-vegetables were deeply trapped and harvested. Shaking his head, these small investors who speculate in stocks are all short-lived guys. They have been harvested by institutions one after another, but they still grow tenaciously, and then they are harvested again. Don't you have something to say? Big A has abused me thousands of times, and I treat Big A like my first love. What spirit is this? This is the fearless spirit of sacrifice for the country. Although he did not buy more than the stock, but he still heard a lot of jokes about the Big A. What? Audi goes in, Alto comes out. Buffett goes in, Hobbit comes out. Anything goes up as soon as it is sold, it goes down as soon as it is bought, and it falls by the limit of 1,000 shares as soon as it comes in. What are the 3 best stocks? Other people's plus just sold plus want to buy, but not bought. Just from these jokes that contain the blood and tears of millions of non-vegetarians, Jason Liu can feel the laughter that only belongs to the laughter. Sometimes he quite admires these non-vegetarians who have been harvested repeatedly but still do not repent. This TM is really a top iron. After drinking the soy milk in the cup, he threw the paper cup into the trash can. Jason Liu checked the time. It was almost 9 o'clock and went directly to Jinfuyu & Company. I just had a few awkward conversations with the front desk girl trying to find a topic. Yesterday, the beautiful secretary lady walked over with a smile on her face in high heels. Mr. Liu, please come with me. Mr. Zhang told me to take you to the office directly when you come. Well, this attitude is much stronger than yesterday. Jason Liu and the lady at the front desk waved goodbye. The girl also said that they wanted to add WeChat to each other, but Jason Liu refused. Well, it's not because, girl, you're not pretty enough. Absolutely no yes. Following Mr. Zhang's female secretary all the way to the elevator, this time, Jason Liu was more calm. After all, he was rich and courageous. Mr. Liu, are you also in the gold and jewelry industry? Today, the beautiful secretary in a short white business dress looked at him curiously in the elevator and couldn't help asking. Because it is possible to let President Zhang go to work, there are not many people who instruct him to wait specially. Obviously, the secretary may regard Jason Liu as the second generation from a wealthy family, like Zhang Boting, who made Jason Liu wear either Gucci or Armani. Plus, he looks very handsome. No matter how you look at it, he is a rich boy. Sure enough, look at the face before looking at people, and respect clothes before respecting people. If you wear cheap clothes, maybe they won't let you in, even the company gate. No way. Now everyone is looking at money. Moreover, when Jason Liu bought clothes before, it was the first time that he knew that a luxury brand like Gucci Armani actually provided a door-to-door try-on service. It was the first time that he had enjoyed the convenient experience of delivering clothes directly to the villa without leaving home. Although it cost tens of thousands. But save yourself having to run to the specialty store again. Isn't it delicious to stay at home and play with your mobile phone? What street do you go to see beauties? How can beauties look good as the anchor lady in the mobile phone? Thinking about it, Jason Liu didn't hear the secretary next to him. Mr. Liu? The secretary was so depressed that she ignored herself. Is it that I, Kai Meow Meow, are not coquettish enough, or that you, Mr. Liu, have high vision? When the elevator arrived, Secretary Kai brought Jason Liu to Zhang Boting's office in a bad mood, then turned around and left with a sullen face. Zhang Boting glanced at his little secretary strangely, wondering why the other party was angry. Didn't he buy all the designer bags he promised her last time? Doubts flashed in his mind, and Zhang Boting invited Jason Liu into the office with a smile on his face. Mr. Liu, you really don't show your face. In addition to the piece from yesterday, you actually have a bigger piece of gold in your hand. Zhang Boting poured a cup of tea for the two of them and then sat down opposite with a smile. Mr. Zhang is joking. It's the first time I sell this. I'm not familiar with it, so I dare not take it out all at once. Jason Liu smiled, also a little embarrassed. Because he was afraid that the dead fat man would take advantage of him yesterday, he only sold it for a small piece. No, now that I can contact Zhang Boting, did he come with a bigger piece? What is this called? That's called shrewdness. In business, businessmen who are not shrewd all die, and those who survive are the real bosses. Although Zhang Boting also guessed a bit, he would not say it to make people embarrassed. Under Zhang Boting's expectant gaze, Jason Liu once again took out the shoebox from yesterday. Zhang Boting's face is calm, and there is no wave in the ancient well, mainly because he is already used to this unique taste. Soon, Kotujin, who was nearly half the size of yesterday's, revealed his true face. With the consent of Jason Liu, Zhang Boting put on gloves, authenticated himself, checked for a while, and determined that it was indeed natural dog-head gold. Then, in the witness of both parties, the weight was weighed, 4790 g. Mr. Liu, I want this piece of gold from you. Zhang Boding took off his gloves and pushed the gold wire glasses lightly with a satisfied smile on his face. It's the second time we've worked together, and I don't either. To tell the truth, the price is 8.5 million. He also doesn't want to be fussing with Jason Liu like he did yesterday, talking endlessly. It's really not busy when he is the general manager of a company with tens of billions of assets. Therefore, a very sincere price was directly given, and even Jason Liu himself felt that the price was very reasonable. However, Mr. Zhang, who is bigger than his family, naturally wants to point more points. Mr. Zhang, the price is not bad. I can see your sincerity. In this way, I don't want more. 8.7 million. You want I'll sell it to you if I agree. I added 200,000 when I opened my mouth, although this price is not too much in Zhang Boding's opinion, but I always feel a little awkward in my heart. Shit, I didn't say that we cooperated for the second time. I'm not telling the truth. You also said that the price was good. As a result, the re-export cost was increased by 200,000. I can't. How are you so embarrassed? I always felt a little unhappy, but Zhang Boding didn't show it at all, pretended to think for a moment, and nodded directly. Okay, for Mr. Liu's second time taking care of our business, 8.7 million is 8.7 million. I hope that in the future, Mr. Liu received the doghead gold, and he can still sell it to us. I originally had the attitude of giving it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually increase by 200,000. Did you lower the price yourself? If I say now that I want to add another 100,000, I don't know if it's too late? Of course. This thought disappeared in Jason Liu's mind after a circle. So let's complete the transaction honestly. How to say the person sitting opposite you is the second-generation heir with assets of tens of billions. Be careful to tease others in a hurry. If you don't do your own business, you will be in trouble if you ask yourself to find a channel. After some transfer operations, Jason Liu's ICBC card already has a huge sum of 12.7 million. Now, he can finally confidently say that he has tens of millions of assets. Sitting in President Zhang's office and drinking tea for a while, Zhang Boding completed the transaction and planned to serve tea to the guests. However, he brought the teacup a few times, and inside and outside the words, he revealed the meaning of "brother is very busy. You don't have to hurry up if you have nothing to do." As a result, the young Mr. Liu didn't seem to hear it at all, and was already sitting there drinking. Had a few cups of tea. It's not that Jason Liu didn't hear the other party's euphemistic words to drive people away, it's just that he is a little hesitant now. Should he take this opportunity to sell the last precious bull gold to the other party too? Compared to the small target of nearly 100 million, that piece of gold was insignificant in his eyes. He can't wait to sell it right away. Mr. Liu, you see that since we've finished our business negotiations, if you're busy, I won't send you. Zhang Boding couldn't bear it any longer, and he spoke directly. If it weren't for the fact that he had just received an absolutely huge amount of money from others, Zhang Boding would not have bothered to ink with him here long ago. Finally, Jason Liu also made up his mind. It is better to shoot as soon as possible. Mr. Zhang, I just wanted to ask if I have a bigger and more precious piece of gold. I wonder if you can eat it? Jason Liu stared at each other. Anything else? Zhang Boding was really surprised now. His eyes widened slightly, his mouth opened slightly, his face was full of shock, but his heart kept lying. Didn't they all say that doghead gold is extremely rare? Why did this young man just take out 2 pieces at random and then actually said that there was a bigger and more precious piece? What happened to this world? Zero seeking flowers. Are today's young people so secretive? Realizing that he was too surprised, Zhang Boding subconsciously reached for the teapot, ready to pour another cup for Mr. When I picked up the teapot, I realized that there was no more tea. So, Zhang Boding smiled awkwardly and then called to the beautiful secretary. Secretary Kai, hurry up, make another pot of tea. Just use the superb dahongpo I made for Mui last time. Secretary Kai glanced at Jason Liu, who was sitting across from him in surprise. He didn't know why Mr. Zhang attached so much importance to each other, but he was willing to serve him with such good tea. Before, Mr. Zhang was not willing to let her make tea with the best dahongpo. 0. After sending the secretary to make tea, Zhang Boding had a warm smile on his face. Mr. Liu, You must try the superb Dahongpo I finally got. I promise it tastes absolutely delicious. The tea still needs to be brewed. In a moment, let's talk about your bigger and more precious piece of kobold. How about that? What can Jason Liu say? Of course. With a smile on his face, he agreed, but in fact, he couldn't stop MMP in his heart. Long experience, long experience. It's really the face of a capitalist. This is too realistic. I didn't want to drive people out just now. When I heard that it was good, I immediately brought out a good tea to serve. It's 2F***CK true. When Secretary Kai brought the so-called top-quality Dahongpo and Wui, Jason Liu, at the invitation of the other party, took a cup and took a sip. Take another sip. I took a third sip. Well, to be honest, he doesn't know how to taste tea at all, so he can't drink the so-called top-quality Dahongpo tea, which is different from the tea he drank just now. It's just as hard anyway. Zhang Boding seemed to be enjoying himself very much, with a proud expression on his face. How is it, Mr. Liu? Isn't my superb Dahongpo good? Jason Liu glanced at the teacup in his hand and nodded with a dry smile. Haha, good taste. After being praised by Jason Liu, Zhang Boding looked even more proud. This kind of Dahongpo is very rare, and he got it through many connections. Door. 1G is hundreds of thousands. Is it okay? Finally finished tasting the tea, but Jason Liu was even more eager to finish things quickly and left early. Really can't enjoy this superb tea. Mr. Zhang, look, these photos on my phone are the bigger and more precious piece of gold that I mentioned. Saying that, Jason Liu handed the phone to the other party and introduced, this piece of doghead gold, or bull gold, which looks very similar to a bull, weighs 8.73 kg, and it is definitely a rare treasure in the past 10 years. Needless to say, Jason Liu, Zhang Boding was completely attracted after seeing the lifelike bull gold in the picture for the first time. Perfect, very perfect. However, he quickly thought, such perfect bull gold. Is it really natural gold nuggets? Some worried that it might be a fake, and Zhang 503 Boting was also a little undecided. After thinking about it for a while, he said, Mr. Liu, your piece of bull gold is very precious to be honest, and its value is extremely high. Well, you bring me here, and I will invite our chairman. Come, talk to my dad directly, what do you think? Jason Liu thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Declined Zhang Boding to send him a car. Jason Liu took a taxi back to the villa to get the bull gold, and then took a taxi back to Jinfuyu & Company. Well, he was still carrying the shoebox bag in his hand. On the other hand, Zhang Boding, who personally sent Jason Liu downstairs, immediately called his father and told the matter again. Wait for me, I'll go to the company immediately. Zhang Yanjing hung up the phone and asked the driver to drive him to the company. When Jason Liu spent more than an hour, he returned to Zhang Boding's office again. In addition to Zhang Boding, there was an old man in casual clothes with white hair and a ruddy face, and an older old man. Mr. Liu, come, let me introduce you. Zhang Boding sent the little secretary away and introduced himself. This is Mr. Zhang Yanjing, the chairman of Jinfuyu & Company, and also my father. Then he introduced the older man next to him. This is Uncle Yang, our company's chief appraiser. Jason Liu humbly greets the two old men. Well, Mr. Liu is really young and promising. Zhang Yanjing complimented Jason Liu a few words, and then he couldn't wait to ask about the piece. Bull gold. Look, this is the bull's gold. Jason Liu is a familiar operation again, a familiar shoebox bag, a familiar shoebox, and then the natural gold nugget that looks like a bull in the shoebox. At this time, no one cared that Jason Liu used a shoebox to pack such a precious bull gold, and all were attracted by this bull gold. Mr. Liu, can I identify it? Yang Bo, the chief appraiser of Jinfuyu, said. Although he appeared calm, he was very excited. If this piece of bull gold is real, it will definitely be a big news that stirs the entire collection industry. Jason Liu stepped aside and let Yang Bo identify. Zhang Yanjing and Zhang Boding's father and son, although they were eager to touch it, they patiently waited for Uncle Yang's appraisal result. Professionalism is professionalism, not like Zhang Boding's procrastination for dozens of minutes in his previous appraisal. Uncle Yang just picked up the piece of bull gold, looked at it with a magnifying glass, and weighed it with a professional electronic scale, and he came to the result. 8730G. This is real. It took less than 10 minutes in total. Hearing that the piece of bull gold in front of him was actually real, Zhang Yanjing couldn't help but breathe a little too quickly, put on his gloves, and read it himself. Although Zhang Boating also wanted to get started, his father had no intention of letting him touch it. Another 10 minutes later, Chairman Zhang of Jin Fuyuan carefully put down the bull gold, looked at Jason Liu with bright eyes, and said aggressively, "Mr. Liu, I want your bull gold. Please tell me the price." Listen, let Jason Liu speak the price directly. It's much more aggressive than his son. Yang Bo and Zhang Boating also looked at Jason Liu nervously, wondering how much the young man would pay. Jason Liu coughed lightly and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. That Chairman Zhang, to be honest, I don't know the market of this thing, but I know that this kind of vivid dog-head gold is more expensive than ordinary dog-head gold. Many times. In addition, it is very heavy and extremely rare, and next year is the year of the ox. If I am not in a hurry to spend the money, it will definitely cause a huge sensation if I put it at the auction. Saying that, Jason Liu paid attention to each other's expressions. 0. However, the opposite Zhang Yanjing still seemed to have a kind smile, and he didn't mean to interrupt or belittle. It made Jason Liu not sure what the other party was thinking. After all, this kind of old fox is not something he can see through. Simply, Jason Liu gritted his teeth and directly quoted the high price in his heart. 110 million. If you agree, I will sell this bull's head gold to you. After finishing speaking, Jason Liu also looked at each other with some ambition, for fear that he was asking for too high a price, which would frighten him. Hearing this price, Zhang Yanjing's smile did not change. On the other hand, Zhang Boating couldn't sit still and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Liu, your offer is too expensive." Even the 3560G dovetail gold at auction a few years ago was auctioned for 45 million yuan. Although this piece is heavier and looks beautiful, it will never sell for 110 million. If calculated according to the same weight of pure gold of 8.73 kilograms at 350 yuan per gram of gold, 8.73 kilograms of pure gold is more than 3.05 million. Jason Liu asked for 110 million, which is equivalent to more than 36 times the price of the bullion sold for the same weight of pure gold. This is already amazing. I don't think it's expensive. Jason Liu shook his head and said disapprovingly, "With your family's relationship, as long as this bullion is put up for auction at the end of 5.6 this year, it will definitely arouse the pursuit of the top rich, and the price will definitely not exceed 100 million. Difficult." Having said that, Jason Liu spread his hands and said helplessly, "That is, I don't have this kind of network resources, otherwise, I would definitely be reluctant to sell this extremely rare bull gold for 110 million. But, although Zhang Boating agreed in his heart, he must bargain for business. "Okay, Boating. Don't say it. Our Zhang family bought this bull gold." Zhang Yanjing made a decision directly. The fact that Jason Liu can see, he sees better than Liu Jia. As long as this piece of bull gold is put at the auction at the end of the year, it can fetch at least 150 million yuan. Zhang Yanjing is very sure of this. You can make a net profit of 40 million by changing hands. How can there be an easier transaction than this? What are you bargaining for at this time? Of course, just buy it first. 110 million yuan, we bought it. Zhang Yanjing emphasized again. Okay. Jason Liu agreed, of course. Originally, he thought that he would be happy enough to sell a small target. In the end, because of the atmosphere of Chairman Zhang, he had the courage to add 10 million. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed. What a waste of 10 million. Delicious. As for what he just said, it is true that the auction will fetch a higher price at the end of the year, but he does not have such connections, and he does not want to wait until the end of the year, so he would rather sell at a loss. Anyway, it's been a lot of money. What he paid was only some cheap pen and paper, soap and soap. The total cost was less than 30,000 yuan. Now he has sold it for 110 million yuan, which is more than 3,000 times the profit. In this world, what can be more profitable than this? Jason Liu is already satisfied and couldn't be more satisfied. The next step is to transfer money. Because of the huge amount, the two sides communicated with the bank, and this was successful. Today, a new billionaire was born. 10. The small goal that Jason Liu had been dreaming of has finally come true. Chatted with the Zhang family and his son for a while, mainly because the other party hoped that Jason Liu would take care of the business in the future when he had some money. Jason Liu said beautiful words, but he has already decided in his heart that all these bucks will be sent to auction in the future. Because now he has Carrie's huge sum of 120 million, he will not be short of money in the short term. Since I have time, I still send the dog's head to the auction house to sell more. Once again refusing the other party to send a car, Jason Liu called a rental and went straight to the agency who rented the villa last time. Doing what? Of course, I bought the villa I am living in. Jason Liu is still very satisfied with the villa number 7 in Forest Peninsula. Now that he has money, he will buy it. Renting a house is not always as comfortable as buying a house. After calling the previous agent, he was very excited when he learned that Jason Liu was going to buy the villa. This villa was sold and leased by the owner to their company, but no one bought it for a long time because the price was too high. In addition, in recent years, there are fewer people willing to buy. So, Jason Liu talked to the developer on the owner's side, and the deal was sold for $8.5 million. After signing the contract and paying, this building covers an area of more than 500 square meters, and then there is an attached garden and garage, which is very good. In a first-tier city, it is already very good to be able to buy this number 7 villa at this price. If real estate was hot in the past few years, don't even think about it, without tens of millions. The real estate certificate formalities are handled by the developer and the intermediary company. Now that you have bought a house, you need a car. I found the phone number of the Zhengzhou Ferrari 4 store on my mobile phone and dialed it. Knowing that the car he asked about yesterday had been shipped from the provincial capital next door, Jason Liu immediately went to the Ferrari 4 store to see the car. A saleswoman with a good temperament received him. The temperament is good, but the age is relatively old, and there is no young and beautiful female salesperson like everyone said. Negative ratings. How about the beautiful lady? Of course, Jason Liu came to see cars, not people, and he didn't care about that. The saleswoman was still very professional. She took him to the black Ferrari F8 Tributo and introduced, "This is a new model released last year." Tributo means tribute in Italian. As the successor to the 488 GTB, the F8 Tributo retains Ferrari's classic mid-mounted sports car body proportions and adopts a new design style. The whole new car uses streamlined lines and curved surfaces as the design language, which not only shows Ferrari's consistent elegance, but also endows the new car with a more flamboyant and sporty temperament. Hearing the continuous introductions from the female salesperson, Jason Liu suddenly became confused. At least, this black F8 Tributo is still in line with his aesthetics. He doesn't know much about the engine and configuration. Anyway, it looks cool enough. When asked about the price, the naked car is $2.98 million and the top-of-the-line full set is about $3.2 million. Only $3.4 million? It's easy to swipe the card directly to pick up the car. Seeing that the customer paid so easily, the saleswoman became more enthusiastic and invited him into the luxury lounge. The 4S shop was responsible for contracts, insurance, license plates, and so on. After all, it is a luxury car, and it has something to do with the DMV. The manager of the 4S shop made a few calls and the license plate could be delivered in the afternoon. "Mr. Liu, do you have any special requirements for license plates?" asked the 4S store manager. "Request." Jason Liu was stunned but quickly reacted, "You mean that kind of license plate number, right? This is not necessary, as long as you remember it well. You don't need to be too special about the license plate number." "Okay, no problem." The manager nodded understandingly. After all, some people don't like high profile. What it seems that something is wrong. Do young people who buy Ferrari sports cars dislike high profile ones? Forget it. Who cares? The customer's request is their pursuit. Work hard and make the customer's father satisfied. Well, Jason Liu, who was once a father, was quite satisfied. After paying the money, he drove the black F8 Tributo and headed back to the villa in the high-tech zone. Don't dare to drive fast. He's a novice, but he can't drive a fast car. The other drivers were very depressed along the way. Seeing that a Ferrari 503 sports car was slow as a snail, I couldn't help but envy and stare at him. Why drive so slow to buy a sports car? Waste. No matter what other people think, Jason Liu's #1 requirement is safety. He slowly drove back to the villa from the Ferrari 4 shop, which took more than 2 hours. Traffic jams are definitely the cause of traffic jams. Otherwise, he will definitely be back in an hour and a half. Today, I bought a car and a villa. I spent more than 10 million yuan and the taste is very refreshing. Now this villa #7 is my own, and being able to live in my own house is a different feeling. Now Jason Liu still has 111 million in ICBC card. So much money. Enough for him to start working hard. First of all, we must open a company, a trading company. The company is called Yuansen Trading Company, Ltd. I checked it with the enterprise check software and no one registered in Yuansen Trading, so he could use it. When it comes to opening a company, he doesn't understand registration. However, there are agencies. Spend some money, and it's guaranteed to be done quickly and well. In the evening, I unexpectedly received a call from the bank to inquire whether to apply for financial management services. This is the first time in more than 20 years that he has received a call from the bank to recommend him to handle wealth management business. No wonder it is said that banks hate the poor and love the rich. The richer you are, the more they will lend you money, and the more you need money, the less they will lend you money. Ipical can only be the icing on the cake and will not give charcoal in the snow. What financial and wealth management product profits can be compared to the trade between the two worlds? Decline the recommendation of the other party. He was in a good mood. He took a photo of the newly bought sports car and uploaded it to the circle of friends and sent a message about the new car he just mentioned, and it was driving fine. After posting, Jing waited for a shocking piece. I couldn't help but sing and think, from now on, I am no longer the little transparent in school and work that I used to be. My Jason Liu is about to develop. Pay attention to what you say in the future. That's right, I'm talking about those SBs who show off your superiority in the class every day. Soon, not as expected by Jason Liu, the comments below the circle of friends kept popping up one after another. Yang Kun, really or not? Have you bought a Ferrari? Luo Shaoling, great, old classmate. What have you been doing recently? Are you earning so much? Sun Dong, Jason Liu, have you made a fortune? Don't forget your wealth. Zhang Yueying, Ferrari F8 Tributo. Boss, please accept me. Ma Qiankuan, no? No. Jason Liu, are you the richest in our class? Chen Jiwei. Yes, Jason Liu. I don't usually look like a mountain, but I'm so arrogant. I even drove a sports car. It's amazing. Li Siming, could it be a random picture, right? Lin Xiaohan, really developed. Classmates. Wang Chenyang, old classmate, what are you doing now? You have been driving a sports car for 2 years after graduation. I can't even afford an Alto and kneel for the boss. Li Wangwan, it turns out that this is the real boss. Jason Liu, you are so powerful in making a fortune. A car can buy a suite in Zheng City. The former classmates suddenly discovered that the original class was small and transparent, the grades were not outstanding, the family was not outstanding, and the appearance was not outstanding, but suddenly became the most promising in the class, and everyone was amazed. The circle of friends he posted was screenshotted and sent to the class group. Those classmates who had not been friends with Jason Liu, only then did they know that this unknown classmate who was always working part-time and earning money during school was actually prosperous. The originally calm class group suddenly became lively. Su Qin at Jason Liu, what kind of work are you doing now? Are you still short of people? Please help. Zhang Mengmeng, ask for +1. Lin Jiwei, big brother, please hug your thighs. Cry/cry. Li Jiao, why didn't you find out that Jason Liu is still a potential stock when I was in school? It's really a big loss. Li Wanwan, I heard that Jason Liu is not doing sales in a small company in Jing City. Why is the sales so profitable now? Jason Liu/Big Brother come out and explain. Chen Jiwei, brother son, pass on the experience to the brothers. I don't dare to compare with you, but let us also buy a car and a house. Bring tea to the boss. Lee Siming. Jason Liu, what are you doing now? All the money you earn is driving a Ferrari. When did the money become so easy to earn? Envy. Sundong. Don't say anything else. Add Jason Liu/Big Brother. Send a red envelope. Ma Chinquan at Jason Liu/Big Brother. Send a red envelope. Shang Feng at Jason Liu/Big Brother. Send red envelopes. Below is a group of people who are blowing at the bottom of the rainbow, asking for red envelopes. Jason Liu peeked at the screen in the group and for the first time was called a big guy by everyone and became the focus of the class group. Jason Liu felt very cool. Sure enough, people still need recognition and affirmation. Fortunately, the speeches in the group are quite harmonious. There is no yin and yang strangeness, jealousy and jealousy. As for whether the real situation is as they say in the group, only God knows. Seeing that everyone was asking him to send a red envelope, Jason Liu directly sent a 200 red envelope on WeChat. Sun Dong received your red envelope. Li Jiao received your red envelope. Lin Jiwei received your red envelope. Lin Xiaohan has received your red envelope. Chen Jiawei has received your red envelope. Soon, more than 40 red envelopes were collected. Others who were peeping at the screen in the group immediately jumped out when they saw the red envelopes. Zhang Mengmeng. Haha, I'm the lucky king. I'm happy to grab 12.58V. Zhang Mengmeng. Thank you for the red envelope at Jason Liu. Sun Dong. I only managed to get 0.84, which is a goddamn luck. Mr. Liu, what are you doing recently? Didn't you work in a small company as a salesman before? At Jason Liu. Ma Qianquan. Yes, brother son, it's too sharp. It's developed. Other students are also very curious. Why did Jason Liu suddenly get up? Jason Liu. I quit my previous job and now I work alone, and I'm going to start a company recently. Sun Dong. Boss, is there any shortage of people in our company? Ma Qianquan. Boss, please bring me. Lee Siming on the phone side was very uncomfortable, feeling that he had been robbed of the limelight. He used to be the most chaotic boy in the class. However, we are all classmates, and we are embarrassed to say something that should be separated. Lee Siming. Jason Liu, what company are you going to start? Li Wanwan. It's amazing. Has this all started a business? Lin Xiaohan. Really or not? Are you going to start a company? Seeing Goddess Lin speak, Jason Liu typed slowly and replied. Jason Liu. A trading company, mainly engaged in the sales of various daily chemicals, food, materials, etc. Lee Siming. Trade? The market is not very good due to the epidemic this year. Be careful not to lose money. Chen Jiwei. That's right. Think twice before doing it, brother son. If you have money, let's do other things, such as investing in houses. Sun Dong. Chen Jiwei / the high house prices are all speculated by you guys. Don't listen to him, Mr. Liu. If the house prices are higher, I feel like I won't be able to buy a house in my life. Shang Feng. I feel the same. In our small fourth-tier cities, the house prices are all over 6,000. Too expensive. I really can't afford it. Guang is sad. Jason Liu. Well, I don't flip houses. Jason Liu. Okay, let's get busy first. Withdraw. Jason Liu couldn't help laughing bitterly when he saw the messages that keep popping up on WeChat. It's really a modern version of a large-scale real scene that no one asks about the poor in the downtown area, and the rich has distant relatives in the deep mountains. Originally, he was not very familiar with him during his college days, and his classmates who hadn't contacted him once in 2 years after graduation came out one by one and applied to be friends with him. There is even a classmate who has been a friend before, asking him to help introduce the job. The meaning inside and outside of the words is, the boss asks for help. Jason Liu, who was originally happy because he showed his face in front of his classmates, couldn't help feeling a big headache when he saw all kinds of news about asking for help, borrowing money, and arranging work. I have never seen you greet me so graciously before. Looking at their news, Jason Liu didn't recover much. After all, everyone is not familiar with them, so if you borrow money or something, forget it.
You.
Lin Xiaohan. Are you really going to start a company? When the news of Goddess Lin came, Jason Liu couldn't help but light up. Since the last chat, I don't know how to provoke this young lady, and I ignore him for a long time. Jason Liu was a little surprised to be able to send a message this time. Jason Liu. Yes, I'm going to find an agency to register tomorrow. Lin Xiaohan. Don't you mean that business is not going well this year? Are you not afraid of losing money? Jason Liu. No. Lin Xiaohan. Are you sure? Doubt. Jason Liu. Of course. Lin Xiaohan. Do you need help with the loan? I am in the Bank of Daxia in Zheng City. If you need help, you can come to me. Jason Liu. No, I have enough money. Lin Xiaohan. You are really developed. After buying a sports car, you still have money. Jason Liu. Not only sports cars, but also villas. Having said that, Jason Liu took a few pictures of the luxurious living room and sent them to the past. 503 Lin Xiaohan. Awesome, awesome. Jason Liu, you really made a fortune. Jason Liu. Hee, earned a little. Lin Xiaohan. This is not a point. I am afraid that the villa and the sports car will cost tens of millions, right? Which bank did you borrow from? If you find me in advance, I can handle it for you in our bank, and the interest rate is more favorable. Jason Liu, no loan, full payment. Lin Xiaohan. Boss. Lin Xiaohan, who had come home from get off work and was eating fruit in the living room, couldn't help but sigh when she saw the message sent by Jason Liu. This person is really different. She also graduated 2 years ago. She is still a bank clerk. She already has a luxury car and a mansion, and will soon open a company and become the boss. Lin Xiaohan. If you need help in the future, you can come to me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's really shocking. If people in the class know this, I'm afraid many people will die of soreness. Jason Liu. Well, okay. As soon as the chat with Goddess Lin was over here, Mama Lu called over there. Jason, is the car posted by your moments yours? As soon as Mama Lu answered the phone, she immediately asked, with anxiety in her voice, what the hell are you doing now? How long until you can afford this kind of car? I asked your sister just now, and she said this what kind of power is a car, and a car costs millions. Where did you get so much money? Jason Liu suddenly had a headache and didn't know how to explain it. Fortunately, Liu's mother didn't know that he not only bought a car, but also a villa, otherwise he would be more worried. Mom, don't worry, I didn't do anything bad. I earned all the money. Jason Liu comforted Liu's mother, but he was thinking about how to explain. Some time ago, I bought an antique vase by accident. I didn't expect it to be real, and then sold it for a lot of money, millions. So, just bought this car. Antiques are very valuable. Liu's parents and Liu's mothers know this, so Jason Liu thinks this is a good reason. Antique? Really? You're so lucky too. Sure enough, Mama Lu immediately felt a lot more at ease. There were many news reports that those antiques sold for sky-high prices, and even the uncles and aunts who stayed in the village all day knew that antiques were valuable. It seems that Dad Liu should also be by the side. Jason Liu heard the explanation from Mother Liu. Don't worry, I won't do anything illegal. The money earned is fair. Jason Liu almost patted his chest and promised, I'll transfer 1 million to you later. You and my dad don't have to carry it for me. Any flowers? Huh? 1 million. Mama Lu was taken aback by this number. Don't transfer. Why do we need so much money? Besides, we still have the 100,000 you transferred last time. You should keep it and buy a set in Zheng City first. House. Find a daughter-in-law and bring it home for the new year. Your father and I will be relieved. Jason Liu can't help laughing and crying. How can he say that he can't get around to marrying a daughter-in-law? There is no way, compared to the city. The rural children get married earlier. Liu's father and Liu's mother see that the village is the same age as Jason Liu, even younger than him, and they are getting married and having children. Can the two of them not be in a hurry? Anyway, as long as she takes the opportunity, Liu's mother will urge her son to find it quickly. She feels that she is in good health now and can help bring her children for a few years. Although the daughter Luya has a son and a daughter, the two little grandchildren are very cute. However, no matter how cute they are, They're also from their old Sioux family, but they are not surnamed Liu. Don't say that sons and daughters are the same. In Jason Liu's hometown, only the baby born by his son is his own family, and the daughter's family is outsiders. It's an old tradition. Mingyuan Garden Community, Chuanbei District, Zhoushe. Jason Liu and his sister Liu Wan live in this community. 0. My brother-in-law, Su Liwei, is an office civil servant in Chuanbei District. Although the salary is not high, the benefits are good. In addition, his parents and his mother are small cadres who have just retired from the street office. They receive pensions every month. Not only do they not have to worry about their young couple, but they can also help take care of their 2 children. Well, even the 140 square meter residential commercial house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms that they just bought 2 years ago, the down payment was also given by Sue's father and Sue's mother. After all, Su Liwei is just a small civil servant, with a small monthly salary, raising 2 children, repaying the mortgage, food, clothing, and housing, and the children's education. After sister Jason Liu got married, she stopped working and became a housewife. Not only did she have to take care of 2 children, she also had to do laundry and cooking for the family. She is only 26 years old this year. She is already a mother of 2 children. She is no longer the young, beautiful, sunny, and cheerful girl before she got married. At this point, he also heard from Liu's mother that her sister's parents-in-law still disliked her for being incompetent. The 2 old guys who considered themselves to be junior leaders of the street office have always been arrogant, and some looked down on their sister from the countryside and their Liu family. Therefore, except for the first year of his sister's marriage, Su Liwei went to their house to visit relatives during the New Year and basically never went there. He also didn't want to see those 2 old guys with their nostrils turned upside down. Even after he went to college, he didn't want the pocket money his sister gave him in private. He would rather work part-time to earn money to support himself. Finally, when he heard about his tuition fees, his parents borrowed 10,000 yuan from his sister. Where does my sister have any money? The 10,000 must have been borrowed from her parents-in-law in the end. Although their family finished harvesting the wheat in a few months and sold the money, they immediately repaid the 10,000 yuan. But also because of all these, my sister was not less angry at their house. The brother-in-law was also an only child, and in front of the 2 strong-willed old men, he was as good as a crane shear. In addition, the down payment for buying a house was still from Sue's parents, and the young couple was even more embarrassed in front of the 2 elderly people. You can only be honest every day. Well, it's about this little couple. Not only did mom and dad despise their daughter-in-law, but they also despised this incompetent son. They put a lot of effort into getting Su Liwei into a civil service, thinking about making his son's career progress better than the 2 of them. Or that little civil servant. This time, the 2 old people were so angry that they were completely disappointed with this unpromising son. Then there are all kinds of dislikes, and still treat Su Liwei like a child. This year at home during the Huxia New Year, when Liu Wan and his family came to visit relatives, Jason Liu couldn't help sighing when he saw his sister and brother-in-law's faces, even more haggard. But he is a small employee in the company, and his salary is barely able to take care of himself. If he wants to help his sister, he can't help it. This is just the elder sister's family. If they mention the bad things in their old Liu family, they will feel more depressed than this. Jason Liu sometimes can't figure out if his family has done something wrong in his previous life. Otherwise, why is the relationship between his family members so disgusting in this life? That's one of the reasons why Jason Liu doesn't want to stay at home. Every family has a hard-to-read sutra, and as he grows up, he realizes that this sentence is more thorough. Unlike Liu Jieten's son, who mentioned the mess at home, Liu Wan and her husband Su Liwei had dinner, and the 2 children went back to the room with their grandparents to sleep. After they washed up, they went back to the room to lie down. The 2 of them got married within a few months through a blind date. It is nonsense to say anything about love. At most, they have some good feelings for each other. However, it may be that they have been subjected to the official power of Sue's father and Sue's mother for the past 6 years. The 2 of them are considered to be in the same disease, and they report to the group to keep warm, and their relationship has always been very good. Is this another kind of lost east corner, harvested mulberry elm? Su Liwei sat on the bed with his back against the head of the bed, looking at the photos of the sports car in the circle of friends posted by Jason Liu on his mobile phone tonight, and chatting with his daughter-in-law about his little man in surprise. Would you like to call Jason and ask? Su Liwei took off his glasses, but his face was very handsome and good-looking. Otherwise, the beautiful Lu Wan would not agree to marry him. Lu Wan sat in front of the dressing table, with a mask on her face, and said without looking back, "My mother called me just now. Jason Liu suddenly bought such a good car. She must be more anxious than me. Now she must be calling Jason Liu to ask questions." Su Liwei twisted his body and couldn't help showing his yearning. This is a Ferrari F8, and a car costs millions. Jason is really making a lot of money. Lu Wan put on the mask, sat on the bed, and took out her mobile phone and looked at it. Well, don't say it. No matter how you look at it, this car looks good. That's it. It's so expensive. How can it not look good? Su Liwei thought to himself. When Jason comes back with this car for the Huxia New Year this year, I'll try it too. What does it feel like with these millions of cars? Lu Wan rolled his eyes at him and joked, "This is my brother's car. What are you trying? We bumped into it, and we can't afford it if we sell it." Upon hearing this, Su Liwei puffed up his eyes. "What did you say? If I drive my brother-in-law's car, he can still make me lose money? I still don't know what's going on. Maybe this kid is arrogant." The car in this photo is his friend's. He took a few pictures and posted them in the circle of friends. It's stinky. Lu Wan heard from her mother said that his younger brother Jason Liu quit his previous job and is now doing business with friends and making money. However, Lu Wan doesn't believe in doing business. With the money she made in just over 2 months, she can buy a Ferrari? Shouldn't it be possible? Jason is not that kind of person. He is quite honest and can't lie to show off. He knew the temper of that brother-in-law very well. Of course, Su Liwei didn't believe that the circle of friends posted by Jason Liu was for everyone to play. Lu Wan was stunned for a moment, thinking about it too. With Jason Liu's stubborn and tempting temperament, he really couldn't do anything to show off with the picture, so she couldn't help but hesitate. I'll call him later and ask. Now my mother is definitely on the right track. Talking? Hey, that's right. Jason Liu was talking to Lu's mother and finally got around to the wedding, and Jason Liu had to find a reason to hang up quickly. At the end of the call, Jason Liu took out his mobile phone to transfer 1 million yuan to his parents. After thinking about it, he divided the 1 million yuan into two 500,000 yuan and transferred them to Lu Ma and his sister Lu Wan respectively. In Shalu village in the Chuanbei district of Zhoushe, Lu's mother just finished the call with her son, and the bank transfer information was sent immediately. Oops. Old Lu, look, my son has transferred 500,000 to come here. Lu's mother couldn't help complaining. I said don't let the money transfer. Save the money to buy a house in Jing City, and then get married and live in Jing City directly so that you can save yourself going back to the countryside. Now, every girl gets married and has to buy a new house in the city. Dad Lu smoked a cigarette, looked down at the bank transfer information handed over by Mama Lu, took a breath, and said after a moment of silence, if he gives it to you, you can save it for him first, and it is the same as the 100,000 deposit last time. Together. Now he has $2 to buy such an expensive car. In the future, if the business fails and he loses money, the 600,000 in this card is his capital. Lu Ma thought about it. It's better to let her own hands first than to let her son spend a lot of money, so she nodded. Well, you're right, I'll let him go first. Saying that, Mama Lu seemed to suddenly remember something, stared at Papa Lu and warned. The 100,000 yuan last time is forgot. This time 503 Jason transferred back 500,000 yuan. You are not allowed to tell anyone. Even so are your parents. You. Dad Lu stared, his cheeks flushed, and he wanted to get angry. What are you? Have you forgotten that Jason's college tuition was 10,000 yuan, and he borrowed 10,000 yuan from your sister, and brother, and they didn't borrow a dime? Or I was shameless and borrowed 10,000 yuan from the country girl's family, because this 10,000 yuan, a lot of my daughter is angry at their old Su family. As she said, thinking of her daughter raising children for the old Su family, working hard, serving the family, and making those two old people look down on her. Mama Lu felt so sad that she wanted to cry. If Jason Lu, his aunt, and uncle lent them 10,000 yuan back then, she wouldn't have let the national girl humbly ask for money from the two old things from the old Su family. Speaking of this, Li Weiniang was angry. As the eldest family, they have helped Jason Lu's uncle Lu Jianqiang's family a lot. Even the two aunts and the two old people are biased towards his uncle's family. Although Li Weiniang is uncomfortable, he didn't say anything. However, he was clearly working as a foreman. His family lived in the town, and he could buy a house and a car. He just asked his family to borrow 10,000 yuan, but he didn't borrow 3,000 yuan for 10,000 yuan. When the food was sold in Xia Harvest, he would pay back the money immediately. In this way, his uncle and sister were crying, and they didn't borrow a cent. What made Li Weiniang even more angry was that Jason Lu and his two aunts actually followed the example of his younger brother's family, and they refused to borrow 3,000 yuan. If it wasn't for Lu Xuesen's rush to spend the money, she would never have made it difficult for her daughter to open her mouth to the two emperors of the old Su family. As for Lu's mother's family, alas, Grandpa Jason Lu was in poor health and took medicine almost every day. Jason Lu, his uncle, worked hard on the construction site all day and did not earn much. He also had to take care of his parents who were often sick. Their family had a worse life. Make her only face to ask her parents? Thinking of this, Lu's mother Li Weiniang warned her husband again. You have to tell your family about the money. They asked to borrow money or something, but I just took the money to my son and lived in my son. That's not coming back. It's my son's money. Don't want a penny for what they say. Thinking of the grievances of borrowing money a few years ago, Lu's father is actually no less angry than Lu's mother, but because of the persuasion of Jason Lu's grandparents and his being the eldest in the family, what can he do even if he is angry? It's a family after all. Therefore, Dad Lu squatted on the ground and was smoking a cigarette. His tanned face was full of helplessness and sadness because of the farm work, and the wrinkles were deeper. Did you hear that? Lu's mother, who was making the bed, did not hear her husband's reply, looked at Lu's father, and said again. Dad Lu took the cigarette out of his mouth, pinched it on the concrete floor of the house, and charred it, and then said on the internet, "Got it." Mother Lu nodded, and then she felt relieved. The two of them washed their feet, and they were no longer interested in speaking, and then lay on the bed to rest. In Mingyuan Community, North Sichuan District, Jason Lu's sister, Lu Wan, was taken aback when she saw the bank account entry message sent from her mobile phone. Su Liwei was also surprised. The 500,000 yuan was not a small amount of money. The house they bought was only over 700,000 yuan. After paying the down payment and 2 years of mortgage repayment, the bank owed less than 500,000 yuan. When he saw that the 500,000 yuan was transferred from Jason Lu, Lu Wan immediately picked up the phone and called her brother. It was Jason Lu who called first. Sister, have you received the money I transferred to you? Lu Wan answered the phone and immediately said, Jason Lu, why are you giving me so much money? If you have money, you won't give our mother to let her save for you to marry a wife. Sister, let's not talk about marrying a daughter-in-law, shall we? Jason Lu's originally happy mood suddenly became less beautiful. Just listening to my mother nagging in my ear every time I called made me feel bad enough. Say no more. Pfft. Thinking that Lu Ma must have urged her brother to get married, Lu Wan couldn't help laughing, but she quickly said, I'll transfer the money back to you later. I want your money. What are you doing? Our family is not short of money. Your brother-in-law has a salary, and there is no place to spend money at ordinary times. Don't transfer it back to me. I still have money in my hand. Jason Lu knew that if he didn't explain, his sister would never ask for his money. So, he turned to the antique thing that fooled Mama Lu before. Say it again. Really? You have such good shit luck. Lu Wan is not as foolish as Lu Ma. She doubts that her brother can have such good luck. Sister, look at what you said. What kind of shit luck? It's fortune and fortune, do you know? Jason Lu sweated profusely, as expected of an old sister. He just knew himself. He didn't have that shit luck to pick up an antique hole. How much did your antique vase sell for? Lu Wan was curious. Well, I sold a total of tens of millions, bought a sports car, and bought a villa in Jung City. I still have more than 2 million in hand. Isn't this transfer of 500,000 to both our mother and you? I haven't bought the villa yet. Tell our mother about this. I'm afraid it will frighten her. Jason Liu half-truths. Then he took a few pictures with his mobile phone. He took a selfie in the bedroom and living room of the villa and sent it to his sister. Luan and Suliwei looked at the pictures of the villa on their mobile phones and immediately believed. Okay, Jason Liu, you're really lucky. When I heard that my younger brother actually made tens of millions from an antique, not only did he buy a luxury car villa, but he also had 2 million in his hands. Awesome. Suliwei couldn't help but stunned. Hey, so, sister, you can take the money with confidence. Isn't your mortgage payment still unpaid? Just use the money to pay off the mortgage and save yourself the stress of carrying the mortgage every day. Jason Liu advised. In fact, what he really wants to say is that after paying the mortgage, my sister doesn't have to look at Sue's father and Sue's face anymore, and she will have confidence in their old Sue's house in the future, so she doesn't need to be so angry. Luan was very moved after hearing this. After all, she was really fed up with those two in-laws whose noses were not noses and looked down on others. Then I'll accept it. First, I'm going to put after the mortgage is repaid, the 500,000 will be gone. Even if you ask me for it again and sell me and your brother-in-law, we will not be able to get the 500,000. Hey, don't worry, I have enough money in my hand. The 500,000 is for you, so I won't ask for it back. Jason Liu gave a grand look. I don't even look down on you now. That 500,000 small money, we are not bad money. You're the only one who can brag. Luan was amused by her brother's funny voice. Jason, thank you alas. This your brother-in-law is incompetent, Suliwei was very moved, took his mobile phone and thanked his brother-in-law. It's okay, brother-in-law. I understand you. As long as you and my sister, Xingxing and the Little Mouse family are fine, I'll be happy. Don't worry, the days to come will be better. Jason Liu comforted the same, Li's good, brother-in-law who is having a hard time. Luan took the phone from her husband. Jason Liu, you sold your car and house in Jung City, and you plan to develop in Jung City in the future? Well, we are planning to open a company recently, and we will spend most of our time in Jung City in the future. Jason Liu vaguely used the word us because he told his family before that he was working with friends. It's good in Jung City, a big city. There are many opportunities and there are many beautiful girls. My brother is so handsome, and now that he has money, he can find a beautiful aunt for Xingxing and Xiaohaozi. Even Luan said at the end, couldn't resist getting married. Jason Liu lay on his back on the bed in the bedroom, with a speechless expression on his face, and quickly changed the subject. Sister, where are the stars and the little mouse? Are you asleep? They went back to the house with their grandparents to sleep. Do you want to see them? They were arguing about looking for their uncle a few days ago. Luan said with a smile, Son. Don't let them sleep. It's so late. Jason Liu didn't let his sister call the two little guys. This year, I'll go back when I see time, and even if I can't go back, I'll definitely go back during the new year. Time to buy toys for the stars and the little mouse. Okay, I'll tell them tomorrow. Luan is really happy that her younger brother has developed. At least she'll have a backer in her parents' home in the future. Although it is said that the backing is a bit too much, but the daughter who married has a high status in her husband's family. It really depends on the wealth of her mother's family. No problem. This is true both in the city and in the countryside. This can also be regarded as a sense of bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind. There are strong and weak, and the key is to see who is more powerful. After chatting with my sister again, saying goodbye to my sister and brother-in-law, Jason Liu hung up the phone. Take a bath, then go to bed, and have business to do tomorrow. In Chuande District, Zhou, after breakfast the next day, Luan told Sue's parents that she would pay off the rest of the mortgage. Mother Sue, who was feeding her 3-year-old grandson Su 503 Hao with steamed eggs, immediately raised her head when she heard her daughter-in-law's words. Her eyes were always sharp. "Why? Do you have any money to pay?" Su Ma said unhappily, then glared at her son Su Liwei, who was immersed in food. "Liwei's monthly salary is not enough to buy clothes for my granddaughter and grandson. Where are you from?" The money actually said to pay off all the house and goods. Dad Su also quickly replied, "Yes, we agreed in advance that after your mother and I have paid the down payment for you, there is not much left, so don't even think about taking money out of our pockets." "Mom, Dad, don't worry, you don't have to take the money this time. We have the money." This was the first time Lu Wan spoke so confidently in front of her mother-in-law. Su Ma's face froze, her eyes filled with doubts. "Are you rich? Where did you get so much money?" Dad Su didn't believe it either. He glanced at the Wei son. This B************** D spent so much effort in sending him to be a civil servant. After so many years, he was still a small civil servant and didn't make any progress. Feeling his father's bad eyes, Bafk Su Liwei couldn't eat well either, so he laughed dryly and said, "Last night, Lu Wan's younger brother Jason gave us 500,000 yuan and let us use it casually, so we thought about taking out the mortgage first. It's back. Isn't this stress-free in the future?" Lu Wan's younger brother? Su Ma was even more puzzled. "Didn't you guys say before that Jason works in the Zhengshe company and is just an ordinary employee? How can he give you money? Or is it 500,000 yuan? Did you ask clearly? Is this money coming from the right way?" Dad Su's face became serious, but what he said made Lu Wan very uncomfortable. "What is the wrong way? You look down on my brother so much." Although she was very upset, Lu Wan didn't dare to bear it face to face. She could only hold her breath and said, "My younger brother quit his previous job, and now he is doing business with a friend, making a lot of money, and he bought a sports car and a villa in Jing City. I have money in my hand, so I transferred 500,000 yuan to me to spend. I discussed with Li Wei, and I should use this money to repay the mortgage first." Su's mother and father were stunned when they heard it. They really didn't expect that the handsome and shy young man who came to visit their relatives back then had already developed a few years after graduating. Zheng's villa sports car, even if Su's parents don't know the details, but these things cost tens of millions. Is this old Lu family really going to get up? Su Liwei immediately took out his mobile phone and showed his parents the photos of the sports car and villa sent by Jason Lu yesterday. Mom and Dad Su took the phone and looked at the young man with a familiar face, the cool sports car and the luxurious villa behind him, and they couldn't help being shocked. To tell the truth, the two of them are also small grassroots cadres. Really speaking, it is not at all. In the past, it was seen that Lu Wan and his family came out of the countryside. They had no money and no power. Of course, the two of them had a great sense of superiority, so they always looked down on the Lu family. But now it is obvious that the son of the old Lu family has developed and is hundreds of times stronger than their family, which makes the two old guys feel very different. They looked at each other, a little complicated in their hearts. Why did the old Lu family get up? Wow, what a beautiful big house. 5-year-old Su Xingxing looked at the photos on his phone and cheered happily. "It's my uncle, and my uncle is inside." 3-year-old Su Hao stopped eating steamed eggs and looked over with his small head. "Uncle, I want to see Uncle too." Lu Wan took her son over and showed her the photo on her mobile phone. "Xiao Hao, look at your uncle's house and car, whether it's beautiful or not." Little Su Hao, with red lips and white teeth, giggled and said that he was beautiful. Su Xingxing and his younger brother Su Hao are white and thin, and they are all beautiful and cute. Bai obviously inherited his mother, and his thinness inherited from their tall and thin father. The only thing that Lu Wan may satisfy Su's parents is that they gave birth to such a lovely pair of granddaughters and grandsons for their old Su family. However, now, it seems that the conditions of the daughter-in-law's family are starting to get better. Suddenly, the sense of superiority in front of his daughter-in-law was lost, which made Su's parents feel uncomfortable. He casually said, "The two of you can handle it on your own," and the old couple took their well-fed granddaughter and grandson to kindergarten. Looking at the parents-in-law who fled in embarrassment, Lu Wan couldn't help bending the corners of her mouth. This was the first time since she entered the Su family for more than 6 years. She felt proud. Looking at her husband, who was still eating, Luan couldn't help urging, "Come on, you're the only one left. Ask for leave today. We'll go to the bank to repay the mortgage." Su Liwei is also very happy. Without the pressure of mortgage, his monthly salary is enough for the four of them. As for Su's parents, they have their own retirement salaries, which are higher than Su Liwei, and they don't look down on their son's 3 melons. In Zheng City, Jason Liu didn't eat in the morning. He drove his F8 to the nearby high-tech district. He planned to find an agency to help register yuans in trading and then rent office space directly in the high-tech district. At this moment, the phone rang. Jason Liu slowed down the car, pulled to the side of the road, and answered the phone. Seeing the number is an unknown person, Jason Liu connected. "Hello? Hello? Is that the senior?" A nice female voice came from the opposite side. Jason Liu couldn't help frowning, and he called the senior, as if he didn't know any juniors. "You are?" Jason Liu asked. Hee, senior, it's so sad that you forgot me so quickly. The girl across from him smiled. What's so sad? Jason Liu is going to the high-tech zone to do business, but he is not interested in chatting with people he doesn't know. Even if the other person is a woman's voice, it sounds good. "I'm sorry, I don't know any schoolgirls. You made a mistake." Just as he was about to hang up, the other side finally got anxious. "Hey, wait, Jason Liu. Don't hang up. I'm Jiang Chuchu, remember? We met outside the Wanda Cinema more than 2 months ago. Do you remember when Xiaohan was with you?" "Late if you say so, I'll know." At that time, he was very embarrassed by this little witch's teasing and fled in embarrassment. Thinking about it, he didn't want to see this girl again. Just how did she have her own phone number? Although there are some girls who don't want to pay attention to this kind of girl who is too active and makes him a little disliked, the other party has moved Goddess Lin out, and they are embarrassed to hang up the phone directly. So, he had to pretend to be happy and said, "Oh, it's a schoolgirl. Ha, I remember so. Do you have anything to do with me? I'll hang up first, I'm still busy." On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chuchu took the phone from his ear and looked at it. "This is the number. Why is Jason Liu so straight? A young and beautiful girl of mine called you, but she didn't reply quickly, but she still wanted to hang up the phone right away. Such a straight man. I wish you 10,000 years of being single." Inwardly, Jiang Chuchu was really afraid that Tai Henin on the other side would hang up the phone and quickly said the business. "I chatted with Xiaohan yesterday. She said that you want to register a company, and it happened that I was working in an agency company, so I asked Xiaohan to ask for it. I got your phone number, senior. How about you take care of my business and let me be your company registration agent?" "Huh? Are you actually working in an agency?" Jason Liu was a little surprised, but he didn't refuse after thinking about it. "Okay, I can do it for anyone. If you can do it, let your company do it. Sign me up." Hee. "Thank you, senior. I knew you were as good as Xiaohan said." Jiang Chuchu's laughter became more sincere when the business was in hand. "Lin Xiaohan said I'm good? What did you say?" Jason Liu didn't expect that Goddess Lin would actually say good things about herself. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chuchu's voice was stagnant. She just said it so smoothly, it was a kind of verbal compliment without any expense. This is the basic ability of their business. They have to blow the rainbow bottom to make customers satisfied. There is no reason to find a reason. Anyway, it is to praise people. The customer is happy. The order is not in hand. Who would have thought that this guy Jason Liu would still believe it? The corners of Jiang Chuchu's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed with the delicate makeup on her face, so she could only falter. "Well, it's nothing that means you are very hardworking and capable. After all, you are not. Are you going to start a business?" "Yes." "Oh, so Jason Liu thinks about it too. I am afraid that few people in the same class can have such luck and have the ability to travel between two worlds to engage in trade. Jiang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no doubt on the other side, and then urged, "Where are you now?" "Our company is in the Southern District, so come and pick me up." To be honest, I haven't ridden a Ferrari before. As for the sports car, it just happens to be a car. In the South District? Jason Liu took out his phone and checked the map. From here to the South District, it's halfway through the city center. It's too far. He doesn't want to go. It's a bit far. It's even slower once and for all. Otherwise, you'd better take a taxi. It can save half of the time. Is this what people say? Who wants to save time? Jiang Chuchu is about to explode with anger. What's going on with this man? Is the old lady so unattractive? Although she is not as good as Lin Xiaohan's famous school flower goddess, but Jiang Chuchu, are not bad, right? Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chuchu tried his best to control his voice, not letting himself get angry. "Yeah, you're right, I'll take a taxi." Jason Liu couldn't help but be delighted to hear that not having to run that far across half the city would save a lot of time. Tell Jiang Chuchu the address and drive to the high-tech zone first, intending to rent the company's office first. There are many office buildings that have just been built in the past 2 years in the high-tech zone, and there are many floors that are not rented out. Zero flowers. Coupled with this year's domestic and foreign business slump, the rental price of office buildings has dropped for 3 consecutive times. Following the employees of the management department of the high-tech zone, I went to a few office buildings to have a look. Among them was a small game company that went bankrupt last month. The leased office building has not yet expired, but the small game company has gone bankrupt, and the rent can't afford it. The management committee will take the house back. Jason Liu saw that the interior has been simply decorated, with an area of nearly 300 square meters. The size is quite suitable for the company he wants to open, so he plans to rent it directly. You can save a lot of renovation costs and, more importantly, save time. As long as you buy some desks, chairs, computers, etc., you can move in and start work immediately. After inquiring about the price, the other party took out the rental contract of the small game company, which is about 12,000 yuan a month, or 1.33 yuan per weekday. This price is completely acceptable. 0. At this time, Jiang Chuchu called. She had already arrived in the high-tech industrial park and asked where he was. "I'm currently on the 16th floor of the Science and Technology building. You just took the elevator to come here just to help me see how the newly rented company office is." Jason Liu finished speaking and hung up the phone. Jiang Chuchu entered the Science and Technology building by himself, wearing black business attire and high heels, and then found Jason Liu, who was signing a contract with the building management staff. "Sister, you are here." Jason Liu saw Jiang Chuchu, who was wearing a professional attire and short hair, came over, raised his head and said hello with a smile. "Help me see. How is the place I rented?" It used to be rented by a small game company. Time went bankrupt, and the house was vacant. Jiang Chuchu originally wanted to stab him a few words, but she actually asked her to come alone, and she didn't want to drive to pick it up. But seeing that Jason Liu started talking about business as soon as they met, Jiang Chuchu had to endure it depressedly, and then turned around in the slightly messy open room with papers scattered on the ground. The house has been renovated, and the offices and staff spaces inside are partitioned. Well, it's pretty good. Just buy some office equipment, and you can move in directly. Jiang Chuchu nodded, thinking it was a good place. The size is very suitable for a new company that has just started, and it also saves a lot of decoration costs.
Door.
I think it's good too. Jason Liu signed the contract with the management and walked over with a smile. The contract was signed for 2 years and paid half a year. He just paid 72,000 yuan. After the building management left, Jiang Chuchu took out a contract from his carry-on document bag, looked at Jason Liu and asked, "Okay, senior, This is our agency contract. Take a look. If there is no problem, let's first sign. Jason Liu took over the contract, looked at it, and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. The agency fee this time is 5,000 yuan, and the company registration, seal engraving, company account, business license, etc. can be helped to complete, which is much faster than running alone, department by department. After all, these agency companies are all related, and their efficiency is not generally fast. No problem. Jason Liu signed the agency contract with a pen, and after 503, he generously transferred 5,000 yuan to Jiang Chuchu. Seeing this lucrative business in hand, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but smile like a flower, and the anger he had felt for this straight senior dissipated a lot. Jiang Chuchu put away the contract and immediately entered the professional consulting mode. Senior, you need to provide your ID card, company name, company account, company address, etc. You provide these to me, and then I will register for you. All the things are run down. If it goes well, it can be done today. So soon? Jason Liu was surprised to hear that it could be done today. I remember online saying that it usually takes at least 3 days, and it may take a week for longer. Jiang Chuchu rolled his eyes at him. If it is a private registration, it will be slow to review the information or something. But our agency company is different. We have our own relationship. After all, the customer spends money and what they want is efficiency, and we can also help the client to do it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat the agent's bowl of rice. Oh, no wonder. Then my 5,000 yuan is quite worth it. Jason Liu didn't expect that there are so many words in it, and it turns out that all walks of life have a way. Hee, I have to thank Senior for taking care of my business. I know you are not bad for money, but I came under a relatively high standard contract. Senior, you won't blame me, right? Jiang Chuchu tilted her head and widened her eyes. Blink and wink. Jason Liu just glanced at her. His expression remained the same. He had seen this girl last time, and he would not be deceived by her pretended appearance. It's okay. Just run the company for me as soon as possible. 5,000 chunks? Small thing. Hurrah. The senior is so handsome. Puff. Is this the goddamn charm of rich people? I feel like I'm about to be tempted. Senior. Jiang Chuchu was delighted and teased the straight senior again. But Jason Liu was unmoved at all. The company's name is Yuanson Trading Company, Limited. It is a sole proprietorship, and the company's business scope is added as much as possible. Money is not a problem. Well, okay. Jiang Chuchu immediately turned into a professional consultant and then asked, what about the registered capital? 10 million yuan. Jason Liu said directly. Jiang Chuchu's eyes widened in surprise. Ing Hong's mouth opened slightly. 10 million? Is it actually paid? Well, of course. What's the matter? Jason Liu looked at her strangely. Aren't you supposed to have seen tens of millions of registered capital as an agency? So why make a fuss? Jiang Chuchu couldn't help complaining. Don't mention it. Many of those are leather bag companies, and their registered capital is written casually. As long as they are not found, no one will care. Jason Liu is stunned. How can he do this? Forget it. Who cares? He doesn't own a leather bag company. It's a serious industrial company. At this time, Jiang Chuchu is more aware of the financial resources of this Henin senior. This is really lavish. If it wasn't for knowing that this straight male senior was very interesting, she couldn't help but start to be strong. It's just that the other party doesn't seem to be calling him. What should I do when I encounter a treasured straight man who cannot be wiped off? Wait, online, urgent. After confirming these, Jason Liu drove Jiang Chuchu in a sports car and ran through various departments. Originally, he wanted to leave this matter to Jiang Chuchu, but Jiang Chuchu was coquettish and cute. In the end, he couldn't refuse and could only be a full-time driver. Fortunately, he didn't need to ask about specific affairs, as long as he ran around with Jiang Chuchu. It's better to have money, and it's better to have a relationship. Jason Liu saw it today. After 3 p.m., Yuanson Trading Company was registered, including business license, bank account, company seal, etc., and got it all. 0. Miss Jiang Chuchu gave her a sports car for an afternoon today, and she finally had enough. A sports car is a good-looking thing, but the comfort is too poor. After the company registration is done, the next step is to clean the office space of the rented office building by some desks, chairs, computers, and open the network cable. Xiuemei, do you know anyone who is involved in the company's office equipment? I think you do things very neatly. Otherwise, you can also handle the follow-up for me. Jason Liu intends to catch Jiang Chuchu, a tool for human use, who made this the girl made a fortune and just continued to work hard to pay it back. I do know, but, Senior, do you really trust me to handle these purchases? Jiang Chuchu rolled her eyes and said with a smile. As we all know, purchasing this kind of thing has always been very rich. Jason Liu was born in sales, and naturally he knew very well, of course I believe in you. So, after you finish shopping, show me all the lists. If I think there's no problem, I will transfer all the money to you. Hearing what Jason Liu said, Jiang Chuchu suddenly shouted, "Humph, why do you believe it? It sounds nice in your mouth. Doesn't it have to be a list after you have reviewed it and agreed? I'm not afraid that you will make mistakes. I will take the initiative to save you. You are a young girl with a bright future, 5.6, but you can't be led astray because of a little money. I'm protecting you, understand?" Jason Liu Ling Ran said righteously. Jiang Chuchu sneered. Do you all capitalists like to squeeze other people's words so beautifully? I don't talk nonsense. My family's 3 generations of poor peasants. Where are the capitalists? Jason Liu immediately denied Sanlian. Ah man. Jiang Chuchu realized another advantage of this straight male senior. He has a thick skin when it comes to money. No wonder it is said that in today's society, thick skin is enough to eat, but thin skin is not enough. Maybe this is the reason why seniors can make a lot of money, drive a sports car, and live in a villa, but they can only work in small companies. She thought sourly, thinking that the local tyrant could not be cheap. Jiang Tutu said, You asked me to dinner, and Xiao Han, I'll help you put office equipment, cleaning companies, and brand name companies making things gave you to do. I have no time. I was given this evening while goods coming, another day at Jason Liu think this afternoon ordered more than 200 sets of military training suits, and more than 100 sets of stab-resistant clothing is coming, where there are thought to eat While not empty, there's not a thing at night. Jiang Tutu do not intend to let the slaughter him up. Wanda evening meal in the restaurant. How? I have not been there. Not another day to eat it? Wait a minute after receiving the goods. Too lazy to run another night out. Lying on the sofa, called a takeaway, play games, look at the drama, not gingschwang it. Jason Liu look helpless. Please give you a chance to eat 2 big beautiful women. Actually, also many excuses. You cannot be good? I see you had your own life, forget. Jiang's spotlessly clean teeth angry. This guy is a man? And house and tender. But why there is money? This is very angry. So the money does not go out about 10 sister chic. So much money in the bank. Not the consumer, not Caesar coins, how to promote economic development. Jason Liu cannot think he is too lazy to run. To play at home comfortably house phone, spotlessly clean in the eyes of the river, had been able to affect economic development. Really devil's logic. Well, you and Lin Xiaohan evening meal. And then refuse to worry about, no matter which refuse to work directly behind the sister thing, then Jason Liu Rai smile agreed. Before leaving, Jason Liu conscience, think we should send the girl back to the company. But Jiang Tutu direct refusal, sports car sitting uncomfortable, I might as well make a car. And too loud, I do not want tomorrow to be companies which pass around my rich second package. Shrugged, since Jiang Tutu do not have to send, just that, he went back to the warehouse waiting for the goods. Taxi, spotlessly clean river surrounded by positive and honey chatting. Jiang Tutu, Xiaohan, tonight you go to the restaurant for dinner, Wanda. Lin Xiaohan, oh, it seems to make a lot today, but to treat the you earn Tutu today, the 2 of us enough to eat it in the restaurant if the meal is not enough to keep you in the restaurant dishes debt / proud. Jiang Tutu, he, rest assured, casually eat, pay someone anyway. Lin Xiaohan, who is Jason Liu is not it. Jiang Tutu, yes, especially who are wealthy steals straight male seniors fall you do not know. When I asked him when we were eating, he also reluctant to face, he stood 2 big beautiful women actually want to house the house at night to play phone. Really deserve in single / angry dog. Bank counters are at work because there is no customer. Lin Xiaohan ventured secretly and girlfriend stroke chat. See each other send a message. Cannot help but laugh Yanzue straight. She can imagine. Jason Liu Jiang was askew bin entangled tutu, was helpless look. Lin Xiaohan. He opened the company to do, when they had it. Jiang tutu. Of course, do not look at who go into action. You can do Finnish/far trading company called Proud, high-tech zones in Kechuang Mansion. Jiang tutu, for this meal tonight, I would like for the seniors to get the vampire office equipment, company cleaning chores alas. The majority think is really a big loss to cry anyway I do not care. We must severely eat back tonight. Jiang tutu. Cooked rice to people online. .jpg. Lin Xiaohan. Ha ha ha, then you have an empty stomach, eat snacks, eat back this evening. Jiang chu. Although I really want to eat the meat of the senior, but I can't eat it all. Jiang chu. Let me tell you secretly, your steel straight male classmate is a standard diamond king, and he just opened the company with 10 million registered capital. And it's still paid. Jiang chu. Such a rich and handsome straight man. If it wasn't for the two of us, I would have already started. It feels like I missed $1 billion. .jpg. Lin Xiaohan, is that so much? He said before that he has money, so he doesn't need to ask me to help him with a loan. I thought it would be good if he had millions of dollars, but he didn't expect to have more than 10 million / surprised. Jiang chu. So, Xiaohan, hurry up and take him down. In the future, if you marry into a wealthy family and become a rich woman as your honey, I will be able to enjoy it too. Jiang chu. Don't forget about wealth and honor. Sisters. Lin Xiaohan. What are you talking about? Jason Liu and I are just classmates and friends. Jiang chu. Hee, guess I believe it or not. Lin Xiaohan. Guess you believe it or not. Jiang chu. Guess, believe it or not. Lin Xiaohan. Guess forget it, whatever you think, I have nothing to do with that straight steel man. Jiang chu. With the beauty you once swept Xingshe University and the whole class of boys bowed down to your feet, how could a straight man just not be able to take it down? What a fool. Contempt. Seeing this sentence, Lin Xiaohan really couldn't help laughing and crying. Although he could feel that Jason Liu had a crush on her, the other party didn't take the initiative at all. So far, apart from chatting on WeChat for a few days, they haven't even called her, let alone asked her out. That guy is a single straight guy who is completely hopeless. Telling Jiang chu the real situation, even Jiang chu is full of confusion. What happened to all the good boys now? Have you lost interest in the beautiful opposite S*X? Just playing games, watching live broadcasts, videos, reading novels, is there any way to save human reproduction? Jiang chu. For this situation, I have no choice. It's been a long time since I saw him. Is there still such a treasured boy in the world? Lin Xiaohan. Look, he doesn't take the initiative. What if you let me be a girl? Jiang chu. What should I do? Of course, it is the overlord who takes the bow hard well. Anyway, if you take the initiative to attack, I don't believe that this straight man can stop the charm of your school flower goddess. Lin Xiaohan. Let me take the initiative? If I get rejected, how embarrassing. Jiang chu. How could you be rejected? You are so beautiful and have a good figure. Why would he reject you? Can you do whatever you want with money, and even a beautiful girl can be dismissed? Lin Xiaohan. It seems to be really possible, isn't he? Jiang chu. It's okay, no matter how tough he is. You can soften your rigidity. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to take it. Jiang chu. Actually, think about it from another angle. If you catch such a rich, handsome, and honest boy, wouldn't you be relieved? Don't worry about being taken away by other coquettish junkies. Lin Xiaohan is even more dumbfounded. What are these words? Lin Xiaohan. All right, let's talk about it. What time tonight will I drive to pick you up after get off work? Jiang Chu Chu. At 8 o'clock in the evening, come to the house I rented to pick me up first. Or even if I ask Tai Chao Chu from your family to pick me up, I'm afraid they won't come because they are too far away. When I meet this kind of man, I will too. See the hell. Then, she told Lin Xiaohan that Jason Lu cruelly asked her to take a taxi to the high-tech zone to find him this morning because he was too far away. Hearing Lin Xiaohan couldn't help laughing. It provoked several female colleagues and male employees at the counter next to them to look here one after another. She was so frightened that she immediately put away her phone, sat up straight, and pretended to be serious about going to work, not paddling. Jason Lu drove back to the warehouse, and it didn't take long for the logistics company's truck to deliver the items. First, there are more than 200 sets of military training uniforms, including shoes, socks, belts, inner coup, and so on. In the end, more than 100 sets of stab-proof suits were delivered, enough to arm all his soldiers. After leaving Westeros for 3 days, Jason Lu took these things and sent them from the warehouse, met with Lena and Martha, and told them to find someone to move the things out of their room. Jason Lu walked out of the store and first looked at the new house that was about to be built next to it, or a small stone fortress. More suitable. The stone wall more than 3 meters high outside has been completed, and the warehouse is almost finished. The main house, kitchen, rows of barracks, and a small school field are all under construction, and the overall completion is very soon. Grown-ups. John, who had finished the afternoon training, noticed Jason Lu standing in front of the store and immediately trotted over to salute. You're finally back. I've been taking the soldiers to train according to your method for the past few days, although there are always mistakes, but the first day has been much better. Do you want to test it for yourself? Really? Well, let's go and have a look. Jason Lu was curious about what he could train for in just a few days. The 110 soldiers who were about to disband and rest saw Master Jason and Coach John approaching, and they subconsciously found their positions and stood up again. Huh? Not bad. Seeing these farmers' children who had not put down their hoes for a few days, they knew that they had lined up to greet him after training for a few days. Jason Lu was still very happy, indicating that the training was effective. John walked up to Jason Lu. Master Jason, you can try it yourself. Jason Lu nodded and gave the order. All at attention. Hearing Master Jason's instructions, the young faces of the more than 100 soldiers were tense. Although they were not neat, they all stood at attention. Turn left, he ordered again. In order to distinguish between left and right, the soldiers took off a shoe, and some tied a piece of cloth on their arms, which looked messy. In the process of turning around, there were a lot of mistakes. Perhaps it was because these young soldiers were too nervous to see him there, and the further back they went, the more chaotic they seemed. After commanding for a while, Jason Lu lost much interest. John cannot help but feel embarrassed, handsome face slightly flushed. Sorry, Jason adults. They have been training quite good, but still did not expect it so scattered. Jason Lu patted John's shoulder to comfort. Never mind. It's not your responsibility, John. I know it's hard, but as long as enough time for training, I believe they will become a qualified soldier. Jason heard the adults did not blame himself. John could not help but relieved. He served as the training of more than 100 soldiers. John, this looks calm, but in reality a young teenager lack of experience. The pressure is very great. With the support and encouragement of Lord Jason, John finally has confidence and is determined to train them well and live up to the trust of Lord Jason. I brought you a present. I believe you will like it. Jason Lu said, instructing McCann, Bud, D***K, and the others to pile up the stab-proof suits and the field-colored military training suits in their rooms. Lift it out. These uniforms are standard-sized, custom-made for high school students, just right for these boys between the ages of 14 and 17. D***K, let everyone come over. Make a circle with me as the center. Lu Sun ordered. As a result, the 110 soldiers did not understand, but strictly followed the orders of Lord Jason. One by one they became human walls, facing Jason Lu and John in the center of the circle, forming a small circle. More than 100 young guys, you look at me face to face, I look at you, all feel novel, don't know what Master Jason is going to do. Bud, come here. Jason Liu called the younger Bud to his side. Bud quickly walked over immediately, his face overwhelmed. Next, all of you should read it carefully. I'll show you how to wear this kind of military uniform. You'll have to wear it yourself in the future. Jason Liu said, letting Bud strip naked. Bud, who was just over 15 years old, was a little embarrassed to be looked at by so many people, but he did not dare to go against what Master Jason said. Immediately wiped off his clothes. The young guys around, looking at Bud's pie plus shares in vain, couldn't help laughing in a low voice. For a time, there were hundreds of people's deep laughter in the venue. It provoked the people working on the construction site in the distance, and they couldn't help looking over here curiously. It's just that the teenagers are close to each other in a circle, and people outside can't see what's going on inside. John also blushed slightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help bending upwards. He covered Bud below with his hands, his face flushed red, like a boiled lobster. Jason Liu was also infected by this laughter and laughed. However, he quickly stopped laughing. He let everyone pay attention and personally instructed Bud to put on the black inner coup first, then the wool pants, the outer military training lees, pants, the t-shirt, the sweater, and the military training uniform above. And then put the belt through the belt on the trousers and fasten it. Then put on black socks and military training shoes. In this way, the military training uniforms are all put on. Looking at Bud in military uniform, Jason Liu has a strong sense of foreign high school students participating in military training in Daxia. Of course, it's not over yet. Jason Liu found another suitable stab-proof suit for Bud and wore it over the military training uniform. This is finally done. How do you feel? Jason Liu asked with a smile, looking at Bud, who is constantly touching his new clothes. My lord, the fabric of this dress is really good. The threads are very dense, and it is much better than the clothes my mother made for me with burlap. It is smooth and comfortable to the touch, with many colors, and it is very comfortable to wear. Bud happily pulled pants, happy face. As long as you like it, Jason Liu said with a smile.
Bye.